Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our study session. Mr. McGlynn, could you introduce the study? Well, actually, let's take roll first, Madam City Clerk.
Let the record reflect that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGlynn, could you introduce our study session, please?
Yes. Item 3.1, review of currently provided homeless services and responses. David Gwine, Director of Economic Development and Housing, presenting.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer, members of the City Council. Today is our second of two study sessions where we are discussing probably society's most challenging issue, the topic of homelessness. And as you recall, the study session we held on May 19th is where we reviewed, I would say, the continuum of service contracts, responses, options from city departments in the community. And after discussions with service providers, advocacy groups, neighborhoods, the business community, and reviewing what we wanted to do today is present you with some key options. We wanted to list those in a primary fashion for you rather than go through all of them today. It seemed to center on three main points. One is the creation of more affordable housing, the coordination of existing homeless service partnerships, and the overall interest for a comprehensive strategic approach in addressing the topic. So here's our agenda for today, where we list these as your primary option considerations. The first is to look at what opportunities you might have to expand the affordable housing inventory. The other is what opportunities you might have to expand the coordination of services, if you wish to expand city support to services. And then there, of course, are other options, and these range from examples such as portalets, storage facilities, all the way to the creation of additional campgrounds or facilities, other facilities for folks living outside. But our presentation is going to focus on the expansion of those 3 points today. So first is, what opportunities might you have to help the inventory problem, produce affordable housing? And we start out with Assembly Bill 35, and that is a proposal to increase the state's tax credit program by $300 million. The current limit is $70 million, so it goes to $370 million under this bill. And it made it through both the Assembly and the Senate budget subcommittees, and they're moving forward in the budget consideration process. Another bill is AB 1335. That's the Jobs and Homes Act. That would enact a $75 document recording fee on every real estate transaction, with the exception of residential properties. And the estimate is that would generate between $300 to $500 million annually for the state to help generate affordable housing. We've had several conversations regarding your local match resources. Currently, you provide 20% of the real property transfer tax to homeless and affordable housing purposes. You could consider increasing that, or an annual general fund request for the production of affordable housing, much like you did in this current fiscal year, where you dedicated $1 million towards that effort. And then lastly is Senate Bill 608. This is the Right to Rest Act. And we note here that it does recognize the issue, but depending on your point of view, it doesn't go far to address a solution. This would allow a homeless person to lounge on public or private property without the property owner's permission. So we're not suggesting you support that bill. So here's some considerations if you wanted to expand services. The first is, we would suggest you keep it linked with the Region Continuum of Care Plan. As we mentioned last time, this is where the City of Santa Rosa participates with the County of Sonoma and the City of Petaluma, the three main, what they call entitlement funding jurisdictions that receive HUD funds directly in support of homeless programs. That's roughly just under $3 million annually. We would suggest, if you set up a coordination, that you loop directly with the multiple service providers and include the business and neighborhood groups. So it would be more than just homeless service providers and advocacy, but the entire community, to make sure that input is held and that we can come forward with the best plan. There's a growing effort from the ecumenical community, and everything from rallying the congregation to serve food on a certain weekday or hand out clothing, sleeping bags. It isn't coordinated right now between that community. You might want to consider a position or work through a nonprofit group to sort of align that more with, so that every day or those efforts are better coordinated with our service providers. And the last point here we make is that a consideration is to partner with the existing county programs and the new effort to do direct outreach for homeless services. And then this slide, we try to summarize what you might want to consider if you wish to expand your support in homeless programs. And that would be to fund a pilot program the Homeless Outreach Service Team hosts in the amount of $415,000. And what this would do is buy you a year contract, aligned with the county's effort, where they've already run a process seeking proposals. They've selected Catholic Charities to do the outreach. You might recall it started in a very narrow area along the creeks and waterways. And they're also looking at expanding that effort as well. But we would think that you would want to consider augmenting that effort. And additional features that that resource would provide is a 24/7 hotline. And this would be a way for a homeless person to call if they wanted to come in and receive services or understand what the community can offer. But it would also be a resource for our neighborhood groups and businesses and staff from Parks and Rec. If they encounter a homeless situation they're trying to manage, they could call that line for help, and the Homeless Outreach Service Team or social workers could be available to help them. We heard a lot about engaging homeless people themselves in this effort, and so what's being proposed in this resource is a homeless maintenance stipend, for lack of a better term. And this is where Catholic Charities, as the contractor, would employ homeless people to help manage encampments, to join them and say the police department if they're engaging in a sweep along the SMART rail line before the trains start running, things of that nature. So they would be engaged themselves in managing these encampments. And of course, the whole premise coming from the Continuum of Care in the HUD program is rapid rehousing. The funding is going more towards, it's more efficient to have the homeless person go directly into a stable living environment and surround them with services. So this resource of 415 would include that. But in addition, we recognize we have an inventory problem. There's not a lot of available vacant units by which to place a family or an individual that's coming in to seek services. So we imagine a voucher here where if the person is willing to be accountable, accept services, work to not live outside anymore, that they could get a voucher to stay in a hotel or even an existing campground throughout the county, so long as they stay engaged and are working with Catholic Charities, Social Advocates for Youth, Buckaloo, any other service providers trying to better their situation. And so that 415 would ball those services up in a proposed contract for you to consider if you like this option when we would return with a specific scope of work. Another point here would be a resource suggested at $50,000 under the community engagement area that's growing here for Santa Rosa. And that would be the coordination effort, to work with the service providers to make sure all city departments, all efforts going on, even the reactions from advocacy groups or neighborhood groups are at least noted and are planned for as we move forward in this effort. And we close this slide with just a note saying that in all the discussions we had, the conversations, the thinking since we last met, we felt that using this would help the accountability question we heard, as well as the notion of where do people go. Obviously, we can't house everyone who's homeless, but it does allow potentially a path for folks that want to engage in services and not live outside anymore. So those are the three primary options that we present to you today based on what we heard from your conversation and our conversations with the community. And we make a point that they align with the federal and state initiatives that we're currently working with, the Continuum of Care, our county colleagues. But we don't mean to represent that that's the full spectrum of options you may want to consider. I mentioned some of those. We've heard from some groups, portalettes or more storage lockers, perhaps at the Family Support Center, other. But our focus was on those three efforts that we think we would do more than just respond to the issue. So unlike last time, that is the extent of the formal staff presentation, very brief. We have Catholic Charities, Jenny Lynn Holmes here, that can go into more detail about what she envisions for the host contract. We have other service providers, our colleagues from the county, others. So with that, we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gwine. Council, before we move into questions, I do want to just to make a couple of announcements to the members of the public this afternoon. The item that has to do with the moratorium on rent increase will be discussed as close to 5 o'clock as possible, but not before. If you were here to discuss that item, you could, or to comment on that item during the public comment period, you could do that, but that would be, you would not be able to discuss it. If you're mentioning that item, if you're speaking to that item, you would only be able to speak to that item once. So just so you know, what we're talking about this afternoon or at this study session are our expanded services and the recommendations that are coming from our staff. And the council will be, we'll move into the questions. The council, what we'll do is we'll be asking staff questions and of course our providers. At the end of the study session, I'll be looking for, and staff will be looking for a prioritization of your recommendations. We'll see how many we get, and then after that point, we'll be coming back to the council with what that would look like as far as the workload, et cetera, and how those will appear on our agenda for further discussion. So at this point, if we could just move into questions from the council to staff or to our providers, that would be great. So any original or any thoughts? First,
I just wanted to ask if it was appropriate to ask our providers if they wanted to comment now to give us some more input that will hopefully generate some more questions from us.
Actually, that's not a bad idea, Council. So perhaps, why don't we do that? Jenny Lynn, could you come down and just give us basically a response, perhaps, to the recommendations that are coming across from staff this afternoon? And welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so I definitely can talk a little bit about what Dave and elaborate a little bit more, and then also answer any questions. It's a very large topic, so I don't want to take too much time and be able to answer more questions as best as possible. So the host expansion, we're very excited about this. We've been doing it since January, as many of you know, and we have a lot of lessons learned and a lot of things that I think we can take and continue to grow into an even stronger opportunity for the people that we're working with. The biggest lessons that we've learned, there's two, is one is once we engage with somebody, we really need to have an opportunity to get them off the street at that moment. And that's really the idea behind the host team, is to be able to offer that. Unfortunately, because of our inventory problem, that has proved a little difficult. And so it has led to us having a hard time staying engaged as they move. And it's also led to us not being able to get them to start working towards specific goals. So this temporary placement option is a very exciting option to be able to keep them engaged while we're working with them and actually looking for housing. We think that we'll be able to have a much better success rate at finding people opportunities for housing.
Sorry,
yes.
I just wanted to clarify one point. Say it again, the area you found exceptionally exciting.
Yes, the temporary placement option. So being able to either put them into a hotel or a motel, or being able to put them into a camp dispersed across the county.
And if I understood correctly, that was sort of with the understanding that they would be engaging in
Yes.
the programming and services
Absolutely.
and all that. Okay,
And
just wanted to make sure I understood.
Absolutely. There would be they would have to be proactively engaging and continuing to engage. We would be providing oversight while they're in those opportunities. As long as they're continuing to proactively meet goals and look for housing, they will be able to maintain that temporary placement until we get them into the permanent placement.
Can I ask for some clarification on that? Are we talking about pre-existing county camping sites, or are we talking about some of the current campsites that are maybe we should look the other way or not?
Yeah, so I think currently right now we're looking at it being existing ones that come with a bathroom and a shower that would provide that resource for these individuals as well, especially in the pilot project. That's what we kind of want to work with them on. And again, part of it is to get them out of that where they are right now so they can start, thinking and healing and moving forward towards their goals.
Further clarification on the same point. Are we talking about campgrounds like KOA or wherever, that may have a fee that would be
Yes.
covered by this?
And they would be covered by this, yes.
Okay. And I wanted to ask, for the maintenance stipend and the housing or the camping vouchers or the housing vouchers, is that part of the $415,000 contract?
I believe it to be. And it would be, that's another really exciting opportunity. Currently, you know, there's abandoned camps that need some attention to clean up for all of the environmental reasons and community reasons. And so this would put funds towards addressing that issue and getting those cleaned up. It would be the stipend plus the disposal costs.
Can we get an idea of, obviously some assumptions went into arriving at this figure of $415,000. What assumptions do we have of how many people would be housed or camped or hired with this money?
I think that number is actually scalable. So depending on if this is a bigger priority, that could be, you know, if there's more money put into the homeless maintenance piece, we could scale it or we could scale it back depending on, I think, the council's priorities and staff's direction.
Where does that scale begin?
I think that'd be what.
So there's a baseline fee to expand to get the 24/7 coverage and the expanded services, which includes, I believe, a social worker in that, which is about $145,000. And then the rest of the monies, we would be working together with Catholic Charities to sort of figure out a way to apply this. I mean, again, we're learning as we go, and so we'd have more detail in a contract. We're looking to see if this is sort of the right direction for council, if there's nuances they want us to address in this conversation. But there's a core service which functions around expanding host. I believe that figure is around $135,000. And then the rest would be going into a mix of primarily going to support rapid rehousing, and then an additional fund to start a pilot program around encampment and management fees, because we're learning as we go through this process.
And that's what I was looking for, is just an idea of what part of this goes directly to services. So, thank you.
But Mr. Schwed, I'm a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Stay where you are, Jen. This is probably more for staff. It'd be helpful for me, what is the budget that staff is looking at if we said yes to all this, and what are the source of those funds that if we put it this direction, we're not going to be able to put it in that direction?
So,
if I can get some context.
what we didn't bring for, because we were working through a lot of things, when we brought forward an array of items for council to consider past March, we were looking at a similar sort of expansion of the program. So we would be using unexpensed funds from the prior fiscal year to pilot this program, to be a one-year commitment, give you some distinct measurables and ways to evaluate the program, and say if this is something you want to invest in over a long term. And obviously, we're going to learn things as we go through this kind of partnership together as well. And so it was monies that we were going to propose this past March. We would be taking those monies now and applying to this contract. So it would not affect the upcoming fiscal year's budget.
And do we have a dollar figure on those dollars?
It would be $415, and then an expanded service for engagement within the city itself of $50. So we're looking at $465.
And would that extinguish the unexpended budgets from last year's budget?
It would take a share of that. I'm waiting on the exact figure right now. I'll get that to you as soon as I receive it.
Thank you.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Holmes from Catholic Charities, we've had some conversations, and I just want to clarify that what you're bringing here matches the conversations that we've had. My recollection was that we sort of tried to count up a number of people who could possibly be served. Mm-hmm. Do you remember what number we were sort of talking about when we were looking at, it would be this many in the first year of a pilot project? Mm-hmm. Do you recall that number?
In terms of housing them or total people that
total people would be served under the new expanded program.
Mm-hmm. So currently we've engaged total 300 people in 6 months.
Okay.
So, you know, if you apply that, double that, and, you know, it's a similar contract amount in terms of the actual outreach.
So it'd be
staff.
about another 300 on top of the 300 mm-hmm. that we already have engaged.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you give me a rough, can someone do the rough math on that, roughly cost per served person, even though I appreciate that the initial startup costs may be greater, and as you scale it, that mm-hmm. number won't hold? Can you divide 300 into 415? 775 per person for service for a year with 24-hour service and a place to sleep.
Potentially, it might be maybe
Well,
more.
camping maybe.
Because this 300 is only a 6-month period right now.
All right, what, can you do the math?
It's 1,500, right?
I have 600 individuals on the count of the year for 465,000.
I'm going the extra 300 for 415,000. But whatever, we're close.
Okay, it's still less than $100,000 a person.
It's true.
Which is what it costs to house somebody right off the bat. So this is a reasonable cost to me for a temporary placement services. Thank you.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Holmes, just to expand on the campgrounds, KOA also, would this also, you said yes, would this also be a park such as Spring Lake or Doran Park?
Yeah, potentially it could. I mean, we'd be looking at sites around the county. And, you know, just like we do our hotel voucher program, we would do the same thing, but with campgrounds that are existing already.
Okay. You had mentioned inventory problem. Is that a growing problem or a lessening of a problem from your perspective as an on-street provider?
It's been growing, not just the inventory in terms of, you know, finding places, but the rising amounts of rent. We have funds to be able to work with these people, and hopefully our goal is to be able to get them into housing as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, there's delay, and we are successful in finding the housing that matches the needs of the participants, but it might take us a little longer than we would like, which is where this temporary placement really helps us out.
You mentioned rent. Is that the primary cause? The growing cost
The
of rent?
growing, yes, because when our programs can only pay a fair market rent, we can't pay outrageous rent, or else, you know, people could take advantage of it. So as rents come out of, you know, get too high, our grants can't pay for that. So.
Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Karlstrom.
Thank you. Just, I realize we've sort of launched right into questioning, but I think we're all relatively on the same page, so I'm going to continue it. Mr. City Manager, we had a brief conversation about some concern about whether and to what extent the county was going to continue funding the host program. Forgive me. Terrible cold. Do you have any additional information on that?
Nothing that I have learned since the last meeting has led me to believe that there's anything but continuing commitment to this program. And in my talk with the county staff and talk with the partners, there was a question about even capacity at that point, and that has also been assured to me that there would not be a capacity issue.
Great. So our funding, should we elect to allocate it this evening, would not supplant, but rather add to.
That's what I've been told.
Okay, wonderful. And then just a labeling suggestion, that we change homeless maintenance to something else. I don't think we want to be maintaining homelessness.
Mr. Swedhelm?
Mine was a similar question with the existing host team. Who makes the decision about where they are deployed? Because rather than supplanting it, they say, okay, we don't need to focus on Santa Rosa because Santa Rosa's providing it. Who makes the decision about those resources and where do they deploy?
So there's kind of two levels to that. The first is, right now the host project is currently in Santa Rosa. It is supposed to be a county-wide project, so we are making those. We're working with the county's Community Development Commission extremely extensively to make those decisions strategically on how we expand. However, this fund, if this was funded, this would be specific to the city of Santa Rosa. Now, in terms of deploying to the needs across the community, we try to get out and work with as many people as possible. Right now, our number one referral source and how we deploy our teams as actually law enforcement. We work really proactively with them to work together on areas that they are seeing that they would like to help people get support, or areas that they're seeing that there's been some issues, and we go in and try to help remedy that. We also proactively are out in the community in different areas that we understand that there's high volumes of homelessness, to try to work with them or go to their encampments. And we also get referrals from the Recreation and Parks Department and Water Agency. And we've been really proactively trying to get our information out there, so as business owners or community members or concerned citizens, they can call us, and then we can deploy a team out as soon as possible. We usually try to deploy within a day's notice of something going on. So.
Ms. Combs.
So how many campground parks are there in the city of Santa Rosa?
There are no legal campgrounds currently in the city limits.
Okay, so Spring Lake's within the city limits, but it's not a city park.
That's correct.
Okay, so we don't operate any city camping places.
That's correct.
Thank you. So when we're talking about, say, a long-time existing encampment, like I think they call it Homeless Hill off Bennett Valley Road, we're talking about not including that as a site that could be part of the voucher program?
That's correct. That we're considering that a non-station campground. So we would be inviting folks who currently live there to join Catholic Charities in accepting services, not living outside anymore. And if we couldn't place them into a home surrounded by services, the notion here is that they would receive a voucher to live in a hotel room or an existing legal campground until such time as a home is available.
Okay. And do we know how many slots there are in campgrounds and hotels?
We don't have the inventory of all hotel rooms presently. We certainly can return with that
Okay,
info.
thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Mr. Wine, you alluded to, first of all, let me just say that I appreciate the effort that the staff has put into this, and I am happy that we're sitting here talking about expanding the services that we put toward this issue. It's absolutely necessary that we do more, and I think that this looks like it could be a significant step. However, you alluded to the fact that we haven't addressed all of the things that people have requested. And I want to focus on a few of those things. One is bathrooms, one is storage of personal belongings, and another is a place to go during the day. Can you talk about, tell us what resources exist in those areas right now?
I'll go through. If I miss something, just remind me, because there was kind of a three-part question. The first is the placing restrooms around our community. And we had a lot of conversations about that, pro-con. What we learned primarily from the city of San Francisco is that it's not sufficient just to place a portalet where there might be homeless people living or encampments. At the minimum, you need to manage that restroom. They need to be attended for a variety of reasons. But even more than that, if you consider what's coming out of the continuum of care, HUD, the engagement is that that restroom becomes an engagement tool, because the premise is it's not okay to live outside. And so please come and work with the professionals to try to improve your circumstances and live indoors. So that's kind of that's why we're not, as staff, recommending you place restrooms around the community. What we also heard from neighborhood groups is the notion that it might reinforce camping, that it sends the message that it's okay to live outside in our neighborhood. And that is a message many neighborhood groups did not want to bring to you today. The other is about storage or facilities where homeless people can leave their possessions securely. a lot of the same premise occurs. That means it's still okay to be in camping somewhere in town. But the other is there currently is a facility, the Homeless Service Center on Morgan Street, that has showers, lockers, email addresses, professionals there to help you engage in not living on the streets anymore. So you could store your stuff there. Now, it isn't enough storage for all homeless, but it is an existing facility. And at the same time, that's the third part of your question, is a place during the day. That is a place during the day. It's okay to go to the Homeless Service Center during the day and work on, employment referrals or whatever your interest may be. So that is why we're not suggesting here today that you expand those things.
Thanks for that information.
Council, more questions coming to mind? Mr. Schwedhelm.
One more for Jenny Lynn. So with the continued, with the expansion of the host program, I think a key component is having a navigator through the system or a case manager. Would the people who receive these vouchers, would they be assigned a case manager who would be their point of contact to help them through this system?
Yes. So our host outreach workers are also doubly trained in the coordinated intake system. And without getting too technical, the coordinated intake system uses evidence-based practices to screen people, assess them, and put them into proper interventions. And so the host outreach worker would act as a community navigator as well as an intake provider to all of the services in the community. So it won't just be Catholic Charities services, it would be services across the county that they would be able to enter into. And that's a uniqueness about host is they are an eligible subpopulation during the pilot project of coordinated intake.
Thank you. Mr. Olivers?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to ask Jenny Lynn, were you done with your presentation?
No, but that's okay.
Well, I'd like to hear more, then I do have a question, please.
Keep going? Okay.
Yes, please.
Just a couple of other quick points. The other things with this expansion that we're hoping to be able to do is, like Dave mentioned, the 24/7 line. It's really supposed to act as, not just for the participants, but also for businesses. Rather than having to call law enforcement every time, we might be able to intervene as long as it's not a health and safety issue. And then we also can get them engaged into larger initiatives. And the biggest thing to note is that host, it's a huge linkage to the long-term solution, which is housing. A lot of these people need a lot of intervention and need a lot of support and relationship building and trust, and host is a huge step in that. And so we hope to be able to coordinate with the benevolent community and really continue to use those efforts to engage. The other thing that is great about the host project is it helps us disperse services. So rather than it being facility-based and people have to come to us, it actually is us going to them, which is great not just for the participant, but also for the communities and the neighborhoods that sometimes these services are in. And additionally, we would want to, with this, if this was expanded, we would significantly increase our downtown visibility and make it very apparent that host is here. Host is here to respond to your concerns, issues, and to engage with the population, really focusing on some of the issues that affect us. So. I think that is it.
Thank you. And a question for Dave. Dave, if we were to move in a direction of some of these primary considerations, the three main ones, would you be able to come back with some type of a framework for accountability as we move forward with these options?
Right. If you were to support the pilot program to augment the county effort through Catholic Charities, we would return with you for a contract to review that would include a scope of services. And again, the primary operating premise we're thinking is that accountability is met when the person decides to engage and accept services. So we still haven't answered completely the what if question of someone declines the offer the second, the ninth time. That is what this information going forward will have more of an experience over time. We'll have real interactions with folks, so we might be able to recommend more of an informed choice on that. Right now, I think a lot of folks just have their own understanding or belief of well, then what? We don't have that answered for you today, is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. And I think my point, too, is our accountability, too, in moving forward with these efforts, too. It's not just on those that we're providing services to. And for us as a city, it's more than just writing a check and say, let it happen. So how are we going to be held accountable as well as we move forward and support the services or whatever efforts that we are supporting financially? But I think, too, that we would have to show an obligation and some responsibility and accountability in helping them succeed. And if they're not, what do we do to help tweak them to get them in the direction so they can succeed as well?
Yes, and that's why we're suggesting it as a pilot. It's an experiment. We're give it a try.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you. Another quick question for Ms. Holmes regarding people's reluctance to get into the program or to accept services. How important a role do pets play? Because I go down Joe Rodota Trail quite a bit early in the morning. There's a lot of pets out there.
Yeah. It's definitely a significant reason why, not necessarily people getting into housing, but definitely getting into shelter. Unless it's a service animal, we don't necessarily have the capacity to handle the pets. Getting into housing, that's not as much of a barrier because you can enter housing, but it does create additional, landlord concerns and, do they want to accept pets and things like that. So it is an issue. It's something that actually I would love to see look at, and maybe we could pilot some things as well on that. I know when we went out with Mayor Sawyer and SRPD, that was one of the biggest things we saw was there's a lot of animals and a lot of people who we need to address that for them to come into services.
So how is that addressed in this pilot program?
So part of what I've been so that's a long-term thing. I've tried some initial conversations with the Humane Society and things like that to get some sort of services with that. We do have a partner with us within the continuum of care who's made some strides in it, and so it's not necessarily specifically addressed, but it is something that the continuum of care and homeless service providers are trying to come up with a solution around it.
I got to be frank with you. I was hoping for a better answer than that.
It's not necessarily
if it's a significant barrier for
Yeah.
people accepting services. I know that we're all doing our best here, but we want to remove significant barriers. Thanks.
Ms. Carlstrom.
Excuse me. Adding a bit onto Councilmember Oliveras' comment about accountability measures for this pilot program, Mr. Gwine, to my way of thinking, we may also want to be looking at cost per person housed. Obviously, we all know that we have a low supply. Tackling that is in large part what we're facing today as a larger conversation, but I don't want us to just be measuring outcomes based on number of services provided. I'd like us to be measuring it against how many people we're actually able to house and place on at least a semi-permanent basis so that we know we're actually addressing homelessness as opposed to other problems.
Vice Mayor Corsi.
One aspect that we haven't talked about is the engagement with the business community and with neighborhoods. I think that's really important here. Can you expand on what you have in mind there?
Well, I think, the exciting thing is that we're in the process of recruiting for a director of community engagement, and this seems to be a prime area where one of their initial responsibilities could really be about getting some of these groups that are falling sort of outside of the work that's already going on engaged in the work, actually unifying our internal response to issues and making sure that we are in alignment with the host program and that our response is appropriate to the host program, but ultimately also a way to be able to go out into the community and have conversations with community groups, neighborhood associations, become a way to be an educational tool about this particular resource that we would now be funding, but also to help inform decisions that I know the host program is going to be going under in the future. So I think it's a real critical way for us to activate and build connectivity within the community around this particular challenge. One of the things that has happened in one of the neighborhoods is that they have sort of built this network of accountability on their own, working with some of the providers in their community, and maybe this is sort of a model that we can get to work in other places. That's an opportunity that right now, with the staffing levels and the resources that we have, we're not taking an advantage of. So that resource would help fund those engagement opportunities, potentially give us opportunities to model other practices that are going on organically around the city, and just build up our ability to react and support the services that the team is going to provide.
I think it's an excellent idea to do that for a couple of different reasons. First of all, I can't think of a better introduction for the new community engagement director. Not just to introduce this person to homelessness, but to introduce him to the community on an issue that cuts across every line that exists. It touches every city department, as we found out in our last study session on this issue. It touches every neighborhood. It affects businesses. It affects the religious community. They're involved in nonprofits. It's a way to get in touch with the entire community. Also, as many people that have turned out for the last couple of meetings we've had on this, and I really appreciate all of you being here, but we're not hearing from the entire community on this issue, at least not in this chambers. To date, we haven't. And I think that we need to do that. What we're talking about here is a beginning step. It's not a solution. It's not the be-all and end-all. So I think engaging the entire community in that conversation of where we go from here, because this is a step, but we're going to have to take more steps after this. And I, for one, would very much support that effort of a new community engagement director.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions. Right now, we have a lot of services offered in a couple of particular neighborhoods, one near St. Rose and then across under the 101 to Wilson Street. And I have a sense of people sort of using that area as day area, restroom area, sleeping area, because that's where services are. So there's meals there, your services are there. If people are, so this is a two-part question. Do you believe this will have a direct impact on the pressure that's going on in those areas? Is the first part. And the second part is, how will people be getting transportation if they're in remote county campgrounds and yet their meals and your services are downtown?
I do believe that it will have an impact because this is what's unique about this model is it's linking people straight from the street into housing. And whereas right now we don't necessarily have all of the infrastructure, this adds to the infrastructure to be able to do that. So rather than, and what is even additional is this temporary placement. So while we had to wait before with host, we had to wait until we found a place and then we could put the individual in there. This allows us to provide them that temporary placement right then and there, get them into somewhere that is not downtown or not within that little area you mentioned immediately, and while we're working with them on housing. Additionally, part of the host scope of work is to provide transportation. So we have actually a vehicle that's been donated to us that we use to help transport individuals to different locations, including housing.
So you think that if a person has a camping space at a KOA, they won't be coming in to eat at Redwood or eat at a Mission area?
Our goal would be to provide them what they need to be sustainable in that campground at that moment. We would be the linkage to services. So we would be going to them, linking them to the services until we can get them into the proper long-term intervention.
Okay. And the second question I have is, I think we received a document from Santa Rosa Together with some suggestions about community outreach. And I don't know if you've reviewed that or have plans in terms of community outreach along those lines.
Well, absolutely, we'd be conferring with all those groups. We've received the letter, and if we're given the direction that this is the way the council would like us to proceed, we'll start moving in that direction.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the vice mayor that this is a community-wide conversation. This needs all the elements of our community we can't solve it alone, and we need the fullest range of partners we can find. So thank you for bringing this to us.
Okay, Council, I do have a number of cards this afternoon. Mr. Schwedhelm?
I was asked a question by Mr. Schwedhelm earlier. There was about $3.4 million that was not expensed after we did the allocations in March. So this would be $500,000 of that 3.4.
My question is process. Were we going to hear from other service providers before we hear more? We kind of started down that track with Catholic Charities, but I wasn't sure if there was more that wanted to share information.
Yeah, anyone else? In fact, I'm not sure exactly who would be the spokesperson for the various providers of care this afternoon. So are there any other individuals who would like to come to address the council before I move to public comment?
I will say that I have SAY and Buckaloo here, who are also part of the host project. So Erica with SAY is here, and I believe Kat. Oh, there she is.
Kat's here.
They're both here as well because we're all one team.
So, Ms. Combs?
I see Georgia from the Homeless Task Force. I just want to make sure if she needs to comment, she can.
Sure. Excellent. So unless there were cards that were filled out and you'd like to speak at that point, any other healthcare or any other care providers like to come down and address the recommendations coming from staff this afternoon? Thank you. And just identify yourself if you could.
So they can hear me? Okay.
There you go.
Hi. I'm Erica Chloe. I am the supervisor for family service coordination at Buckaloo Programs, which actually is 2 contracts. So one is with the homeless outreach service team, so we do the behavioral health piece, and the other is with behavioral health. It came out of Mental Health Services Act funding. So we helped 1,100 families last year navigate our system of care and get access to care and figure out where the roadblocks were and where things actually flowed well. So as far as the host project, when I first found out about it, I jumped for joy because I love multidisciplinary teams, and I feel like this is a really great start to a solution because it brings many partners together. So in the MHSA funding that we've had, I've worked really closely with like the mobile support team as well as the community intervention program, which goes out and does outreach and does prevention. So host is really, I see that as really similar, but it obviously has the focus as being on homeless individuals. And I feel like with that particular area, it's really important that we have multidisciplinary teams because we need, as you guys are calling for, all of the various players in the room so that we can actually come up with solutions that really work and address all of the various issues that would result in someone being homeless. So for example, you often will have some, there's often many different reasons: trauma, addiction, behavioral health issues, socioeconomic, I could go on. But when you have those multidisciplinary teams, you actually get to bring all the players together, and you get what I call is sort of a system that flows people directly into a way where they actually can move into recovery. And I definitely am a strong believer that people have it in them to recover and live and work and be in our communities. Buckaloo has a long history of actually having that belief system, and that's one of the reasons that I am very proud to work at Buckaloo Programs. But I think that that's about what I have to say. If you guys have questions directly for me, we have a great partnership and working relationship. Sonoma County Behavioral Health has been completely on board with the host project. Our team can do screenings to help people access behavioral health services quicker because they're meeting us in the field and we're meeting them out in the community. So thank you. That's it.
Questions, council? Thank you. There may be questions later.
Okay, I'll stay right
Hi, I'm Kat. I get to work at Social Advocates for Youth. Thanks again for discussing this and having us here. One thing I want to say about the host program is that it's a true collaboration. One of the things that SAY appreciates about it is that every partner brings what they do best to the collaboration. And it's a tricky thing having nonprofits collaborate because we know that there's overlap, right? One nonprofit may serve the same population as another. But what I like about HOST is it says, do what you do best for the people that you're going to find when you're out there. And that's what we've seen work really well in bringing these three groups together along with the police department. I wanted to echo Jenny Lynn's comment and some of your questions about site-based versus having folks be mobile. Our homeless folks, our homeless kids that we work with at SAY are very mobile. It's a way to stay safe on the streets. And in a way, we kind of don't mind that because we know that within 48 hours of being on the streets, our young people are approached by sexual predators. And so if folks can be out there going to where they are, that's definitely one of the best ways we can serve them and let them know that they're going to be okay. And having enough people to do that so there can be a presence, like Jenny Lynn mentioned, is really important. And the other thing is that presence isn't just important for the people we're serving, because this issue, serving our homeless, is actually serving our whole community. It's serving the business community downtown, it's serving our students, it's serving our landlords, it's serving everybody. And so them seeing HOST out and about and other nonprofits doing this work is really valuable. The other thing I wanted to say is this is one of several best practices that we can steal from other communities. And I want to encourage our movement forward to include looking at those things because we can probably even do some of those things better, dare I say. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to our youth in relation to this or other things.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. We expect it to be done better here.
Deal.
Since you brought it up. Mr. Mayor, I see county community development staff is in the audience, and I wonder if they'd like to comment on how or if this effort meshes with what's going on at the county level.
Thank you.
We
Sure.
may want to ask a couple questions of, don't go far, Kat.
Yeah, don't go for dead. Stick around. We might be jumping around a little bit.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Kane, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma County Community Development Commission. We are the entity that has Catholic Charities and their partners under contract right now. And I spoke to you briefly about this at your last session. We do have the funding for this contract going through the end of October. We have submitted in our budget request for fiscal year 15-16 sufficient funds to pay for another 8 months of the host project. We're trying to get it on a fiscal year basis, essentially. It's not a signal of falling back on commitment, but just trying to get it in sync. So we fully do hope that our board will approve that in their budget hearings, which begin next week. And we would welcome the opportunity to have a collaborative project with the city. As I mentioned last time, we do have some pressure to move out into other areas of the county. Part of our contract with Catholic Charities is funded by the county water agency because of the impact on the waterways. And so we are responsible to go out to where the water agency sees the needs also. We certainly envision staying in the city area, whether it's the unincorporated or the incorporated boundaries, you know, with all of our different pockets here. But being able to partner with also some city resources, I think will enable the project to be the most effective. We need to have Catholic Charities partnered with law enforcement in whatever jurisdiction they're in. That model with that partnership with the Santa Rosa Police Department is already in place and fabulous. We're working on building that with the Sonoma County Sheriff and then with what other jurisdictions we go to. So I think that should your council see fit to approve funding for this contract and our board see fit to do that, it could be very effective leveraging of funds. One thing I also want to mention, because it comes up over and over again, is where will the people go? We all know we have a dearth of affordable housing in the county and all of the cities. So I briefly touched on this at your last meeting, but what we're working on now at the direction of our Board of Supervisors is a review of how could we possibly create enough housing units in the county, throughout the county and its jurisdictions, specifically to house homeless people. And these aren't always your typical housing units. We're certainly not talking about single-family houses, always a full apartment. There's a lot of talk now about tiny houses and containers and just a wide range of housing options specifically for homeless people. So what we're doing now is a review of the feasibility of those types of options. We are really coming up with a document that more is a set of strategies and possible options, but they will take some very serious consideration and decision-making on the part of funders, decision-makers with control of finances. It's expensive, and it will also take collaboration with all of the cities. So we hope to be to our Board of Supervisors by the end of July with this initial, I think we're calling it a toolbox now. What are some of the tools we can use? And from there, we're hoping to reach out to the cities and to work all together. That's the key piece of all of this. And I think that through starting the conversation about getting out of our typical affordable housing box, we're looking at something different. We need to educate everybody and work together on that. So I don't know if that answered your specific question, but I think especially with the city of Santa Rosa, our largest city in the county, working as partners is key. We need to loop in all of the other cities as well. Even just your city council and our board can't do it alone.
Thank you, and thanks for being here today, Ms. King.
So, did you have a question for, so before I move to Kat, Ms. Carlstrom, did you have a?
Thank you,
Trying to
Mr.
keep
Mayor.
people from moving
For
around
Ms.
too much.
Kane, to your last point that the county and the city can't do it alone, I don't imagine the city can do it alone either. So what happens if we approve the funding tonight and your board does not?
I can never get in front of my board. I would be
Well,
surprised.
remember, we would have to come back with a contract, and so by that time, we'll have sorted through, the county will have sorted through their budget cycle, and so we'll have a better picture at that particular time. So this is just approval of a direction, and we would have to come back for a contract for service.
And our budget hearings start on Monday, and they should be wrapped up before the end of next week.
Ours are next week as well. So I guess we will find out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Oh, sure, just wait down.
One more question regarding, you'd mentioned that some of the funding for this current host comes from the water agency. So could you tell me what is the funding mechanism for this current host? Because I doubt that the water agency is funding all of it. And then what is the proposal that'll be going next week for the funding of future hosts?
The host pilot project we're in now is, roughly speaking, a $990,000 project. A lot of that is in kind. $111,000 is cash from the water agency. $285,000 is cash from the county general fund. I'm going to forget the exact numbers of the other ones. We've got about $160,000 from the Community Development Commission for the coordinated intake piece of it. We have some other funds for homeless management information system, which is key for data. The Human Services Department has a full-time eligibility worker as an in-kind match to be ready to process economic assistance as soon as people come in the door, and we have health services. So all of that in-kind staffing will remain in place. All of the CDC's funding, general fund money will remain in place. The water agency cash won't be re-upped, but we're compensating by increasing the general fund component. And again, it's only for 8 months, but it's through the fiscal year, so we should be seamless through June 30th.
Ms. Combs, did you have a question for Ms. Kane? Okay, Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you. If you could just follow up on the water agency not re-upping, since I would think the homeless encampments are still in the creeks.
You know,
No, no, that's fine. And the Board of Soups is also the Board of Directors of the Water Agency. I find that a little bit inconsistent. And I guess I don't want you to knock your superiors, but...
No, well, the water agency the water agency is a separate independent entity of the county, as is the Community Development Commission. So I don't have any control over their budget, and I don't make budget requests for it. It was not a conscious request and decision for them not to re-up. We actually did not get into that conversation. I made a request through the county administrator's office for general fund money to cover it. I just didn't make the request to the water agency.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
So I'm trying to recall the previous sessions. If the county water agency is providing funding, does the city water agency have a similar mechanism for providing funding for beyond cleaning up the creek in terms of keeping waste out of it?
We're currently looking at that. I believe that we'd be able to get some money on education, and that would be the primary resource, and it would probably fall into the engagement component, but we are actively looking at what the contribution from our water utility could be to the program.
Thank you.
Mr. Wysocki.
I would like to ask the city manager, when you do that, could you also make the request from the water agency? I'm sure they have education funds as well.
I will investigate what that process would look like.
Thank you.
And yet, before we go back to Kat, any other questions, council, for Ms. Kane? Okay, thank you very much. Kat, I think Mr. Schwedhelm and I think Ms. Combs has a question as well.
Yep.
Still pending.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Kat, for the presentation. So I understand SAY is part of the host team, and I also understand SAY has some street outreach efforts. Are those two separate budgets in the SAY budget, or where do they overlap?
They are providing the same service. So SAY manages a street outreach team that goes out 4 days a week to various parts of the county, including downtown Santa Rosa. You can see us by the fish 1 day a week. We also go out to Guerneville, down to Petaluma, and then other various places, especially if there's a surge in need. It's limited, and part of that is leveraged with the host program. And so the host is in addition to that.
So if it were council's a key priority, especially with the data that you just shared, that within 48 hours they were approached, that we wanted to target separate just for that population, that would you recommend we do that separately in addition to including what we're funding for host? In other words, not take from host to give to that, but additional funding, find additional funding for just that specific street outreach.
There's an absolute need for it. Okay. We're currently not able to reach the youth that need our services right now.
Thank you.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
You mentioned that there were some best practices, and I wondered if we have seen a presentation on what the best practices are and how that looks. Have we had that conversation about what the best practices are that you've referenced? I don't recall.
Some of them are up there for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that we're going to start doing some of these and do them better than anyone else. Thank you. Could we also get the information on what the best practices are that we're seeing in cutting edge in other communities now, so that we can sort of look at what we're doing in a bigger picture?
Well, I can answer part of that if that's okay.
Now or later.
So, Social Advocates for Youth now this year will be our second year attending the National Conference on Ending Homelessness. Yeah. And we came back with a lot of great stuff last year that's directly impacted not only our work, but our partners' work in the community, and we've implemented that with Host. But I'd be happy to share some of those things. Notably, Houston announced they're the second city in the nation to end veteran homelessness. So I just wonder what Santa Rosa can be the first or maybe even third at doing.
Mr. Wysocki.
So I hear I hear the goal and not the method to get from here to the goal. So I guess when I'm looking for best practices, I'm looking for some kind of information about how we could get from here to there.
There's white papers, and I can give them to the appropriate people.
If you could share with us, I'd appreciate that. Yeah. You know, I'm really interested in making sure veterans' housing vouchers are useful. And I think there's other steps that we could be taking too. I have a couple of questions for Jenny Lynn, but if someone has a question
For Kat?
I do. Thank you for being here, Kat, and for the work your agency does. It's that statistics of 48 hours after youth are on the street, they get approached. That's a disturbing one indeed. I imagine they have trust and say to tell you that, or how do we translate, what practices can we get to get them to have trust in law enforcement so they can contact them?
This is a big part of why HOST is important, because we're working alongside the police department. I think what you're often dealing with homeless youth, and often homeless adults too, is that from their perspective, every adult has let them down. And so they're hesitant to trust us. And so that first reach to them and that first contact is a really valuable one to set the tone. And so if we're able to reach them sooner on the street and connect with them instead of them connecting to someone else, that's a huge help. And working alongside with the police department, we do that at SAY generally, and then with HOST we go out hand in hand.
So you're just saying it's inherent in the program. If we reach out, that's better than waiting for them to come to us in terms of getting them to trust.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, any other questions for Kat before we move back to Jenny Lynn? Thanks, Kat.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ms. Holmes? Ms. Combs?
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming back. I'm hearing that we have a pilot project and that it involves sites throughout the county. And I'm aware that that might mean that we don't have legal sites in the city or safe sites for sleeping in the city. What would it take to include as a pilot one existing encampment where would you provide the similar services like supervision, the stay out of jail voucher, and those services that you discussed?
Yeah. Okay.
Anybody can answer.
So we definitely could look into that and bring that back if that's what the council wants to recommend. I don't know, currently we have our safe parking model, which I'm not sure if you're aware of, but that's a really strong model in providing oversight and, people sleeping safely in their cars, and that could be one we could look at. The one thing is that with that comes, needing to add porta potties and things like that, and every dollar we take from the, the $415,000 for the porta potty is the one less dollar we can use for housing or the camp vouchers, and the camp inherently has the bathroom and the facilities in there. So that's kind of why we recommended, something that's already built and ready to go that we could work with the participants on to ensure they have the dignity of those services as well.
It would seem to me that there's a direct connection between porta potties and sanitation of our water supply.
I don't understand the question.
So I have some concerns that the water supply, that we need to provide porta potties to keep the water supply safe and clean, and that rather than taking resources from the 415 we're talking about, that it should be possible to find additional resources for porta potties if the council should so direct.
Again, if the council directs, we will explore that option.
Okay. And do you need additional resources for storage, or is there storage in this ask?
There is not storage in this ask. There's actually storage in the existing county pilot project contract, and we are currently hopefully partnering with Homeless Action to work on providing that storage. It is already a budget line item in our existing host contract that we could leverage. There's a lot of leveraging going on with this contract.
Leveraging is always good.
Yes.
Well, with the exception of housing markets. Storage is going to be covered even though it isn't included in this 415.
Remember, this is an enhancement program, so there's also baseline service. What we heard clearly last time was a concern that this would be an enhancement program, that it would not be a supplanting program.
Yes.
And so we're working to enhance the existing service level.
Okay. And I'd like to take you back to one of the points you made, which was that you have money to put people in apartments if the apartments fell within the price range. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so we have, we're really excited, again, back to the leveraging, there's been some really exciting movement forward. Several contracts we've been awarded, both from the federal and the state, to provide rapid rehousing as well as permanent supportive housing. And so what we're doing is when we're out with host is first we're assessing for health and safety. Second, we're doing the VI SPDAT, which is an evidence-based tool.
VI
SPDAT, Tom knows what it is.
It's okay.
And it really, what it does is it's a best practice,
Right.
evidence-based, and it helps us screen people into the right housing intervention so that we're getting them quickly housed. The rapid rehousing, we have some additional leveraging for, as well as permanent supportive housing, which is for the more vulnerable population, which is ongoing support. We currently have these contracts. We can pay for fair market rent within the community as long as we have landlords willing to partner with us. And I think the biggest myth to break down is that landlords don't need to give us a deal. We can pay the fair market rent and also provide, you know, the oversight and the case management and supportive services that is absolutely vital to the success of these participants retaining their housing.
What's fair market rent right now?
Oh, I thought you might ask that.
I'm sorry.
I'll find out and let you know. It's just, I think they just changed it or just about to change it, I think Friday maybe. So I will find out.
So our
and let you know.
median's like 1,200.
Yeah.
Is it below that?
It's probably right in there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thanks. Ms. Holmes, does the safe parking program still exist? And if so, where is it?
The safe parking program does exist. We actually don't disclose the locations because we want to keep it anonymous so that people aren't just dropping into the communities that they're in. We try to limit it. The one that is public is the Board of Supervisors right in front of their chambers actually has several safe parking spots, and it's all managed. We have staff on these sites, and we are overseeing to make sure that everything's okay at those different sites. It's another part of the model of dispersing the services rather than having them all in one area. It's not only good for the participants, but it's also great for the community.
So there's a component of that moves around, basically?
The safe parking? Yeah, so we have mobile staff that are going to these sites and overseeing them throughout the night.
And are those operating at capacity, or is there room for people to avail themselves of
We're at capacity plus a waiting list. So as we get more sites throughout the community, we can add more spots and put more people in them. And it takes people off the residential streets where they're parking, and it puts them in locations that are okay to be in with oversight. We bring them food, we provide case management, we do benefits enrollment. So we're really providing, it's similar to host in that we're really bringing the services to them rather than them having to come to the facilities.
So part of also what we're going to be engaged in and over this summer preparing for the cold weather months again is to bring forward a streamlined permitting process to address this, and then working in coordination to maybe provide access and provide the sites that have sprung up organically around the community and coordinate some of these efforts as well. So we're going to be working, as we presented last time, we're going to be working on a streamlined permitting process that the ecumenical community has expressed to us would be a desire of theirs. And then in addition, we can help coordinate this effort working with the host program around potentially additional sites and availability.
Okay. What is the capacity of the safe parking program now, numerically?
Currently, or what's the max we could do?
What's the max you can do currently?
Currently, we have 76 spots.
76 spots,
Yes.
and those are all taken?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Combs?
Just following up there, in the budget we're looking at, how many more spots would be possible if you had volunteer spots? Because you have resources that are limited also within the expansion budget. For safe
For
parking.
safe parking. I haven't quite put the thought into what's the max spots we could do. I definitely think we could go to probably 150 without any further analysis.
Pretty close to doubling.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question.
Okay.
That's okay, though it's not a question for Jenny Lynn, so.
Okay, and then I'm going to move to public comment.
Okay. Are any of the steps that we've been talking about today targeting prevention of homelessness?
I think what we're doing is talking about reacting to it. The previous study session, we reviewed the contracts you currently support on the prevention side.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council. So I have quite a number of cards this afternoon, and so each speaker will have 2 minutes. If someone comes down and mentions something that you agree with, you can come down and say, you can just say that. We will encourage brevity where that is possible. We have probably about an hour of public comment, and then we need to have the conversation with the council as well for its final recommendations to staff. So I will, if you could, I will call the first person, and then the second person, and if you can come down, or you could also speak at one of the 2 podiums at the top of the stairs, and if you could kind of prepare the next speaker after I mention your name, and I apologize if I do not pronounce your name accurately. I will do the best that I can. Our first speaker is Keith Becker. This is not about the urgency ordinance. This is about the homeless programs for enhancements for our homeless situation. Thank you. Marta Coney, followed by June. It would just go, yeah, that'll work. Thanks, Marta.
What do I have to do? Push something, or will it start for me?
You're
Okay.
good.
Hi, everybody. I made my speech for 3 minutes. I'm sorry. I'll do the best I can,
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Marta Kerna, and I own a small retail business in Railroad Square, and I'm the secretary of the Historic Railroad Square Association. And my home is off of Wright Road, which is near the Samuel Jones shelter. In both of these neighborhoods, there are homeless services, but the differences between them are pretty stark. Railroad Square is home to, as you know, many services, and SMART has recently conducted a sweep of its nearby property to remove homeless encampments for the safety of the people who've been living there. This has pushed a large number of people onto the streets around Railroad Square because of the day services that are provided there. All of the services there are strained to their limits, and while they're all doing admirably well in serving our homeless population, none of them have the ability to serve this huge number that's been uprooted from where they've been on the SMART property. The result of that is the overflow of homeless persons congregating in Depot Park, a lot of it, since we're talking about parks today. By contrast, Samuel Jones Hall is a facility which is open 24 hours a day. They have beds, meals, a place to leave your belongings, and counseling to help people identify a path back to self-reliance. The people they can serve is limited, but if we can imagine several of those kinds of services scattered throughout Santa Rosa, it seems to me like a very good model for a way to take care of some of our problems here. After beginning as a daytime-only facility, Samuel Jones became a 24-hour facility, and the effects on the neighborhood where I live have been dramatically lessened by the fact of being a 24-hour facility. I'm going to run out of time now, but since you have the power to make decisions, I implore you to make the hard decision and spend the money, and let's all work together to make this a better place to be, okay?
Thanks, Marta.
Thank you for listening,
Thank you.
yes.
And I'm sorry for surprising you with the time. June?
Hi, it's been a while since I've been here, and I have to tell you, of all the meetings I've ever gone to, The last session you had and this one is the most cohesive city council I've ever witnessed. So thank you. No, it's true. You're doing an amazing job together in there. Regarding the homeless, I know I really applaud you for looking at the housing as a possibility and all the services that were proposed. It's much less than having the police, the water department, park and rec, sheriffs handle complaints, cleanups, moves, which really doesn't do anything. It's like the rug. You're putting dirt on the rug. It's not doing anything. So thank you for looking at that. I know San Francisco took a city bus and transformed it into multiple showers as a transitional piece to the housing that we're working on. We might consider something much less than their $75,000 bus, is getting small used RVs. They have bathrooms, they have showers, and going around to different areas and letting people have a shower, go to the bathroom inside. Something that we take for granted would be great for transitional. And they could use the fire hydrant water. They could would deal with the porta potty for cleaning up the toilets. So that would be a transitional thing that could help people. And I loved hearing Jenny Lynn saying there's vans that can take people back and forth. Samuel Jones, have we looked at it expanding, having some educational services? The homeless don't have any place to go once they leave the shelters. They're kicked out. So having expanding services there, educational trainings, as well, they have food there over at Samuel Jones. It's a bigger area to build on what's already existing. And like no one as a child said, I want to grow up and I'm going to be homeless. So thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian Vankovecki, and Sebastian is followed by Erica, looks like Clone?
It's Chloe, but I'll...
Is it Chloe? Oh, sorry. That's how I didn't recognize the last name.
No, that's okay. My writing's atrocious.
No, it's...
Hello, Council.
Hello,
Nice
Sebastian.
meeting you all, members of Chamber and everyone else. Thank you for this time. My name is Sebastian. I've worked with the homeless for a couple years now. I work for Habitat for Humanity. I've noticed the growing issue that is homelessness is not just a city issue or a county issue. It's a state and national issue. Thus, we can look at other states and other cities and counties, how they have dealt with homelessness. I would like to bring to the attention of this council the city of Detroit and how they have managed waste in their city. They have a chronic issue of people leaving trash and garbage on the sidewalk. Some of these have become so high they are waste level. Now, the city has issue having volunteers cleaning this up, transporting it. This takes time, money, effort. There's a pilot program in Detroit that the city uses dumpsters placed near these locations and within weeks have been cleaned by the community themselves without any effort towards the city. So these areas have been cleaned, moved, and maybe the city of Santa Rosa can, apply this to local areas like our waterways where we see a lot of trash. Allowing something to be put and transported away will probably mitigate the problem, but won't solve the problem. That's one thing. Another issue I'd like to bring to attention of the council is the state of Utah. Now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the great state of Utah has fewer than 300 homeless people. They expect to eliminate chronic homelessness by the end of 2015 this year. Their Housing First program is a program where they give homeless housing first without strings attached so that they may better themselves. If I may quote Nan Ronan, the president and CEO of the National Alliance for Homelessness, if you move people into permanent supportive housing first and then give them help, it seems to help better. It's intuitive in a way people do better when they have stability. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sebastian. Eileen Bill. Eileen is followed by Sarah Pedri.
Is there a way, oh, it's on, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, and I appreciate especially Ms. Combs' comments about the porta potties. I do want to emphasize 4 issues: the bathrooms, the storage lockers, trash containers, and safe encampments. I think every public park, every public space should have a public bathroom. And this helps not only the homeless or the community residents, but also tourists and housed residents. Storage lockers, I think the facilities at Morgan Street sound great, but I don't see how that's going to satisfy the needs of 3,000 to 4,000 people. And you know how hard it is to stand in line for a bathroom for 5 to 10 people. Can you imagine 3,000 people? But, and trash containers, more trash containers can be around. His idea of the dumpsters sounds really good. And also for instead of having people have to carry their life's possessions with them all the time, if they had a safe storage place, they could feel safe, and I think the general public would appreciate that as well. And safe encampments, I think, sure, ideally you have people in houses, but until the housing is there, I think you need to focus on those things, and I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Sarah Pedri. Sarah is followed by Hank Topper.
Hello. Hi. I fully understand and support the need and desire to want to solve our homeless problem. However, this cannot be a one-sided solution that helps the homeless but harms nearby tax-paying homeowners. I've heard a lot of exciting opportunities, the word exciting, 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 best practices that aren't being delineated. I've heard that homeless not only suffer from socioeconomic, but also trauma, drug addiction, et cetera. I'm a resident that was a block away from the murder that occurred at 2839 Redtail Street. That was a neighborhood full of children. To wake up on Monday, May 11th, and discover that there had been a murder was horrendous. Discovered it had occurred at a halfway transitional house, of which our neighborhood was not notified or advised, was even worse. And to see that Catholic Charities spun it in the Press-Democrat, stating that they were temporarily relocating the residents to allow the neighborhood to heal, was appalling. We don't need to heal, we want answers. We want to know about this neighborhood group and how they are being notified. Even recently, we haven't been contacted, and we are a neighborhood group with a Neighborhood Watch program. Catholic Charities came into our neighborhood, that transitional house was there, no one was notified that it was operating, and when we all filed our complaint forms with the code enforcement officer, he came in 2 weeks after the crime, the house was cleared out, there was only one bed in there. They reportedly said that they had 5 residents in the home. We know from the Press-Democrat that the person that came that night had brought a companion. That would make it a 10-resident home. There are very few regulations, cities, county, and state, that control any house under 6 people. And I hope that the city of Santa Rosa or the county of Sonoma recognizes this fact. You can't just move these people in and have no oversight and follow up. Nobody was in that house monitoring them that night. There was no control of those people in and out, and there was no supervisor on hand. Maybe part of the budget for this project should be for having someone on site 24 hours in these homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hank Topper, and Hank is followed by Mike Montague.
I'm here on behalf of Santa Rosa Together, and I came today to encourage you to lead a citywide conversation to get more people engaged, and we are really encouraged that a lot of that conversation has already happened. Thanks for the comments from the councilman and from the city manager. So we want to reiterate and encourage you to follow through on this, and to take the lead on organizing a citywide conversation to get more people engaged in this conversation. We believe that we will only find the resources and the ideas that we need to truly address this if we engage more people, and we get people to have the information that they need to make an informed decision. So we also believe that creating a process that engages more citizens will really strengthen our city and our ability to address other difficult issues in the future. Engaging a large number of people in a conversation like this will take a significant amount of resources, but it will also give us a chance to show what our community can do, show the potential of our community if we give them a chance to work together. To give you an idea of how we might engage our community to address this issue, we sent you a draft outline for a process for organizing a broad citywide effort. This outline is based on our popular DINE model that we've already used in the city, and on the work in other cities that have used this method to engage their citizens to address difficult issues. The process is designed to truly inform community members, give them a chance to share ideas and find common ground. If you decide to lead this kind of an effort to engage our city to address this issue, there are many resources available that could support your efforts. And of course, Santa Rosa Together stands ready to help. We also think that this would be a great opportunity for the new community engagement director to lead. So we just would, in conclusion, just encourage you to consider and follow through on this, on the idea of really engaging the community to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Montague, and Mike is followed by John Ray.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
You have one very important person here that will help you, guide you through implementing a lot of things. His name is David Quine. I have a little group of us that congregate, and he hasn't paid me a dime for saying this, but we have a little group that meet in the West End and Railroad Square, and we meet every other week. We've been doing it for a couple of years now. And he came and spoke to us, and he gets it. He really gets it. So I really hope you'll let him guide you to some really good solutions. My business at 422 Wilson Street is located directly across the street from the rescue mission. The rescue mission, I feel, can be a huge part in the solution of this problem. Of what I know, their hands are somewhat tied of receiving some of the funding. I believe the paperwork to get the funding is a lot. They have a lot of practices already in place today. I feel very safe being across the street from them. We get no vandalism in the back of our warehouse where we park our trucks loaded at night. Never. They have a program of men, and I hope all of you have visited and gone and toured that. I assume you have. They have a great program. I can't say that enough. The men that come out of that program are ready to get back into the mainstream. They're to help to find solutions, not put a Band-Aid on it, not push them away. And I really hope they'll be part of the solution. What are the benefits of this host program? What are the benefits of the property owner to rent out their location to this program? Are there any tax benefits? Are there any something to motivate me as a property owner to rent my house out? My one last statement is housing in Lake County is cheap. I don't know if part of this funds can be placing some of the people in the housing out of this county or not, but thank you.
Thanks, Mike. John Ray. John is followed by Teresa Chavez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Chamber members. I'm John Ray. I'm the director of the Homeless Breakfast program that we have at the Unitarian Universalist Church here on Mendocino between 7th and 10th on the west side of the street. Since we purchased that United Artists Theater, this is our 10th year in operation, and we serve on average 180 guests every Saturday morning. We feel this serves a particular need since there are resources available during the week but not during the weekend. So we partner with our Episcopalian neighbors across the street to provide services Saturday and Sunday. The funding for this program is primarily through the congregation, through fundraisers and offertories, but in the past we have received grant money from Sonoma County Task Force for the Homeless and from the Emergency Food Shelter Program, which is FEMA. In the last 2 years we have received $0, okay, from these entities. Also, in the past we have had congregational donors who had matching funds from their employer that they were able to contribute up to $8,000 annually, and through death and retirement, those funds are no longer available. This program costs approximately $25,000 a year to maintain. We're providing just over 9,000 meals a year. That's approximately $2.75 per meal. We're asking for the city of Santa Rosa to contribute just under $1 per meal. We're asking for $9,000. We will continue to apply for grant money, We will continue to collaborate with our neighbor across the street to see if we can do some bulk buying of food, and we will continue to work with the task force for the homeless to see if we can't get more food donations. So we're going to do what we can to raise our funds and lower our cost. Again, we're asking you for less than $1 per meal. That's $9,000 to allow this program to be at its current level. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your work that you do. Teresa Chavez. Teresa's followed by Reverend Chris Bell.
Hello, everyone. My name is Teresa Chavez, mother of 2 children and wife to my husband, Antonio Lopez. I am here to testify that I have been one of the families affected by rent increases in Santa Rosa. We were living in a 2-bedroom apartment at Hoyen Avenue that cost $1,000 a month. But at the beginning of October 2014, we received the letter from the new owners that the rent will be increased to $1,450, not including utilities. The rent increased 50% more. This letter was frightful shock. My family and my friend's family had to move from this place. Some of them found a new place to live with a high cost of rent. Another was homeless, the same as my family. My family and I, we were homeless for 10 days until we found a new home. It was painful to hear our children crying and saying, "We are homeless. We do not have a home to play and eat in." This was a horrible experience. We must have rent control in Santa Rosa. This is how we prevent homelessness. The question is, how are we going to make this a better place for families to live? I am representing the working class family. We are here working, learning, and striving to make it better a place to live. If Santa Rosa puts no rent control in apartments and houses for families that help run the city, what will be the future of Santa Rosa? Without a strong workforce, how will the city continue to operate, raise money for the taxes, and have families who will send their children to public school? We must have rent control in Santa Rosa now. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Chris, just hold your hands up, folks, otherwise I can't hear my next name. Reverend Chris Bell, and followed by Reverend Lindsay Kern, or Ken. Kern?
Kerr.
Kerr.
May I also speak at the later meeting if it's topically different? I want to make sure of that.
It would have to be on the urgency.
Yes.
I bet.
So I won't address that topic now, thus I can speak then too.
And you'll need to submit another card for that second piece.
I'm happy to fill out a card.
I appreciate that.
Thanks. Truly appreciations for all the hard work and the ideas and all this community presence around this issue. I'm the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation. You just heard about our breakfast program there. I just want to bring attention back to that first slide and the word local match resources around the whole issue of affordable housing. Increasingly, it's clear to me that merely providing services for folk who have fallen into homelessness is not the solution to the problem, but that keeping people in their homes and homes that they can afford is something that needs to be a top priority. So I would urge the council, when looking at the budget, to consider any windfall money that might come over the course of the year. Should any illegal proceedings happen to bring redevelopment funds back to the city, that might be another source for addressing affordable housing issues, as well as making sure that people's vouchers are accepted, particularly veterans. And I would urge looking into making sure that people can't be evicted from their homes unfairly. We have served folks who've been living on the streets for a long time there at the breakfast, but increasingly I'm hearing stories from my own congregants of people forced to move because of they're no longer able to afford their home, and or having to stay in a place that is really not satisfactory because they're afraid of what they might have to pay if they moved someplace else. So let's please keep affordable housing at the top of the priority list. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Kerr, and Reverend Kerr is followed by Deborah Andrian. Yes, Andrian. All right. Deborah. Thank you.
I don't know if any of you received my letter. I sent it to all of you. And Caroline, she's the only one who responded, so I guess you didn't get it. I represent 35 business owners downtown Santa Rosa who couldn't be here because they're all working. But I purposely went out in the last month and asked them all, what is your experience with the homeless people? How do you as a business person deal with it? What do you want the city council to do? And they were shocked that you were having these meetings and nobody knew about it. None of us were notified. I was only told through the grapevine, and so here I am. Maybe a thorn, I don't know. But what we would like is for you to also find a solution, if you're finding solutions, for the people who are left when you create all these services. Because the people who are drug addicted and have violent animals and want to hang out on the streets of Santa Rosa all night and party, those are the ones we get to deal with. We've had them break into our building twice, threaten us physically, use our bathrooms on a daily basis, trash them. I clean them every day. So there are services not being addressed to those kinds of people. I don't know if it's a police issue or if it's an aspect of this new host program, but you can't just leave all those folks for us to deal with because we're not capable. And we almost had our building burned down, and that's the Mailer building right in the middle of downtown. And if it had, people lit it on fire, and if it had burned like Frizella Enos burned, it would have burned most of one side of Horse Street. So it's specific and it's necessary. And if you have a list, put me on the list to help because I want to do something.
Thank you. Nancy Pullen? To the urgency issue? Jones? No Imogene? Oh, there she is. Okay, thank you. Followed by Adrian Lobby.
I always have my stuff. Thank you. I'm always worried about my things. They're necessary, but it's really hard to keep track of my things on the street. We all have things that are important, though. I have my cell phone, my birth certificate, some other documents, a medicine, a blanket. It's a lot to keep track of on the street, and my arms hurt from carrying things. I suffer glares from people every day. Even being in this chamber, I had a problem keeping it out of the way of people. So think if you're on a vacation, what do you take? Now you get to check in and they say there's no baggage check-in, and you have to carry this stuff with you all day, every day. And you have to lug it up and down stairs, and you have to jump on buses with it, maybe. Can you pop into a bathroom? Can you leave it for a minute while you grab a bite to eat? Carrying your possessions becomes like an albatross, mentally and physically. The logistics of it and the anxiety for its safety just wears you down. Your back hurts, you can't sleep very well because you're worried you'll be robbed for the third time. Everybody I know has been robbed, or if you find a safe place, you think it's a safe place, the police find it and seize it. My name is Imogene Jones, and this is the story of many of my friends. I am a member of Homeless Action, and I have worked for quite a few years in the homeless community, had a lot of conversation and listened a lot. And the question I ask is, what would make a huge difference to you? And the answers that repeatedly come up are bathrooms and a place to store their stuff. Probably storage is more important because, you know, you can sneak around and use the bathroom. Oh my God, I thought I had this way down. Well,
2 minutes goes fast.
Huh?
goes fast.
Yeah.
So if you could just kind of sum up.
There's many successful programs. I found about 8 that we don't have to reinvent. We can model after, use what they've used, tweak it to. I think that by giving people this opportunity, it will free up people. It will let them use bathrooms. It will lead to better hygiene, less public waste. And this last thought, one storage facility estimated they were storing 30,000 pounds of belongings. So if they weren't storing them, where would they have been?
Thanks, Imogen. Adrian Labbe. Adrian's followed by John Lowry.
So my name is Adrian Labbe. I'm with Homeless Action. And we sent you a letter and given you copies of it. There are some in the chamber up on the table for people who want to see, with a list of the things that we would like to be doing, and we've talked to most of you about these things. I want to just talk a teeny bit about neighbors, because sometimes in the advocacy community where we're trying so hard to fight the stereotypes of homeless people, we can get an attitude towards people who complain about homeless people. We might think they're greedy or selfish or punitive, and sometimes they are, but a lot of times they have a part of the problem. They see a problem, and they are looking for solutions just like we are. And I really encourage the gentleman who said, let's all come together and talk. We really need to find solutions that work for everyone. What we're seeing here with the host project, I think, is some trade-off between hotel vouchers, motel vouchers, and services. So I'm not sure what my personal opinion is on this. Giving someone a motel voucher for a couple weeks to get off the street, to have all those things you have in a motel, that can change your life. It's huge, but it's very, very expensive. So we can only do that for so many people for so long. As opposed to maybe taking a massive number of people and giving them things like bathrooms and dumpsters and things that will help them have more dignity. And we'll, as one of our members said, let's try to lift up from the bottom, give people more opportunities for self-respect. And in that clue, I think encampments are critical. The $1 million matching fund for affordable housing, and allowing at least one pilot campground where people can see that homeless people are resilient, smart, and able to take care of themselves. And we are willing to put that together within a couple weeks and take responsibility for it.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it. John Lowry. And John is followed by Pascal Sisich.
Good afternoon. You know, the most effective thing to do about homelessness would be to create more housing. And you might have expected I would say something like that. But in my talking with other people, I hear that over and over again, that we really need the housing. It's very difficult for us to make the services work, to make any of this work, unless people can be housed. Of course, as you know, that does take money. I noticed you've got some information up there on the bills that are proposed in the state. It looks like they're going to be successful, certainly at least the tax credit expansion, about $1 billion statewide. And the permanent source, which I didn't give much chance to at one point, but looks like that may be around $2 billion, and that could be up to $500 million. So those are important resources to look forward to. Although, as you know, in order to access those resources, we need local sources, local funding going into these. And certainly the city of Santa Rosa has done that and been active in that realm in the past. A few thoughts going forward. We talked a lot about redevelopment. You know, a lot of that money, or some of that money at least, a lot of it, some portion of it does come back to the city. There had been proposals that at least the 20% that had been used for redevelopment for housing would be available. I urge the city of Santa Rosa to dedicate at least that much of those returned redevelopment funds to housing. And then I think we need to be looking at some concessions going forward. And these are big things. There's going to be a lot of conversation about them, but we should get going on talking about them. One would be the way our fee structure. We're going to need a lot of small units because most of the homeless people are single adults. We need to look at fees based on floor area rather than per unit. And similarly with our land use policies, to be able to build a larger number of smaller units, same building size, but with more units to serve our homeless population. Anyway, that was a few fast ones. Thank you very much for your interest and concern in this area.
Thanks, John. Pascal.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer and council members. I'd like to echo everything John Lowry just said and add just one other thing. You know, we think of housing, affordable housing, as a continuum. We need all the levels. Homelessness is certainly the one that right now is a priority, and I really appreciate you picking it up and renewing the effort. But in regards to other levels of affordable housing, which then create more beds in shelters and help prevent people from going on the street, we do a lot of extremely low housing units, which are considered 30% of AMI and lower. And what that causes, it's great for the community, it's great for helping to prevent people from losing their home, but it essentially is so little cash flow that we can support very little debt, which basically ends up meaning we have a bigger gap, and we come to the Housing Authority and we ask for more money. So tying back to local match, anything you can do to get more funds into the Housing Authority in order to support more lower income and extremely low income units, I hope you can do that, and I support you very much in that effort.
Great, thank you. Dave Ransom. Dave is followed by Jackie Britton. Or Brittain.
Dave Ransom, 905 Silva. That's fairly close to Franklin Park. A lot of my neighbors are homeless. I want to congratulate the council for making this a priority, taking this whole thing seriously. It seems to me that you've come to the conclusion that this is a problem that isn't going to go away and that it's something that we have to deal with as a community. I hear a lot of they discussion here. This is not a we-they problem anymore. It's a we problem. While I live in Santa Rosa, I go to church in Sonoma on the east side in an almost wholly Anglo Methodist church, which has been solidly middle class until we started realizing that a good number of people are broke. You can't be broke in middle class. And then we realized that a number of people had lost their housing to foreclosure. And a woman stood up and said, "Thank the Lord that my son, who's been out of work for 2 years, has got a job, but he's still living in his car." And then we discovered there were a couple people in the congregation who were homeless. And then we discovered there were even more who were on the edge of homelessness. I have a neighbor across the street who was except for the kindness of his landlord, homeless. I have another neighbor on a corner who, except for the fact that she is aged, would be homeless. So it's not we, they, it's us. In our men's group, which includes a couple of developers and a member of the Planning Commission of the city of Sonoma, we debated this last Friday. It is a question which comes up woof like that if you put it out. And there was a lot of backing and forthing about where to get money and the zoning problems and so on and so forth. Finally, we realized that the question was, how are we going to house our people? How are we going to house our youth and our aged and all the others who need housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie? Jackie's followed by Charlene Love.
Thank you. I'm part of Homeless Action. I just want to thank all of you for what you're doing today. I'm sorry. I'm part of Homeless Action, and I'm thanking you for what you're doing today. And I just have two things I want to address, and I think I misunderstood what David Goyman said. that he was not recommending that you consider bathrooms throughout the city, but I think that is probably one of the most needed things that we need, along with dumpsters and hand cleaning stations for homeless people. And this is a request from most of the homeless people that we spoke to as one of their #1 needs. And I think providing a bathroom does not say it's okay to be homeless. I think we're just trying, or would like to preserve the dignity of the people that need to use these facilities. And the other thing is, one of the things that our group is going to look at is the criminalization of the homeless through ordinances and things. And so I just typed up a quick request to ask for your help in getting the district attorney and the city attorney to provide us with a list of all ordinances and regulations that affect the homeless people.
Thanks, Jackie. Charlene Love, there she is. Charlene's followed by Georgia Berland.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you for addressing the issue of homelessness. There was just one issue that we have not discussed, and that is the issue of a homeless court. As many in law enforcement know, that many times when a homeless person or anyone is cited for any type of grievance, basically it's not going to get paid. And it's a waste of resources on the department, and it's just a waste. So we are advocating for a homeless court so those individuals that are cited can have those issues removed from their record via doing work in the community. And that could be cleaning up porta potties and that sort of thing. So please consider that. And also, just as a personal note, I do have storage. And storage is a big issue for those who are homeless and who are couch surfing. And I helped a young lady come down this afternoon. She had 2 travel bags, a regular bag from Safeway, and a backpack. And I have to say, my back hurts in just helping her get to the transit mall. So having storage is also crucial. And unfortunately, the individual who was here discussing about what happened recently with a gentleman that was murdered, that she is a taxpayer. Many of the homeless, many of those who are couch surfing are also taxpayers. But what is most important is that we are all citizens of the United States of America, and we should not be discussing homelessness and porta potties. But I know no one in here, that's not anyone's fault, but just to say that you are a taxpayer doesn't mean a damn thing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Charlene. Georgia Berland. Georgia is followed by Karen Martin.
Thank you. I'm Georgia Berland, Executive Officer for the Sonoma County Task Force for the Homeless. I'd like to say in response to Charlene that the task force is working with the Superior Courts on the development of a homeless court, so we are moving in that direction, working with the DA and the public defender as well on this issue. So hopefully we should have something to offer fairly soon, we hope. We're also working with the agencies on their role in a homeless court, because they would have to do the referral and follow up on that. We appreciate everything that's been suggested today, and thank you for your efforts in this direction. We particularly think that the temporary placement in outdoor encampments is a really good idea, because there is nowhere indoors to put people, and folks need the services, and they need a place to not be criminalized when they have to live outside. I'm hoping that what you can establish is going to be adequate for the numbers that would like to live in those kinds of spaces. I'm thinking perhaps if we are able to establish more safe parking, that encampments could be attached to that and would be an easy place for oversight and service delivery to folks that have to live outside, whether they have a car or don't have a car. Also, many people, while they'd be happy to have homes and would definitely accept an apartment or a home, they are not comfortable around large groups numbers of people, especially in the tightly packed shelters and an encampment, which one would assume would have a lot of people in a small space. And I'm concerned that we need to stay vigilant to be able to provide services to people who may not be comfortable in those living situations, who are looking for long-term housing, and who would be very interested in services, but just can't accept that kind of tightly packed living situation. Many of those folks are ill and disabled, and they do need our attention. 2/3 of our homeless have serious medical conditions, as you well know. And of course, the long-term answer is housing that's affordable to our residents, having a range of housing that's affordable to all of us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Karen Martin. And Karen is followed by Rob and Stephanie.
Hello, I'm Karen Martin with Homeless Action, lifelong Santa Rosa resident. I am very supportive of all the long-term efforts that are being put forth right now, but the truth is we need action right now. Our residents, our neighbors are using our creeks and our streets as bathrooms. I think it is a very quick fix and less expensive than a lot of other things we're looking at to provide public restrooms throughout our city. And I am asking you to support that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin? Is Robin Stefani or Stephanie? She left? Okay, thank you. Kelly Seibel? Kelly Bass Seibel, followed by Linda Picton.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Bass Seibel with the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce. And I just want to thank the council for I recognize the seriousness of this issue, and you've been addressing a wide array of issues throughout your work plan for the 2015-2017. And I know that it's hard to balance all of those priorities and figuring out is one more important than the other? And I don't think any of them do rise as being more important than the next. The Chamber is very supportive of the recommendations to expand existing efforts to address the homeless situation. And we know that there's no easy one-size-fits-all silver bullet, because if there was, it already would be in use and homelessness would have been ended. We do support a rational and measured response that serves as a trial to see what approaches work and what approaches don't. Really appreciating the fact that evidence-based methods are being used. So we support the work that staff has put into this and are supportive of moving forward with those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Picton? Linda is followed by John Jaffrey.
Thank you. My name is Linda Picton, Aunt Buddy, and I really appreciate this opportunity, and I agree this has been a really tight presentation, and I'm glad that there were representatives also from the county here, which makes it kind of difficult for me to speak from my perspective, because I'm usually pretty pissed off. But I want to appreciate Dave Ransom's comments and Charlene's and Jackie's. And when I first got invited to join the Elder Advocates for Community Health, it was to address the fact that lack of bathrooms was really, and a place to sleep, was really a human rights issue and a public health issue. And here we are, maybe three years later, and it's still really a glaring problem. It's a crisis out there, and people have talked about the bathroom issue, which is, to me, really critical. I also have gone to the Chamber of Commerce to address this issue, that I have friends who have physical conditions that require that a bathroom be available when you need it. You can't just be wandering around the streets looking for it. And so I wanted to just also mention that I attended this conference on April 10th at the Vineyard Creek, which was really a wonderful presentation. But what occurred to me was, and it was about transformation and realignment and reentry of people who have some of the people that we're talking about. And I wish I had been a little more careful about how many times I used the bathroom. But I know that it was at least 5 times that I was in and out of the bathroom. And we had ice water on the tables, and juice and coffee, and at the end of the day we had wine, all kinds of stuff, really nice treatment for the people who came for this conference. And then I started thinking about the people outside that that they have to go to places where the bathrooms are locked or have to schedule a time to go to the bathroom. That just doesn't make any sense. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Linda. John Jeffrey?
Yeah, I'm a member of the Unitarian Universalist congregation, and I want to echo what others have said about the need for storage and public bathrooms open at night when people need them, and the fact that I think we're all very concerned about people who are just lying on the sidewalk, sleeping all night because there's no place else to go. And I feel that we shouldn't say, well, yes, they shouldn't be sleeping on the sidewalk, so let's provide other services. Well, that's fine if we have a place for them to live. But if we don't have a place for them to live, then we need to provide services. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheridan Behrens? Sheridan here?
John, I think that's you. Oh, yes, thank you.
I just received this note from Sheridan Behrens, who isn't able to be here because he's disabled, so I'll read what he had to say directly in his words. He says, "Hi, I'm Sheridan, unable to attend the June 9th hearing due to my chronic fatigue disability. I've been on a voucher since 1999. My resume as tenant and rent seeker would be considered strong by many. Sound finances and references, no debts or bankruptcies, no smoking, drinking, drugs, pets, or prescriptions. I've had few prospects looking for suitable housing for 3 years, but 2015 has been worse. After a 9-year duplex tenancy with proper notice, was displaced by my owner in April for renovations of building and grounds. Lost half my belongings and now am in a temporary room I must vacate by June 30th with my Section 8 subsidy scheduled to end entirely a week or so later. At age 65, with a special diet, I don't figure to last long on the street. Yet there's no shortage of supply of sad stories. For practical purposes, I realize that I am no one in particular, just a grain of sand on the affordable housing beach. Instead of gripes, I offer these concrete proposals based on experience. In view of the frenzied housing market, modify or eliminate current time restrictions on Section 8 rental searches. 2, encourage a stance taken by an enlightened apartment complex owner I had in Larkfield. He voluntarily set aside a fixed percentage of units, I think 10%, for subsidies. 3, take advantage of a recent HUD rule change to allow subsidized rooms in shared housing as opposed to separate units only. To counteract Section 8 blanket discrimination as well, provide both management and renters an alternative to Craigslist, work toward establishing some sort of presumably online registry where Section 8 tenants with good records can be browsed by potential owners or management."
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ellen Zabrowski. Ellen is followed by Mark Krug.
I didn't prepare remarks. I just have a couple things to say. One is I think that I want to caution the council and staff with regard to the homeless count. At the last session, several homeless community members spoke to you. None of them had been counted. I spoke individually to several others who attended, and they all reported having not been counted as well. So I really want to endorse the comments of people before me who say that things like encampments, restrooms, other facilities that may make some of you a little squeamish are absolutely necessary. The second thing I wanted to say is that we've been speaking about the continuum of housing, and I'm going to have other remarks about this later. But the continuum of housing is paralleled by a continuum of community. And I continue to be offended when people who are homeless are referred to as those people, those folks, as though they occupied some separate category, not contiguous with the rest of us. And it upsets me when I hear that the vendors who have establishments in different parts of the city where the homeless tend to find services, I feel I'm included when they speak disparagingly of those people, because those are just other residents who I think are not unlike myself. And I think we all have to be viewed in a similar spectrum and not try to think of there being separate categories that we regard at some distance.
Thank you. Mark Krug. Mark is followed by Brad Calkins.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer, member of the council. My name is Mark Krug. I've worked on homelessness and affordable housing issues for 25 years now, initially in the nonprofit sector, later on your staff, and then my last stint was with the County Community Development Commission for 10 years until I retired 3 months ago. Before doing so, I had the honor of serving as the original chair of the Continuum of Care Board and did so until my retirement. I want to make 4 very fast points. 1, thank you so much for taking this on. I've worked on this a long time, as I said. It can be very overwhelming. I just appreciate you not dodging it and taking on the subject matter. Second, I want to just share an anecdote with you that probably no one in this room knows, which is the shape of the host program, which you've talked about in this chamber quite a bit the last few months, was very much influenced by your own NRP program. And I say that with certainty because a year and a half ago, roughly, I was meeting with my boss at the time, Kathleen Kane, about what can we do for a new homeless initiative to deal with the encampments, the growing encampments on the creek. And I told the story, because I was in your staff at the time, about the formation of the NRP team as a multidisciplinary team and how effective it was in the Apple Valley, Papago neighborhood early on. And that sort of resonated as something we could steal out of your playbook for the host program. So I just wanted to share that story with you, that very much shaped that program. Second point, I want to dissuade you from the urge to create new committees or commissions or task groups. And I say that because obviously planning groups can develop some sort of cynicism in the population, but more importantly, the Continuum of Care is an organizing body that's been in this county for 15 years, has been growing and becoming more effective each and every year, and I would really implore you to tap into that planning and coordination body and support that through your liaison, Nancy Gornowitz, on your staff, as opposed to a new planning process which could create more meetings, more confusion, more challenges with communication. That said, there's one exception, possibly, and sort of thinking about John Lowry's comments. To build our way out of this problem, the city may want to consider some sort of homeless housing plan, and that would be more of an inside committee look than a Continuum of Care look, to look at your fee structure, your land use policies, money, and so forth. So that might be an exception, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brad Calkins. Brad's followed by Andre Lance-Dunes.
First of all, I want to thank our community partners and service providers here, Catholic Charities, SAY, and the Mission. Because if we didn't have their help, we would actually be in a lot different situation than we are today. I'd also like to thank all of you for taking this on and having this discussion. And I really do want to mention, being in Railroad Square and the Welcome Center, how important the Mission is, specifically Chris, Brian, and Ryan, and how much they really helped out. But I want to speak about directing the intervention efforts of the small percent, the usuals, the Mission, and Catholic Charities can't help, the ones the police know by names. For the month of April and May, we've had 13 different days with urine puddles on our walls, on our side, outside. We've had a fire by the tracks. We've had 2 cases of people refusing to leave where the police had to be called, one including at the front door where our staff couldn't even get in to welcome visitors. We've had 2 incidents of feces, and one time our management was out of town, and so we had to leave it up to a volunteer who was there on their own, volunteering their time to welcome visitors to clean it up. we've actually had a case of a visitor turn around and walk away, and that's sort of disturbing. So what I'm asking City Council is to direct staff to review these issues in city support and how the city can get involved with those issues. And I think that would really help out our staff, our volunteers, and our visitors to Railroad Square. Thank you.
Thank you. Andre, followed by Lori Zito.
Hello all. It's good to see you all here and bless you all. The issues that you're hearing today aren't just something in the air. They're really happening, and they've happened to me. I was homeless 13 and a half years ago. I went through the men's group on Morgan Street. I got clean. I've been working. I've been to school. I got my associate's degree. I'm working on my transfer for a bachelor's degree now. I work for the San Francisco Giants. That's why a lot of times I haven't been able to get here to talk to the meeting, the commission, or even be able to be with the rest of the groups. But as of January the 1st, I'm homeless again. And the same things happened as it did last time. The owner didn't want to accept the housing certificate anymore, raised the rents up, and just told you to get out. There's no cutoff or anything, and I'm in jeopardy of losing my housing voucher too. I'm still disabled. I work at the Santa Rosa Junior College also. All my taxes go into this county, into this city. Where did I have to go to? I had to go to Mary Isaacs this time. I've been on the list for shelters since February the 25th, and I finally got into a shelter, thank God, on the 4th of June. They're needed. I had to leave the shelter today on my way to file the paperwork and stuff for the eviction and so forth against this landlord that's evicting me for no reason at all. Then they want to put things up on the door and say that you didn't pay rent. I've paid my rent diligently for the last 13 and a half years, never missed a beat. And it's just been harassment ever since the papers were filed. But the thing about the bathrooms, it really made me funny. Aaron's probably gone right now to go to the restroom, but I left from Petaluma this morning to go to file these papers, and I had to try to find a place to use the restroom. The only place I could stop off and use the restroom was 600 Morgan Street, where they had a whole line of people waiting to use the restrooms, but there was a porta potty in the back this time that wasn't there last 13 and a half years ago when I was a resident there, and that's where I used the restroom before I went to the courts. Thank you all. God bless you, and there's some serious issues. Go Giants.
Thanks, Andre. Good luck. Lori Zito. Lori's followed by Jeff Gilman.
Everyone's a lot taller.
You're fine. There you go.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Zito. I'm with Urban Housing Communities, and I wanted to tell you that we recognize the urgency for homelessness housing and services, and I want to emphasize that as Council considers funds for affordable housing, that that housing creates new units that address long-term housing, and two, affordable housing programs will lock in rent for the units. I want to mention that in terms of an example of how this works and how it helps homelessness, when UHC opened crossings on Jennings, there was a homeless man with an 8-year-old daughter. We were able to bring him in, hire him to provide maintenance services, and he and his daughter were no longer living in their car. A second woman was underqualified to find a job. We put her through an accounting program. By the time we opened, she had a position which we helped her find, and she moved in. One project that's in the pipeline now has 27 affordable housing units, and they have, that includes 24 3-bedrooms and 4 1-bedrooms. The complex must apply in July for funding from the city in order to meet other deadlines, other financing programs to achieve 100% financing. It's entitled, it's ready to commence construction in December, but only if it is funded in July. It utilizes the 4% tax credit and will not compete with others for tax credits, so therefore it is ready to move forward. As the other affordable housing developers have expressed, Creating new housing now is one important solution for long-term housing, safe housing for individuals and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. Jeff Gilman, and Jeff is followed by Peter Chernoff.
Hi, I'm Jeff Gilman. I'm the Executive Director of Redwood Gospel Mission. I really respect you for this hard work that you have to do to address this issue for our community. We at the Redwood Gospel Mission understand you have a lot of constraints because we believe that, we believe that a lot of the agendas that drive the continuum of care are what HUD is doing, and you have to do what they say to do, and what they say to do suddenly becomes best practices. We believe that Housing First and rapid rehousing are viable, in some cases, the best solution for certain segments of the homeless population. But we also believe that there has to be a comprehensive and innovative approach to addressing homelessness, because homelessness is not a monolith. Homelessness is not that homeless person there. Homelessness is complicated and needs a complex response to it. Some of the things that we have attempted to do are provide relational solutions to homelessness, including connecting people with churches. One of the innovative approaches we had was our nomadic shelter program, and we were just informed recently that the city wants to roll back things and create use permits for every church that has been involved in that program, which we think is, a little onerous. Additionally, we're involved in trying to purchase some land, and for 2 years we've been in escrow because we're stuck in the conditional use permit process. We're trying to buy an abandoned concrete batch plant next to a junkyard, surrounded by a railroad track and a freeway, and we were told we need to do an environmental impact report for the impact that we would have on the environment. Some of those onerous things could be solved by the city's more generous approach to helping the homeless. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Peter Chernoff. Peter's followed by Daniel Sanchez.
Well, good afternoon. On the issue of homelessness, I'm reminded of Aaron Brockovich. Our movie's been on several times, and about how all the people were trying to solve the problem of all their families' illnesses, all these varied illnesses, and they had no clue that it was the water. And that's what I see here. King saw the promised land. We mention it once a year, and that's pretty much it. We forget about it. And since we're not in the homeless land, we're all homeless. Some of us have buildings that we refuse to share with others. Churches, look in the phone book. If the churches would each just absorb 10 people, problem be solved, but they can't do that because they're not spiritually sound. They're challenged between what they wish to have, which is spiritual authority, but they submit to bar association laws. We seek to oblige a system that's designed to destroy itself in favor of bankers and their lawyerly minions. And yet for every one of them, there's 50,000 of us. We seek to oblige certain persons around us while disregarding the murderous plight of both American factory farm sentients by the millions on a daily basis, and so too our veterans and children, both here and abroad. The general strike, in accordance to prophecy, will be fulfilling our true destiny. I am that I am as I am here, having again speaking truth to power, free of all fear. The 40-day shutdown of the system makes us an almighty piston, and this is where, for once, you utilize some faith, all your strength and all your love, and we will be backed up from beyond and above. This is the power, this is the time to cease all this earthly corruption and crime. Look around you. Is there a more powerful set of people in the country? The power is here in California. I say it, you hear it, so be it. Shut it down and open the doors.
Mr. Sanchez.
Hi, I'm Daniel Sanchez, North Bay Association of Realtors. I wanted to express support for taking a proactive approach to reach out to the homeless. And also make comment that some of the pieces of legislation that were mentioned, state legislation that were mentioned up on the board before, say that finally state help should be on the way in the next few years, in particular AB 1335, which should have a very good chance of passing, would provide a good amount of funding for local jurisdictions, but that's not going to come for another few years, assuming it passed. But for the city to be eligible for a lot of state and federal grants, matching funds by the city are also important to have. That allows the city to be able to leverage those funds, and which brings me to the next point of making sure that a lot of general fund, or as much as possible, City of Santa Rosa general fund goes to homeless services, and affordable housing is very, very important. The issue of homelessness, the issue of affordable housing is fundamentally about making sure that we have enough supply of housing to meet the enormous demand that we have, and to do that we need new housing. And so similar as John Lowry mentioned just a bit ago about lowering certain development fees to make it easier to build housing, to make the financial incentive a little bit better. Similarly, improving the community development department's functions. I know that the city council is already working on that, hired a consultant to improve how the community development department operates. And making zoning appropriate. In the next few years, hopefully there will be enough state funding available, or maybe not enough, but there will be more state funding available for affordable housing, and so we need to make sure that the zoning is appropriate to make ready for those sites. And to Vice Mayor Corsi's point about better outreach, we absolutely hope to be part of the process and stand ready to outreach with the real estate community, the apartment owners, business owners, the Chamber of Commerce. Please use us as a resource to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Those are all the cards I have. I'm going to bring the discussion back to the council. I did hear one question from Mike Montague, and this is probably to Dave Gwind. Are you aware of any tax credits for individuals that are offering their homes to those in need? Any kind of programs involved?
We are not aware of any, but we can certainly look deeper, and so we'll report back.
Okay, that'd be fine. Thank you. Well, Council, unless there were some real pressing questions, Mr. Schwedhelm.
Just one brief question on the community engagement support, $50,000. Would that be a contract with someone to do some of that outreach, or would that be staff? Where would those funds go, and what would be the results we'd see?
I mean, again, we haven't hired the Director of Community Engagement, but this would be giving them a resource pool to hold meetings, produce educational material. You know, there's an array of ways that we can apply that. That was not seen as a consultancy package. It was seen as support funding for an engagement process around this particular issue.
Yes, Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did we receive any comments in writing from Mr. Lowry, who spoke earlier today? He has such an extensive background in affordable housing. Have we?
From John Lowry?
Yes.
I am not aware of any, but I haven't looked at my email since noon. So
I didn't see any either, but he rattled off a bunch of specifics that I was not quick enough to catch.
Yeah, I was tracking the state programs here. We list the 2 assembly bills as a resource for the production of affordable housing and the need for local match, and then also a review of any policies, fee structures, others that might be a barrier for the production of affordable units.
And you know, one of the things that would be helpful is if council would give us some direction on those bills, because we obviously could still get into conversation with our lobbying team in Sacramento and make sure that they're working directly to guarantee funding opportunities. That's part of the reason they're here, and we're looking for some direction on that front. If we suspect that you're going to want to line up with the funding sources, but right now we don't have a direction from the council on that front.
Would that be part of the list of things that we might be asking for this afternoon?
It could, yes,
add it to our legislative?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, Council, I think we're ready to move to a conversation about our list, those enhancements. and then when we're finished with that list, I'll have Mr. McGlynn respond to it. What's going to happen once we see how long the list is they will come back to us, and there will be a discussion about the workload necessary to either investigate the possibilities, the feasibilities of some of the recommendations that you may make this afternoon. In addition to the recommendations from staff, you may feel that the recommendations from staff are perfectly adequate. They are in some ways in general, but they're meant to be that way. This is an evolution and a bit of an experiment, as has been mentioned in the past. So if you don't mind, maybe we could just, well, unless there's someone who would like to go first. Mr. Oliveros, let's go over here.
Sure, I'll go ahead and start. I don't know where to start. We've been all over the place here. But I want to appreciate those of you who came out and spoke, because we are talking about a true community issue, and we didn't have community come out and talk about this. This is good. I appreciate your comments, sir, I forget your name, from the Franklin Park neighborhood, referring to your homeless neighbors as human beings. And Charlene, I appreciate your passion, and I've met with you before as well, and you always have that passion. I appreciate that. And I hate to say that this is a good place to start, because we've been at this place to start before. So I will say that this is probably a good place to regroup as we move forward. I do like where we're heading with the 3 primary options. I think it's the other options that are questionable as far as where we go. But I see a willingness from a broad base of our community to start tackling some of these other options. I see the downtown here, the chambers here, the Railroad Square folks are here, providers are here, our faith-based groups are here. People are here willing to do something. I heard you say that you're willing to work together, so we need to do that. There are so many other ideas that were presented today that need to be evaluated. Where do they fit in? And true, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I know Kat's been out stealing already around the nation, and we need to continue to do that. I know that the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness also has a database, and they classify theirs as evidence-based practices. They have promising practices. They have model programs, emerging approaches. Someday some of our ideas may be there too, but we need to work towards that. So I think we need to really focus on, I think, something manageable here with the 3 primary options that we can probably hopefully very easily identify some direction with some of the state policy issues, the expansion of the host program and how we do that. But then what next? I think as a community, as a city, we've been very good at responding and putting Band-Aids on things. I mean, I've been here for 36 years, and this is not a new issue. I've been dealing with this for 36 years, and we will continue to deal with it until we really start looking at some long-term solutions. But it doesn't mean we don't start doing what we can now. So I think we need to start identifying some key pieces of these 3 primary options. I think they're doable if we have the will to do it, and I think that we can. We're talking about people, and I was thinking as people were talking about the response that we've had from our community in other very important things, and I think we've done a very good job. For example, our environment, and we came together as a community and tackled some of these things, and we've started seeing some movement in that. We've done it with other issues too. And I think that this is just as important, and I think that we can start moving the needle on getting people into homes. We talked about awareness. I think awareness is very important, because I do believe that our community does not fully understand the magnitude or the issues related to homelessness. We see what we see out there when we're shopping or going to a restaurant, but it's more than that. And I think I think we need to have some effort to educate our community about what we're dealing with. I think we do need to focus on some very important prevention and intervention measures, and some of those are happening, but we need to expand that. And then we also have to look at how do we have sustained housing for people. It doesn't end once we get them in. It's at what point is it their home, and this is home now, and it's my home forever if I want it to be. So it's going to be hard work, but we have to be willing to tackle it. So I'm ready to discuss some of the details of the 3 primary options, and then at some point we need to talk about how we start dealing with the long-term, what I would consider a long-term comprehensive strategic plan to get that done. That has some very strong wording in there related to responsibilities and who's doing what and who's being accountable for doing what, because we need to share that as we move forward.
Great, thank you. Mr. Westall, do you want to go next, or if you're ready, or unless you have a list. Julie has a list, so we'll go ahead, Gary, and then we'll jump to Ms. Combs.
I'm happy to go next.
Thank
I want to thank staff, particularly Dave, for all the work that they've put in on this, and to the mayor to helping agendize this, because if people want to recall the extent of the problem, just go back to Occupy Santa Rosa. I remember the one question that I asked, are these people known to our law enforcement people? And they knew just about everyone. There was nobody from out of the area. And the toilets were overflowing in a day to 2 days. And I thought that was very educational, at least for me then. And I hope the rest of the community saw that as well. So this is not a new issue. I'm sad to hear that it's increasing from some of our service providers. Certainly I've seen the tip of the iceberg as I'm about town. I'm sure our other providers have seen a lot more. I do support this pilot program, the homeless outreach. It really seems to make a lot of sense. When we contact them, you build that trust. That resonated with me. It makes sense. So I would enthusiastically support that. I'd like to bring the county along with us to the dance if they aren't already there, because they are the primary governmental agency that's tasked with this. I don't mind partnering with them, but I'm very disappointed the water agency has decided not to fund this year when those folks haven't gone away in the creek. And they're still there at various creeks. So I would like to at least make that question. I've already expressed that. The one thing, and I'm not going to go further into specifics because it's a learning process for me, just like it is for most of us. We don't know the extent of it. We're still grappling with it. I hear loud and clear, though, from our business community and from our neighborhood representatives, you can't just throw money at it and walk away. The program's got to be monitored. We have to have people on the ground, and that's what I'm putting my faith in the host program to do. As for temporary placement, I don't want to, while yes, they do need to be spread among our county, among our city, I'm a little bit leery of certain spots like Spring Lake Campground, which is one that I mentioned. I think just as a personal preference, you have abandoned buildings in the county on Sinead. It's a much better spot. I want to be careful about, certain spots. I don't want to micromanage it either, because I think other campgrounds might be okay, but I do think we can't have encampments everywhere. They have to be in good locations, and I will defer to your judgment on that. But something just tells me Spring Lake's not a good fit. I look forward to my other colleagues' comments, and this is not going to be a one day, one hearing solves the problem. I think we should all be aware of that we're going to have to keep adjusting this program as it comes back to us, and hopefully our community and the rest of our nation will be just a little more humane, and we'll grow from it.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
So I also have a process question, because I think staff sort of needs some nods from us as we go along. And I think if we all list everything that isn't helping sort of move the nodding along. So I'm thinking, I have a list. Can we nod and then make our sort of comments later?
Well, I think the way we're going to have to do this, because it's right, so far with the prior two council members I believe, Mr. Wysocki, you're looking at the recommendations pretty much from staff and the three main pieces.
I was, but I certainly didn't mean to imply that that's the whole extent of it, because...
Okay. So what I'd like to do is, once we have a list, once we see the list,
okay,
then we may or may not need to kind of basically get a straw vote from the council as to what they are willing to move forward with and what they are not interested in moving forward with, so that we can pare it down so that it's a manageable list for our staff.
Okay, so I support lobbying for AB 35 and AB 1335, and whatever actions we need to take as a council or I need to take as an individual to do that. I support the expanding of the existing Host Catholic Charities program. And then things get into the list. I support matching dollars being made available and that we talk about whether that needs to be annual. And for me, $1 million, $500,000 in the ballpark, I think, of the kinds of matching dollars we've done in the past. Is that what you're talking about?
And just for a reminder, in the budget process right now, what we've recommended is that you look, that this actually was a priority area, that we are recommending, that we're forecasting around at least $1 million in turn-back money from the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
And that we'd be coming back to you in early fall and bringing that probably in the September, October timeframe, and saying, here's a potential match to go through the process that you went through last year. And that would be our recommendation at that point.
Okay.
So that is been discussed in the budget process to date, to continue that resource to stimulate affordable housing starts.
Okay. So what you just said, I support the study of making it easier to permit staying in a car to church. I support looking at ways that we can improve our fee structures and permitting for housing construction, especially, or in my own point of view, the extremely low, very low affordable units. I support the suggestion that we look at land use and zoning regulations for more smaller units so that we could have increased density. I think there's a bill that was passed 2 years ago called Senate Bill 751, I may have the number wrong, that allowed that if the city had done CEQA on a site as part of zoning in the general plan, that the builder then didn't have to repeat doing the CEQA if they were in alignment with the zoning and general plan work we did. I think that we could be using that provision to improve the ability of people to build on sites by making sure we've done the background so that this, and then also letting people know about that provision so that once it's done, they don't have to keep repeating doing it. I support adding some services, if not this year in the pilot, soon, including asking Catholic Charities to assist us in supervising the opening of park bathrooms. That my understanding was that it may be possible for a driver to check bathrooms through the night. That I would support adding that so that we could have our park bathrooms be open as long as there's a supervision component. I understand they wouldn't be cleaning them, but they could notify us if there's a problem with them. I support having porta potties, again, supervised in a similar way as the unlocked bathroom program at 1 or 2 existing encampment sites, provided those encampment sites are not located near a creek or a dangerous place like the railroad tracks. So that would allow at least us to experiment with the Homeless Hill site being supported in a way that makes it sanitary and safe. And the maybe Franklin site. I mean, people who know sites should come back with that. I support that we construct that we fund additional storage. And I think that we haven't heard the end of day programs, and we need to really have some place for people to be during the day. I think our libraries are serving some of that purpose now. And additional day programs. Again, I understand that might not be this year, but I think it should be part of what comes back to us as we expand the pilot program. I also have some concerns about prevention of homelessness, and we did hear of 9 families that had some problems, including one family that was made homeless by their rent increases. So I am looking to renters protections, including rent stabilization and just cause eviction. Voucher protection has already been mentioned. And in the future, at some point, we need to talk about what's going on with prevention in terms of mental health, drug, and alcohol services. But I think that was out of our scope today. I would like there to be a do not clear direction to an existing settlement, provided that there are not behavior or health issues, so that we don't keep sweeping, just moving people along until we have, particularly if those people can take part in the don't go to jail card or voucher program. So that's my list, and I look forward to hearing what floats and what doesn't.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carlson, you want to go next?
Sure, happily.
Thanks.
I will, I'll move quickly, but there was one speaker to whom I wanted to offer my kudos, and it was the gentleman who referred to his congregation as Holy Anglo. And you sparked something in my brain. My congregation is remarkably similar, and I have a member of my church who prayed every week for her job to find her son to find a job, and we are still praying for that. So thank you for reminding us that you can't be broke in middle class. I love that. Quickly, absolutely lobby for and support AB 35 and 1335. I continue to support revisiting our real property transfer tax and dedicating a greater percentage of that fund to construction of affordable housing units. And I believe we heard support from the realtors in that. I'm getting a thumbs up. Excellent. Absolutely, the money to host, the host program, and the additional $50,000 for engagement. I'm reluctant, though, to lump that simply under the community engagement director position, only because that person already has an Herculean task ahead of them, and I would like to see homeless responsiveness and action have its own heading. I don't know if that's a new position, a new person, but I wanted to just put that note out there. I love the voucher and the temporary housing idea. Absolutely support placement of portalettes, porta potties throughout the community. I hear Councilmember Combs' concerns about placing them near waterways because I can see where that would tend to encourage continuing permanent status there. But I'll leave that to your expertise. But I do think that there are, with respect to the porta potties, wash stations, shower stations, sanitation stations, there are great many opportunities to engage with our community groups. I'm just going to shorthand them as our NGOs that want to step forward and basically, sponsor this, particular area. I met with Homeless Action folks and Adrienne and her group, and they were like, hey, let us have this temporary encampment. We'll take responsibility for it and work directly with the community. And I think that that's a really easy, low-hanging fruit opportunity for the city to sort of bless something and hand it over and maintain responsibility with a third party that we then can go in as a city afterwards and say, hey, listen, you didn't live up to these and these specifications, or sanitation or safety hasn't been met, so we have to shut it down. I think it'll create buy-in if we can work collaboratively with those partners. The construction of storage opportunities. I brought this up before. I heard by happenstance about the bike storage lockers at the parking garage adjacent to the theater, that our city staff are running into some problems, that those had been being used as storage for homeless folks, and that they were considering simply removing the bike storage. So I wanted to just throw it out there that I'd like to see us find a more creative solution to that, because we're looking for more storage, not less. And I understand that that's an area that's impacting staff that haven't necessarily been trained to deal with that. So Charlene, was it Chrysalis the program? Yes, so there's a program called Chrysalis down in Los Angeles. They have a really unique storage, sort of like check-in, check-out opportunity. So that may just be something for staff to look into, because it's privately funded, again. And last thing was with respect to, again, what we're calling sweeps, there was the idea that those could be made a bit more productive, I suppose, by engaging in ID checks. That would be a way to kind of work collaboratively with populations. Let them know, of course, in advance that a cleanup or clean out is coming through, and then engage with our public safety departments to look for folks that maybe aren't identified or have, you know, outstanding warrants, but with respect to other people, get them into services. There was a request, we had a request from the Unitarian Universalist Church for funding of their breakfast program, and I don't know, you know, let's look into it. It seems like a really valuable service that they're providing. And I definitely want to see us embarking on the safe parking and the pilot campground as part of this, or the temporary encampments and camping sites during this pilot. And once again, just a request that the accountability metrics include cost per person housed, as opposed to just cost per person served. Want to make sure we're getting them into housing at the end of all of this. That's it.
Ms. Karlstrom, you mentioned that there was a legal piece. Were you talking about a homeless court, or what was the? I missed that piece.
No, are you talking about the ID checks?
Yes. Okay.
Adrian, maybe you were part of that conversation, and I don't see the woman who brought it up to me. Maybe, do you mind? She could probably explain it better than I.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because while we develop this list, we
Yes.
need to be really clear.
Well, we can't control the homeless courts.
Right.
That's not in our jurisdiction. But maybe, Adrian, could you just, in like 15 seconds?
The idea was that rather than coming to an encampment and sweeping everybody aside, that if necessary, there would be checks for warrants and that sort of thing, but people would not be swept out just because they're there.
Good. Okay. Great. Thank you. Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate staff's suggestions here. This is, as I'm learning more and more about this issue, I also very much appreciate the conversation that occurred today, because I really believe it's a shared responsibility. And I know when we've had previous discussions, there's a lot of finger pointing and anger that why isn't this a priority? And for me, the more I've learned about it, the more it's a shared responsibility. What can we do? So with this, I also, the education part about it, I think it's very important. Myself, when I participated in the homeless count, I know we heard one of the speakers earlier talk about a lot of homeless people weren't counted. And again, part of my education, going through the training with Catholic Charities, we're given direction. You don't wake someone to count them. You would do it from a distance. So if someone were asleep, they would never know that we counted them. And I share that because although last time we had this discussion, the homeless count apparently has come up or has come out, although not officially, and the numbers are down. I just am very hesitant for people to read too much into that, what the numbers mean. Because if the numbers are down, I wouldn't want anyone to infer that, all right, we're there, we don't need to do anything. Because to me, this is an ongoing dialogue we need to have, and we'd like to eliminate it completely. So even if the numbers are going positive, I prefer to look at the process at which we came up with these numbers and how do we continue these successes. So with that on my list, one, I would like to have some additional funding just for the SAY street outreach, because I think that is a very vulnerable population that I would not want them just to be part of the host team, because I'm fully supportive of all of staff's recommendations that were up there, the $415K. But if there's additional funding available, I think we should be able to put 30, 40K just for the street outreach for that vulnerable population that SAY serves. Also, the marketing plan, I'd really encourage, and if this would be part of the 50K, if we approve it in that, go in that direction. I know there are some other communities that have looked at outreach from the aspect of, instead of maybe just giving money to someone that they may say with a sign on a corner, if you want to leverage your dollars, some people in the community call them stealthy humanitarians, instead of just giving it to the corner person, here's another way you may be able to use those dollars to leverage for better payout. And I'm just thinking if we could market that saying there are better ways, or there are some other ways, I shouldn't say better, there are some other ways of contributing to address the issue rather than giving it to the person on the corner. So I'd be really interested if a marketing plan could include that. One thing we touched on a little bit with the coordinated food distribution, as part of this effort, I would love to see it be coordinated a little bit more. I think we heard from some speakers saying no one was giving food on Saturday. Well, it's my understanding that some days of the week we have multiple locations providing food. What if we did it together as a whole and tried to find 7 days of coverage versus a shotgun approach? This is a good, Thursdays are a good day, Tuesdays are a horrible day. And if somehow with this, whether it be host or some other outreach efforts, we could coordinate that. I also am a big proponent of the local match resource, the real property transfer tax, and I'd be interested in staff coming back, say, if you wanted to go from the current 20% to fill in a number 50% incrementally, a little bit each year, so ultimately in the end of 5 years, we'll be contributing 50% of that versus the current 20%. So I'd like to see what those consequences of that would be, because I totally get there will be a consequence on the other end of the general fund equation. I am supportive of both the Assembly bills, both 35 and AB 1335. I think we should fully support those. And lastly, I know Mark mentioned the continuum of care. As I was reviewing the 10-year homeless action plan and all of the other documents related to the COC, what was missing for me is elected representation. And I would encourage the mayor or us to become part of the COC, because although I know we have 2 very capable staff members participating in that, I don't think it's at the elected level, which gives a voice as we're talking about our priorities. I don't think we have the understanding, and it's not in every dialogue that we have. So I really think it would be very beneficial for us, someone, however we want to do that, but be more involved with the COC, because I think the framework is there to actually get the results that we all want. Evidence-based, everything I read in there, I know, Mark, you were very involved in that. It really speaks to, I think, what we're trying to accomplish here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thanks. I appreciate all of my colleagues' comments and the input we've received from the community today. We're not going to solve this problem today or tomorrow or next week, but I think we're taking a huge step forward with what we have in front of us. In case anybody has missed the implications of what we're talking about today, in the past we've been putting about $750,000 a year into homeless issues and efforts. We're talking about adding $500,000 with these measures here. That's a 65% increase. It's huge. And I think that we should think about that as we do this. I fully support it. I'm happy to do it. But let's understand that we're making a big jump here. Just going down the list, I fully support us being behind AB 35 and 1335. I'd love to see more money coming from the state toward these issues. I also support increasing the amount of the real property transfer tax and restoring that. How we do it, Councilman Schwedhelm's idea is fine, but we'll leave that up to you guys. The $1 million extra match for affordable housing, I fully support and hope to see that back before us later this summer. These are just a few of the things that I think that we need to talk about as far as increasing the inventory of affordable housing in this city. I want to see that study session on our future agenda so we can have this kind of discussion around that issue and have this kind of detail and this kind of community conversation about it. I'm fully supportive of us continuing in the continuum of care, and particularly in following this model of engaging people with services and having people accountable to receiving those services. I like the ideas. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about porta potties and storage and encampments. But the real dignity is in having a place to live. If you have a place to live, you have storage, you have bathrooms. You don't need someplace else to keep your things. So I am going to support what the staff has suggested here and not an expansion of that, because I think that we need to try this. And as I said before, I don't think this is the end of this conversation. It's obviously not. But this is an effort that I think we should try. We should see how it works. We should get some information from it, collect some data, find out what's working and what doesn't. The one thing that I would hope to see is an effort to expand the safe parking program. We're being told that that's full, that there's a waiting list, and if we can't find an apartment or a house or a hotel room or a decent campsite for people, I think that we need to find something else. And if the safe parking program can provide that, I'd like to see some effort there. On the request for resources for the Unitarian Universalist Church congregation, I appreciate what you're doing. I know that's a good program. I see the people there on Saturday mornings. But I think if we let the community know that we're willing to help pay for breakfasts or lunches or dinners, that there's probably a lot of other requests out there. So let's do that in a more organized fashion if we go down that road. My understanding is that we have been notifying people who live in encampments when sweeps are coming their way. And if that isn't a policy, I would like to see it be a policy. I think that we should give people a chance to clean up their own stuff before we come through and do sweeps. And I'll stop there for now with just one more thank you for the efforts that's gone into this.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Mr. Oliveris, did you have any, you went first, anything you'd like to add for the list? Or
no, there was a lot added to the list, but I think I'm sensing that staff has given us something that is pretty much doable, that I think we can move with. The other, I think it's important that we continue that discussion as far as prioritizing needs assessment, who's going to pay for it, the partnerships that can be developed too. There's people willing to help. Again, this isn't the responsibility of just one agency or the city or person, right? So how do we do that? So how does staff continue that dialogue so we can share some of these resources, identify how we start picking away at some of this stuff? Because some of this stuff is going to be obviously very lengthy discussions related to land use, whatever the case may be. There's going to be a lot of need for public input on that. So, but I don't want to stall all the other things that can start to happen. And as hot as it was yesterday, winter's coming too, right? So how do we deal with a terribly cold winter if it does come our way? But I just want us to get in the mode of being more proactive and anticipating things that are coming our way and being less reactive to some of these issues that are popping up.
Great, thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you. Just to add a couple more specifics, I did mention during another question about pet storage. I think the unconditional love that some of these folks are getting, it hasn't been addressed, and that's what's keeping them out of the program. I'd like to see us at least look at that, perhaps with animal services at the county level. I think that's keeping a lot out. But I want to thank the audience members that gave me Mr. Lowry's summary. The connection of development fees to square footage of units rather than on a per unit basis. Perhaps CD can look at what that would do to our fee structure, and maybe we can adjust that, because as the point being made here, which I think is probably right, homeless are probably single, or the family units are, if any family units, are a lot smaller, so they don't need larger units. So we might want to rethink the whole idea of how many square footage is needed for housing, and maybe we can get more units out of that. I'd like to have that looked at. That's what I have. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I? Sure. I want to make one more point, and that's going to be with alignment. I think alignment is going to be very important too. But the other, I think Councilmember Schwedhelm talked about this. It's indicators of success. What is that going to look like? Are we going to just base it on how many homeless are out on the streets? And if there's more, are we failing? Not necessarily. Will other homeless choose to come to Santa Rosa to live? Maybe. And from my perspective, that's okay. We all came here to live for some reason. And maybe that's the reason for focusing on regionalization too. How do we expand services outside the area? And of course, the more the reason why we need to partner with the county as well. So I want to make sure that we don't just look at sheer numbers of how many homeless we have out in the streets. There's other indicators of success that we're looking at too, right? And connecting people with homes and jobs. There's so many other things that we need to identify, but we need to do that by having that dialogue and conversation with our providers and folks at the county and others as well.
I appreciate that. And knowing the city manager as I do, I think that being able to measure our success is going to be vital, and in every piece that we look at this afternoon. So I'll mention a few things. The legislation has been discussed and supported, the host program in general. These 3 items before us, definitely in support of and the 50,000. So going along with staff recommendation. The $1 million match and the I am interested in, but I think it's probably already going to, well, perhaps not. Looking at the ability to facilitate the construction of tiny homes is something that I am interested in hearing about, but that may be on the work plan already for CDs.
So I think that there's, the are concurrent. I would refer back to Councilmember Corbett a little bit. It's about giving us a chance to manage different types of conversations concurrently. And so what we're looking for is a way to establish a work plan that we think could be really productive, gets us into an active conversation, and that's what you're seeing from you, proposed by staff, that then allows us to take on other such as the affordable housing piece. The challenge is always going to be as we diffuse our ability to address particular issues, we're not going to be able to react as quickly as we can to other opportunities. So I think is to really would be to start on this path, which is going to lead to lots of answers and lots of questions and lots of planning and lots of opportunity that overlap some of the other concerns and considerations that council members have brought forward. But at the same time allow us to then understand what the parameters we're working on are real clear, and then move on to other conversations that have been articulated here today, which are about opportunities around affordable housing. And so that's sort of why we've been wanting to have this conversation with the council, get some discrete discretion so we can really understand the space we're working in, and then move forward to these other conversations, which I think are tied together very, very, very importantly to this conversation, but are quite frankly a challenge it's sort of as we divide workload within the organization and want to do this very important heady work for the community.
Thank you. And part of what I'm struggling with in looking at this list, which is actually, a lot of these things were touched on by a number of the council members, is where this list that was just developed or recommended or suggested, how some of these things are all, like you said, are already overlapped in the host program that we may not even realize that they are. So I'm not sure how we could list these things. You've seen the number of items, for instance, well, the cleaning stations and the hygiene stations, for instance, that keeps coming up. And I know, and I agree with the vice mayor. I mean, we could list all sorts of things, and I'm reticent to add to this, to the more general items here in the host program. But I'm curious to know what that looks like, so that we can answer the public when they ask for porta potties.
I'm going to turn it over to the experts in terms of the detail, but I think the conversation is really about. We were talking about enhancing an existing program, bringing more resource to that program, expanding the reach and the impact of that program. There are things that we could additionally do that have been listed, which are looking at very discrete types of opportunities within the city. We're going to have to, we're not necessarily in that type of service provision model right now. We can go there. We're more than willing to take that on as an opportunity. But as we go through and prioritize all the opportunities in the city, that is going to impact what we can do on other fronts. And so what I'm trying to say is some of this, we're discovering things even in this conversation. I think, we are working, Catholic Charities cited the issue that Councilmember Wysocki brought forward. I think these are opportunities for us to learn, adjust programs, understand how we're going to develop that particular area. Are there ways to take on that challenge within the framework? But there are other things that we would be then, potentially going out and doing on our own outside of the framework of that program, and that is going to take up staff time and resources. And if the council wants us to move on that front, we will figure out a way to address that. That does have potential roadblocks to other issues that we may want to be tackling concurrently. And part of this conversation is really to get where you would like us to devote our additional time and resource. So we brought forward a proposal. We feel confident that it's going to be expansion of services. We're going to meet. We're going to address greater need within the community. But there's always more we can do in any particular area. If you want us to develop some time and resource, then we'll sort of map that out and meet that challenge. But it will have an impact as we try to move into other areas of exploration. But we will be looking at these things that we're compiling a list, how we attack those problems. As you know, we're going to be looking at fees to begin with. We're going to go into a study session in the later part of the summer that's around our nexus fees and understanding establishing those fees, and that then gives us opportunity to get into additional conversation. We're very serious about tackling the affordable housing problem as a staff. We want to try to bring you forward ways that you can make impact. I think we heard from the majority of council that you want us to look at our local match resources as part of this combination, and that may be a 5-year plan to get us to a certain percentage, and then what the impact of that change is going to be. We're going to take that under advisement and work through those issues. But if there's discrete things that are not being addressed, and there's some things about that, exploring, for example, encampment possibilities, going into expanding a conversation about porta potty availability. And I will be honest, we're getting a lot of concern on that front about dumpsters and porta potties coming in. Please don't do that to our community. But that may be a way in the conversation that we have with community groups, neighborhood groups, to actually be able to develop partnerships, sort of like the one that I referenced before, that help alleviate the stress in some neighborhoods about what that means, but also as a feedback loop for us to build on in future iterations of this program as we bring it back for additional considerations.
So in this process, what we're looking for is some specificity. At the same time, there's an understanding that that the programs that are being recommended here could indeed cover some of the very issues that we're asking for. So I'm not sure. So to be able to give staff some clear direction on some of the items, for instance, that Councilmember Combs brought up, and storage has been mentioned several times. The question kind of is how will these be captured for specific consideration if we don't go through that process this evening?
Well, and again, if you want us to move on those particular items, I would urge you to give us discrete direction on them. We've heard them as areas concerned. We're going to be sitting down with our partners. There may be overlap. There may be things that fall outside. We're going to come back and give you updates about the progress. First of all, you're going to have to approve a contract with some very concrete measurables associated with it and an understanding of the program. But this is a process in which we are engaged. So what I'm trying to say is some of these things I think are overlaps. There are areas that we've talked about that we can cover in additional conversations. But if there's stuff that you want us to move, or items that you want us to move to the top that have not been covered in the staff proposal, we kind of need to hear that so that we start addressing those things and building an expectation around delivery of that. So we're meeting your expectation, and we're meeting the community's expectation on that front.
Okay. Ms. Combs.
Thank you. So to clarify one of the items, my understanding, I'm waiting for Jenny Lynn, so excuse me. My understanding is that it would be possible for our existing public bathrooms to maybe stay open at night with some additional supervision, and that Catholic Charities at some point has mentioned the driving around, checking bathrooms, making sure they're okay, sort of checking what's going on at sites in bathrooms. Is that in the existing expansion, or is that not in the existing expansion? It's not.
It's not in what we contemplated here tonight.
If in order to make a decision about whether or not we wanted to go forward with that, it's hard to make that decision without knowing about costs, without knowing if staff is understanding what we're asking, if Parks and Rec understands what we're asking for that. If we're interested in pursuing that as an addition to the expansion to the current services that are being expanded, how would we move that forward?
You would just tell me as a group that that's what you wanted us to do, and then we will figure out what it is, what the impact of that would be, if that's something the group would recommend pursuing, and what an associated cost would be for that type of program.
So I personally think we have existing bathrooms in a lot of places, and that it would be a reasonable decision to supervise those bathrooms, provided that the cost was appropriate, and I would support that depending on what the cost estimates are.
So what I'm hearing is that because of our Recreation and Parks Department, I think that analysis may be fairly easy to get into.
I'm not going to commit to that right here, right now. What I need is some direction, and then we'll figure out. And that could be, you know, if we're not through that analysis process where we're ready to bring forward the contract, and if council's really wants to know what that is, we will bring forward that conversation, and we can talk about capacity and amending that to an existing contract. Those are the kind of things we can do. It just will take additional time to do that work. So I'm not ready to say that that's something we can do at the drop of a hat.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a sense of how much additional time I'm spending.
We would have, I mean, again, you give us a direction and we'll figure it out.
I would propose that piece come back.
The piece which would, the analysis on keeping the restrooms, the city-owned facilities open 24 hours a day is what you're talking about.
With supervision provided by an outside resource.
Looking at some of the databases of other sources, some people have done that. So we need to look at others as well. Hear from them. It's, you know, we eventually will be making some decisions, making some policy decisions here for the community, but it's not ours as a council. It's the communities, and we need to engage the community in identifying some of these solutions, including those experts. I mean, I get it that we do have to use the restroom, but tied to what? Again, you know, how does that tie into the overall effort? Because there are many, many, many other things that we can add to the list. And I fear doing that because we're just making a list because we heard of something. Is it something that works? I mean, where does it fit in a category? How is it tied to other services that are being provided? And I think we have those experts available to make recommendations to us to be able to make informed decisions at some point.
Mr. Rosa.
Just to throw in my 2 cents on this topic, I think, you know, sanitation and the need to, or the need to use bathrooms, facilities, that's human dignity. So I'd like to see that analyzed by staff as to how we can best provide that basic need for all the residents of the city, and given what we have. I know I live near Franklin Park. We have some porta potties there. Those work. There's other solutions as well. I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but I want to see what it would take to help solve that problem. Again, I refer back to Occupy Santa Rosa, and these were all residents here, and there's plenty of sewage going in places it shouldn't be going in this town right now in our community. So I would like to see an assessment as to what it would take to really put a dent into that.
So I need some input before I make my final comments so that we're clear on the list. Before we move forward, I need to have a consensus of the council whether they want to move forward with this addition. It seems like a single addition to the work plan. I'm not suggesting that it's an easy one. I'm just saying that what I'm hearing is that if you want further analysis in opening the public restrooms for the city of Santa Rosa for 24-hour use, or not.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd be willing to, and I would be willing to support that as well. I'm curious to know, because we keep hearing about it. I'd like to be able to respond to the community and say why we are or not going to do that.
Yeah, I think we've asked staff to come back with an analysis of the best way to implement this, and I think they've heard loud and clear from all of us that by providing a place to go to the bathroom, wash hands.
Yeah. But I'm also sensitive to Councilmember Oliveira, so we could make lists all day long, and like was said.
I wasn't planning on going much further.
Okay.
just to reassure Councilmember Oliveira, I considered this to be a priority on mine. And what I was hearing from the public was that bathrooms and sanitation, and I'm hoping that we could possibly have additional funding sources for this through Water Agency and Health Department. So I was thinking of it as a more doable of the set on the list.
And like Mr. Gilman said, it's complicated, and it is indeed. So, Mr. Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe just so I'm clear, I know staff has now heard a whole bunch of recommendations. Is my expectation that then you would come back ultimately with an action plan? Here's what it's going to cost, including some of the ones that weren't on the slide presentation. Because although for me the sanitary issue, that makes complete sense, but I'm looking at long range. Is that just going to continue with the situation, or is it going to help us get it better? And I would use the example of the portable shower, since I did some exploration of that. Sounds great. Put a portable shower so people can shower and go to the bathroom. That sounds great. Then once you get a little bit more information, but is it going to work? And what are some of the other?
So what I've received as direction from the council is what it would take for the city to open its current restrooms that it has for 24 hours, and work with our teams to understand, and our partners in the host program to understand what the implication of that would be. And that's the assignment that we're working under right now. In addition to
that's not what I said.
Okay, so that's why I'm looking for some clarity.
I'm saying porta potties could supplant that for part of the night hours in certain parks, say Franklin Park. If we don't have the resources to monitor that restroom from say 12 to 6 a.m. or whatever the prime time is, you've got a porta potty there with a sanitary station next to it. That would help supplant it, so they can have basic human dignity and have a place to go to the bathroom.
So can I get a little scoping conversation on that?
Well, you're going to tell me what the resources are as to where that could be. I'm not suggesting that every city facility be open 24 hours a day with its restrooms.
Okay, so are you talking about are you talking about working with the host team to find out where their need area? I'm a little lost, council member. So
well, that could be part of it. I don't have the silver bullet either.
Can I clarify a little bit? Am I hearing you say that in the places where an existing bathroom needs to remain closed, a porta potty might be at that location?
Yes, exactly. That's why I put up the example of Franklin Park. There is an existing restroom that's open most of the time.
Are you also suggesting that we go beyond that to porta potties at non-existing bathroom locations for today?
That would depend. If you felt that was part of the analysis that would be worthwhile, that's where I'd want you to talk to hosts and the providers.
Well, we would talk to hosts and the providers, but I'm actually hearing different opinions on this, and we can bring back a full study session with options, but I'm hearing different things from the DS.
Perhaps I could suggest a little broader, is to say that you'd like the city manager to explore options to expand restrooms, facilities, in collaboration with the partners, and to bring back those options for your consideration.
That would be my intention in my comments earlier.
Yes.
More bathrooms, more readily available.
However we can get from here to there.
And how we're spending this much time on bathrooms when we're supposed to be talking about housing is just sort of beyond me.
I think that's a good way to go about it, because I think that how the location of those will be informed by our partners in helping us to know where to place those. So that makes perfect sense. I thank you, and thank you for council for not making the list you know, a mile long. You know, there are lots of things came up today. It is complicated, and we have a homeless population that deals with pets and alcohol and drug use and abuse. We have environmental decline in physical and mental health, and children and young adults all being affected by this very complex problem. What we're doing here is upstreaming investment, and upstream investment is, it sounds expensive at times, and we're looking at $465,000. But when you think about the costs due to the decline of our waterways and the trash pickup, which I did tour a number of encampments the other day, and it is a real eye-opener when you see the impact not only on the environment but in the neighborhoods and the communities and the people that are affected by it, the people that are trying to get by the best they can with a tarp. There's a lot of trash to be picked up. There's a big mess out there, and to suggest that these individuals are enjoying where they live or that they want to be there, there may be some, but my guess is it's a pretty small number. And so I'm really interested in this upstream investment because I think it will pay off big time, as opposed to having homeless individuals having to use our creeks and our streams and our emergency rooms for medical care. And all of this is wrapped into the host program and how they track and how they bring these services to bear on these individuals that need them so much. So I'm thankful that we're not looking at a shotgun approach. I think that the collaboration and mostly proven techniques that are measurable. Measurable is really, really important. It is comprehensive, and I think that this is a great first step, and it will evolve. And like Mr. Gwine said, this is it's a bit of an experiment. It's an unknown, but we need to do something, and we're doing a lot. This is the first time that I've seen this kind of conversation. Well, actually, the second conversation that we've had in these chambers about homelessness. It's a very important one to have, and I'm just really pleased that we are not taking that shotgun approach, because I don't think that that's effective. And we could all think of all sorts of things we'd love to be able to throw against the wall and see if it would stick. I know every one of us would have something that they'd like to try. But what we're doing, I think, is really the smart way to do it. And I appreciate your input, Council, and how you've come to this list this evening.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
I apologize. I recognize that the custom is to allow the mayor the final word, and I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No,
I had a question, though, of staff.
Absolutely.
It was my understanding we were to provide a list of priorities, and I wanted to just see in what way we are going to be presented with what staff has heard as our priorities. We ran into this with our goal setting, and we spent a great deal of time on porta potties, and I just want to make sure that the rest of, creating housing and supporting lobbying opportunities, it hasn't got, how are we going to hear back from you?
Well, we're going to start to amend the, one of the things that we're going to be working on is bringing back an amended work plan in July for you all to comment upon, because there's been a series of items that have been brought forward for consideration. There may be an item later on this evening that has an impact on the work plan. And so we're going to take all these things that we've heard and try to articulate them back into the work plan for you to give us some direction on if that's the appropriate way. But we're going to take the items that were directed to us. We're hearing them. We may not be perfect in hearing everything, but you all will undoubtedly call our attention to the matter when something's not being addressed.
Are you suggesting we're critical?
But I feel confident that we've been able to get through the listing of items, and we understand the direction that you'd like us to take.
So you'll bring back an amended work plan to us?
Yep.
And we will review that?
Yep.
Thank you.
Excellent. So at this time, I'm going to adjourn our study session. We will come to, we'll take about a 10-minute break, and then come back, and we will then deal with our special meeting. I think that would be a timely time to do that. So come back in 10 to 15 minutes. afternoon. I'd like to call to order our special meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council for June 9. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the roll, please?
Let the record reflect that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I do have a number of cards on this item. What I think I'm going to do is, Councilmember Combs, perhaps you would introduce this item to us, and then we will ask questions. If the council has questions, then I'll move to public comment, and we'll move forward in that manner if you're prepared to do that. Sure.
Thank you. As we heard earlier this evening, we recently had a family apartment complex that had nine tenants displaced, and part of the process of their displacement was because their rent went from $1,000 a month to nearly $1,600 a month. It was increased by $450 plus the new inclusion of utilities payments. And so that has led us to a conversation where we are today. We have also had some, and I think that the ordinance has a listing of summary facts about 33% rent increases over the last 3 years, which is the same time period we had about a 15% decline in wages. So I view this as an urgent ordinance needed to, because I see that rent being so unstable is increasing our issues with homelessness. So this is a prevention of homelessness action. And I'm asking for us to consider a moratorium for 45 days on rent increases while we have a fuller conversation on rent stabilization, just cause eviction, and similar items. So I basically am asking us to push the pause button so that people who are anxious or worried about what it means can have time to find out more about what it means, so that we can have time to have a more deliberative process, so we can hear from more people, landlords and renters, but that people are safe during the 45-day period, safe from having a sudden rent increase that would cause homelessness. I appreciate that there's only a few bad apples who would act in this way, but I'm trying to make the opportunity, make the space for the conversation that comes next by asking that we hit the pause button on rent increases while we review the facts, and also review whether or not rent stabilization, just cause eviction, and similar ordinances make sense for Santa Rosa or not. So that's my intent, and the ordinance is before you all for further conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. Council, questions for clarification or general questions for Ms. Combs at this time?
Yeah, being a little bit unfamiliar with this, I need better clarification on how this rose to the level of an urgency ordinance.
Madam City Attorney?
Well,
are you asking Ms. Combs?
There are, I mean, we've had previous urgency ordinances. One of them was to stop the involved medical marijuana prior to making a ruling about medical marijuana establishments, sales establishments. So we do have a charter ability to have an urgency ordinance. The question is also whether or not it rises to the level of urgency. And in my view, the urgency ordinance per our charter is that it has to have public health, safety, and welfare components. And I believe that public health, safety, and welfare components are not adequately protected during the period of time that we're having the conversation. 1/4 of our families, our renting families, are paying more than half of their incomes, their gross incomes, on rent. And when a rent goes up, that puts a lot of people at risk of homelessness. And so while we have the conversation, it becomes urgent that we handle this. I had thought that we didn't have to notice an urgency ordinance, and it was my intention to not bring this up unless in the previous conversation the call for rent control had been made. We did have the call for rent control, but it wasn't made as clearly as it might have been made. So I brought this with the intention that it would follow a conversation requesting that we itemize rent control. But because of the change in the way, because we were notified late last night that we had to do it as a special item, it's become noticed separately from the call for rent control. So it was an urgency ordinance in response to a call for rent control.
Okay.
So if I could just clarify, what an urgency ordinance means is, unlike regular ordinances that require 2 readings and 30 days to become effective, an urgency ordinance, if adopted by the City Council, becomes effective immediately, and that's why it has a higher voting threshold required under the city charter. So it requires 5 votes of the council to pass, and it would become effective immediately.
And to be clear, it is intended to be for 45 days. At the end of 45 days, we can have a public hearing to extend it, but that would have lots of proper notice. And I also want to direct your attention to Section 4 of the ordinance, because we are greatly limited by state law around what can be done. And I just want to be clear that, for example, we cannot regulate units constructed after February 1st, 1995. State law does not allow it. We can't accommodate, we can't regulate housing units that are separated by title, like single-family homes and condominiums, townhouses. We can't regulate those. It's not allowed by state law. So they are not included in this. Commercial units are not included. It's apartments, multifamily apartments, that are included in this ordinance. I just want to be clear, because a lot of people don't understand that the state law is there.
Right, so there is, as Ms. Combs said, limitations on what you can control through a rent control ordinance, and Ms. Combs has presented this ordinance in accordance with those limitations.
Okay, so for clarity as far as process, what we're doing tonight is there a process? Are we having to justify to the community why this is an urgent matter, or is that just a given?
Yes, that's part. In order to adopt an urgency ordinance, the council must determine that there is a need for immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, and the ordinance must contain those facts, and those are the facts that Ms. Combs has put forth in her draft resolution or ordinance that she's submitted to you.
I should say I based this ordinance on previous ordinances provided to other cities by other city attorneys and other city staff, and provided it in various versions for review by Caroline Fowler. Obviously, with an urgency ordinance, it's very difficult for staff to be prepared in advance because it's an urgency. So I would say that from my perspective, it rises to urgency here in Santa Rosa just as it has risen to urgency in San Francisco, just as it has risen to urgency in Richmond, and in some other cities that have been looking at the same moratorium for 45 days of limiting rent increases to no more than 3% during that 45-day period.
Council, other questions before we move to public comment?
Just, do we have a fuller conversation about a rent control ordinance coming back to us within or before the expiration of that 45 days?
I think it would be difficult for staff, and in 45 days we would have to have a discussion about whether we had an extension.
Thank you.
Mr. Wysocki.
To the city manager, in light of that comment, how long, or maybe the city attorney, how long would it take for staff to respond with a proposed ordinance? If we're not talking 45 days, we're talking something else, from what I just heard.
This proposed ordinance, or do you mean the rent control, rent stabilization that may be coming in the future?
It would require some time, and part of it is you also have to put in place some infrastructure. If you have a rent control board, generally there needs to be some authority to which people can make appeals regarding rent control. So we would look at other ordinances. There are some cities that have adopted them with the restrictions as outlined. Again, as the city manager has said, we would have to drop other things that we're doing and put our efforts forth on this. But I think 45 to 60 days, we could bring something back for you to look at, if that was the direction of the council. And I think it depends how expansive. The other thing Ms. Combs has mentioned is about the just cause termination. That gets into a broader scope than just rent control. And, there would be some other folks that we would need to talk to, and I think you probably would want to have outreach to other stakeholders. So again, depends on what the process is you want.
If there are no further, Mr. Vice Mayor?
It sounds like it would be difficult for us to have a rent control ordinance in place in 45 days. So I am assuming that we're not really talking about a 45-day moratorium here, that we're talking about 45 days and then extending it. The materials that were sent indicate that an extension would be for 10 months. Is that correct? And is there anything less than 10 months that is allowed?
There are limits on the number of extensions. The most you can extend it is 10 months, I believe, but I would need to double check that you could extend it for a shorter period of time.
Okay.
The other option is that you could agendize this as a regular ordinance and not an urgency ordinance, and have the notice and have a more fuller hearing. That's the other option. But at this point, it's been raised as a potential urgency ordinance by Councilmember Combs, and that's what you're being asked to address tonight.
All right. Realistically, though, we're probably looking at something more than 45 days.
I think so. I think the intention of the 45 days is to have a more full public process in 45 days about having the moratorium. We can't have a more full process if you notify a large number of people that there may be a conversation about something, even if we as a group don't support or end up not approving. We have the risk of sudden increases in housing prices. And so this allows us to have 45 days of the pause button, of safe conversation, preparing for the decision about whether or not to extend 45 days in 45 days, or extend however long staff can figure out what they need.
I think in terms of drafting an ordinance, I would probably want to have some sort of study session with the council to get your input, because there are many ways it can be drafted, many limitations you can place, and so I wouldn't take it upon myself to just throw out a draft ordinance without getting some input from the council and the community as to what the desire was, if there was one.
So at a minimum...
But that could certainly take place within 45 days.
That was what I was going to say. At a minimum, we could do with this tonight, if by passing it within or before the expiration of 45 days, a fuller conversation could be brought forward to the council with more notice to the public, more opportunity for input. Is that what I'm understanding you to say, Madam City Attorney?
Well, you could do that with or without the urgency ordinance. What Councilmember Combs is suggesting that is if you were to schedule that study session and signal to the community that you're going to engage in a discussion about rent control, the concern is that period, there may be landlords that would increase rent.
Sure, I understand that. I'm just saying we're here today. We have an item before us today on which we can take action within the confines of that 45 days.
Some action.
Some action. Yeah, no, not final. I understand that. This is a huge conversation, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that to be the case.
Vice Mayor.
Ms. Fowler, could you clarify what it takes to adopt this ordinance tonight?
Yes. Previously indicated in order to adopt an urgency the ordinance, the council must make a finding that there is a need for immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, and the ordinance must contain the recital of the facts on which you're basing that determination. So the draft ordinance that Ms. Combs has presented you contains what she believes are the facts that justify that, and also under the charter would require 5 votes of the city council.
Maybe, I apologize, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Alvarez. To that point about, and maybe I'm grasping at straws, something about facts that Councilmember Combs believes, I'm sure that she cited material for the, in support of those facts.
Yes.
I like us to be establishing where we're coming from here.
I used our own housing element of the general plan for much of the information that's contained, and where additional information was needed, I used the American Cities data from the census. And they're cited in the document.
Great, thank you.
So those are the recitals that are contained in the draft ordinance that was presented to you.
And that would meet the requirement of facts upon which we can rely, or the facts upon which we did rely, assuming we adopted the ordinance tonight.
Well, one could make that argument, yes.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you. We can also amend this ordinance. We don't have to pass as is that correct?
That's correct.
Because what my concern is that, yes, rents have risen, but there are a lot of good apples, I don't know how many, that haven't raised rents at all. And this is a broad brush approach. And therefore, if we're penalizing someone for having under market rents, how do we address that?
So we could, for 45 days, restrict rent increases for 3%, which is what I am suggesting. And during that time, find out what other number would be a better number to use for the extension, or we could modify the 3% number. I will point out that San Francisco's rent control ordinance currently is holding housing at 1.9%. So the 3% is well above what other areas are using for their housing increases.
And contractually, a lease rental amount could only be amended at the time that the lease came due, unless you're on a month-to-month. So it's not as though every renter will suddenly be subjected to, or even could legally be subjected to, a rent increase, even during this 45-day period.
Well, to a large degree, for those people who have written leases, then it would be subject to whatever the provision of the lease is. Some leases allow there to be interim adjustments depending on certain factors. For month-to-month tenants, they would need to give a 30-day notice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, as a renter myself, I would have loved only a 3% increase the last time mine was up for renewal, so.
If there are no further questions for Councilmember Combs or discussion at this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment. I don't have too many cards. What I'd like to have people do is to kind of line up, if you could, after I call your name, and then I'll call 2 names and have the next person come down. I'll give you 3 minutes, and the first speaker is Keith Becker.
Are we on? Good. Yes. Good evening, Council. If I understand this correctly, this is a bit of putting the cart before the horse, because the urgency measure, the urgency ordinance, is being proposed in response and anticipation that something happened this afternoon that didn't actually happen. Is that correct? That's just one observation, because there was not a rent control ordinance proposal that was brought up in this afternoon's meeting. It was not part of the construct of this afternoon's meeting. However, so my concern is basically that a 45-day moratorium will become a 60, will become a 90, will become an extended moratorium until something else is instituted. The problem that I have is that something else, rent control, is not the solution. Rent control creates its own problems. It inhibits new construction. Developers, investors will no longer be interested in building new houses because you know what your cap on investment is going to be. There'll be deterioration in existing housing because of the limitations in terms of the amount of income that will be available in order to support maintenance, upkeep, upgrades, changes. Reduced property tax revenue for the city. Reduce tenant mobility. If you actually find yourself with a property, as you pointed out, Mr. Wysocki, you've got, wasn't Mr. Wysocki, locked in with a $1,400 rental that got locked into this moratorium. And then you've got rent control. And the tenants, even though they've got a very attractive job, they're not willing to give up their house because it is such a good deal. You're going to reduce tenant mobility also. And lastly, it genuinely ultimately becomes an unfair tax on rental home owners. You couldn't do this on eBay, you couldn't do this on the open market, on any other type of item that is available for buy and sell. It is unfair to do this to property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Ransom. Okay. And for members of the public, I will ask that you refrain from applause. I need to call 2 names at a time, and some of the things you will hear you will like, some of the things you will hear you will not like. So as to avoid boos and claps, if you could just raise your hands if you agree with the speaker, I would appreciate it. Dave Ransom, and David is followed by Nancy Pullen.
This is an important ordinance. I hate to think how many people I know who say that if their rent goes up again, they're going to have to move out of the county. We know that's happened already. And so rent stabilization is an important step for us to take if we're going to answer the question of how are we going to house our people. I think it's very, very understandable that if this becomes a community discussion, rent stabilization, that landlords will say, I better get my rent raise in now. And they will raise it up again. And so this is preventive to that. And I think it is very true that this gives us a chance as a community to get educated on the question, to hear all sides, to figure out how it's going to affect everybody, and start making a community decision on how are we going to house our people. Additionally, well, I don't think there's an addition necessary here. I'll just get finished at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Pullen, and Nancy is followed by Dana Bellwether.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sawyer and council members. I'm Nancy Pullen, Executive Director of the California Apartment Association's North Coast Division. By way of reference, CAA is the statewide nonprofit trade association representing owners and managers of residential rental property, and our North Coast Division serves members in Sonoma and neighboring counties. Everyone understands the problem of affordable housing facing California. It's the solution that we're contesting that's being proposed this evening. To ensure that we have an adequate supply of housing that's available and affordable throughout our region. Unfortunately, we won't have enough affordable housing unless we have enough housing for everyone. Tonight, you're being asked to make policy based on anecdotes and don't have hard data on how many renters are truly impacted and are penalizing an entire industry for the behavior of a select few. This moratorium is being rushed and does not allow public input when it comes out basically last night. And you should engage in a discussion on solutions and identify the problem before just levying a remedy. The reality, ironically, if you take a look at what's happening in all the cities that have adopted rent control and rent stabilization, is that the impact of this type of regulation actually results in making it harder to find affordable housing. The community needs to be invited to engage in the solution and be able to make an informed decision. Our members appreciate the city, as always, tackling these tough issues. As a public policy trade association engaged in cities across the state, we are able to offer a variety of solutions and best practices to the challenges that you are facing that have been proven to be effective in the rental housing industry statewide. As one of the leading organizations representing local rental property owners and managers, we are available to work with you on equitable policies or programs that you see best fit the housing needs and uniquely diverse characteristics of the city and its residents. We look forward to working closely with you, your staff, and the community in the coming months to discuss this issue further and identify mutually agreeable solutions to promote attainable and diversified housing options. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dana Bellwether. Dana is followed by Georgia Berland.
Hello, I'm Dana Bellwether. I live in Santa Rosa. Good evening to all of you. And just a very brief comment on something closely related. Please aggressively publicize the free phone programs, Assurance and Budget, so that a homeless woman has a prayer of dialing 911 before she's raped. And now on rent control, yes, I am in favor of rent control. I am in favor of the 45-day moratorium before the discussion, for the discussion to take place. I think that it will help. Yes, there are certain drawbacks, but those can be dealt with. And I think that eventually we need rent control. And considering that, okay, you know, there's HUD has a listing of what it has deemed fair as opposed to actual market values for certain types of units in certain areas. Considering that Santa Rosa rents are up to 5 times what HUD considers the fair market value, I think eventually we need to start talking about gradual rent rollbacks or freezing rents for years until the HUD value catches up with the actual rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Georgia Berland. Georgia is followed by Ms. McGowan.
Thank you. As you know, I'm with the Sonoma County Task Force for the Homeless. I'm going to lay a little context here. I've been in Sonoma County since 1981, and I was the head of the Human Services Commission when I came here for 13 years, and also was the homeless liaison for the county at the time. They didn't have as big as infrastructure around homelessness at that time, which says something about how the problem has grown. The figures that Councilwoman Combs quotes in her material for the ordinance notes that we had a 33% rent increase in the last 3 years. That's the 5th highest rental increase in the United States of anywhere. We're talking New York, Washington, San Francisco. San Francisco's higher than we are. But still, in terms of the speed with which rent has increased and then the drop in income, it's just going to create and has begun to create a real flood of additional homeless people. And that we just can't afford that. So we do support a temporary 45-day moratorium to study this issue more clearly and to come up with either an extension of a moratorium or some other solution around the increases in rents that are driving people into homelessness. It'll give us a little bit more time to catch up on creating the supply of affordable homes as well. But we have a long way to go because we're starting out from behind where we've been for many years, and we really need to get to equity as quickly as possible. So thank you for considering this.
Thank you. Nicolette McGowan, and Ms. McGowan is followed by Kelly Bass-Seibel.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nicolette McGowan. Thank you very much for meeting here this evening. This is a very important issue for all of us. We have spoken before. This is an ongoing issue, and this is the biggest portion of our issue. I am fully in favor of rent control. I'm also fully in favor of tenants as well as landlords both receiving training on how to be a good tenant, how not to destroy property. What are your responsibilities? These are unanswered questions for a lot of people. The same with landlords. Fair housing, they need to know what that is and what it means. How does it come into play in their day-to-day business? Warrants of habitability is a huge issue. Where's the money going to come from? Everybody wants to know the answer to that question. I have the answer. It's whether or not you'll accept it. And I humbly ask that you consider it, review it, and accept it. The money is there. It's not only thousands and thousands of dollars, it will actually put money back into the city's pocket. We have code enforcement agents running around in circles trying to get these landlords to make repairs, things that cause health issues. This has been going on for over a year. Money has not been collected. The landlord has not been penalized. We are now being forced from our home for the amount of water in the walls, along with other things, including our disability. We're harassed every single day. There are no limits for our landlord. Code enforcement deserves this money. Our city deserves this money. My recommendation to you is that if these landlords aren't willing to keep these buildings up to code and protect the tenants, which is what they're obligated to do legally, take these properties from them. Turn it into affordable housing. Other cities have the same program. Look at the REACH program in LA. Cut the rent in half. Property owners still fully obligated to pay full taxes on this property. They're also obligated to reimburse the city for all repairs made. And that is at your discretion which contractors you want to use. If you see fit to return this property to the landlords, so be it. Otherwise, that is also a solution. The thousands of dollars that would be put back into the city's pocket for failure to abate, for lying to code enforcement, for shoddy repairs by unlicensed technicians, and again lying to code enforcement. All of this money, thousands of dollars, I've done the figures, I've done all of the research. I've called the assistant city attorney. I don't know what else I can do to help you to see that this is a massive amount of money. We're spinning our wheels here. I really feel also that being pushed out because of the increased rent is not fair to us. No matter what my son and I do, and my son is 7, we're not going to be able to keep our home. I always pay my rent, always. I work. We have a disability. It doesn't mean that we should be tortured every day until we leave. The landlord is telling tenants, you need to leave because we want someone to move in so we can get a deposit, 2 months rent, and charge 2-3 times what you're paying. Not fair to me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Kelly, followed by Daniel Sanchez.
Hi, Kelly Bass-Seibel representing the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce. The housing crisis is a complex issue and it affects a large spectrum of the population, from both the homeowner and the tenant and the homeless and also our workforce. It's hitting every end of the spectrum. The Chamber doesn't feel that such a complex issue has one single solution, and the conversation needs to take place without urgent action and allow for full community input. Further analysis should be made of the multiple steps that can be taken to address the issue rather than looking at one piece. For example, if a builder is facing $50,000 in fees before they put a shovel in the ground, there's very little incentive to build new housing. All solutions should be looked at with a comprehensive plan to fix our housing crisis, and it needs to be developed with input from all of our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez. And Daniel is followed by Andrew Wernett.
I'm Daniel Sanchez, North Bay Association of Realtors. I wanted to say that the 45-day moratorium is an extremely misguided idea. Rent control is not going to work. If you look at any city that has it, it did not reduce poverty, it does not lower rent, it does not make it more affordable. It's not going to be effective here in Santa Rosa, and it has not been effective anywhere else that you look at where this issue where this policy has been passed. The issue is fundamentally about supply and demand. There's been a lot of demand for housing, particularly affordable housing, but virtually no supply in the last 7-10 years or so. And so naturally, unfortunately, the rents have increased, but to pass a 45-day moratorium does not give anybody, the landlords or the community, the appropriate due process to have a say in this. There's a reason why there's relatively few people behind me. Not that many people know about this. It was in the Press Democrat, it wasn't not noticed. And to pass 45-day moratorium, which would likely end up in an additional 10 months or additional year, additional 2 years, is completely misguided. This is the incorrect conversation to be having. The conversation we had about an hour or two ago about homeless issues and what to do to increase affordable housing, that's the right conversation to be having. But talking about moratoriums and rent control is completely the wrong conversation to be having. It's a distraction from the real conversation to have, which is how to encourage more housing to be built. Without new housing being built, the inventory is going to be tight. It's 1.5% right now, and it's not going to get any better. Rent control will not improve the 1.5% vacancy rate among rental properties. Likewise, rent control is typically a very difficult policy to enforce. You need some kind of an appeals board. It's also very often ends up in lawsuits. The last city to have rent control in Sonoma County, Cotati, was marred in lawsuits as well. This is going to be very expensive to implement, very difficult to implement, very difficult to enforce, and likewise eat up a lot of valuable staff time that could be going to exploring solutions to make affordable housing cheaper and easier to build. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew. Andrew's followed by Joe Hernandez.
Good evening. I'm not a public speaker, so excuse my lack of eloquence. I'm just a landlord. And I see some problems with the rent control. Let me just say this first. I'm in the business of renting apartments, not of evictions. In the last 10 years, out of 130 units, I've had less than 5 evictions due to non-payment of rent. I consider myself a compassionate landlord. When someone has hard times and falls behind, my first thought is not to evict them, it is to work with them. However, with rent control, you create a situation where it's no longer economically viable to work with them. It would be more beneficial economically for me to evict them as soon as they have trouble with their rent and get someone in there that pays market rent. It creates an adversarial position between the landlord and the tenant where there's no longer a spirit of cooperation, but a spirit of you only got one chance and that's it. It's disturbing when I hear some landlords gaming the system and doing what they're doing to the lady that spoke before, and it infuriates me. And I refuse to be lumped in with those evil people. But I'm just worried about becoming a tenant's adversary due to the economics of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, oh, there you are.
Good evening. I wanted to add further comment to what Daniel had mentioned. The housing market runs on supply and demand, and I've talked to numerous builders. I've talked to homeowners. The cost of building a second unit, the cost of building a home, we're looking at approximately $50,000. It's a detriment to these people, and they're not going forward. I think you need to look at the fee structure and do something to encourage homeowners to put second units and to change your policies and to help the builders build more affordable homes by reducing your fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Lucas. Greg is followed by Dave Ransom. Dave, I thought you already spoke on this. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Lucas. I am a builder and also a landlord here in the city of Santa Rosa. It was mentioned earlier, this full public process, and what I'm seeing here in the newspaper today doesn't represent any kind of full public process. I picked this up today and I read it this morning and I was quite surprised, to say the least. As a landlord in 1999, I bought a small apartment complex, and judging and listening to this 1995 and prior, it sounds like I'll be penalized and lumped into the rent control. The apartments that I have right now, I personally, as a human being, as the gentleman before me spoke, I'm 30 to 40% less than market. So with the proposed rent control of 3%, it'll take me 10 years to get just even to where they are today. Numerous tenants that I have in my complex, one lady that's been in there for 15 years, I've owned it for 15 years. I have very little turnover because I consider a good landlord. Fair, in what I charge for rent, and I keep a good, clean, safe place in which for these people to live. It's my decision to charge an appropriate amount of rent. I have one lady with a developmentally disabled son, 2-bedroom, 1 bath, $885. Now, I could easily be getting $1,400 or $1,500 for that unit. I choose to support her and her cause and her son. Every other unit in there is between $900 and $1,150 on the high end for a 2-bedroom, and these are in Bennett Valley. So when I see this, it's our responsibility as landlords to charge accordingly. I've had the property for a fair amount of years, so my basis is less. As also a builder, I do know what fees are. I recently completed a project here in Santa Rosa. The average fee for a 1,300 square foot house, combined, sewer, water, parks, recs, fire, was $54,000. That same amount applies to apartments. So if I wanted to build a 1,300 square foot, 3-bedroom apartment in the southwest side of Santa Rosa right now currently, the fee structure is $54,000. If I started today and I brought the plans to the planning department, I would be lucky to see a building permit in 2 years. In that 2-year period, I'm paying architects, engineers, carrying cost, property taxes, just before I can put a shovel in the ground. The affordability issue actually lies with you guys. It lies with this governing body. You are the bosses of the planning department. You dictate policy that the rest of the city follows. I would recommend affordability is on your guys' shoulders and not on the landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Chernoff. Peter's followed by David Grable. And thank you, members of the public, for being so respectful this afternoon. I appreciate it.
I'll start off by saying thumbs up to Julie Combs and the City Council for even addressing this, even though you've acknowledged you have limitations, state laws, constraints by the Bar Association. The God-agreed mammon rules the American mind, which be precisely why the answer is seemingly impossible to find. The people, the sheep unto Almighty, do not believe, so I call upon the lion who will not be deceived. You're talking about 45 days and 10 months more. I say to you, it's to the pain. Attaining the promised land, there will be pain no matter what. And a 40-day prophetic general strike led by the lion so that all can follow will be the path that avoids the wrath. And the lion is the American law enforcement. For when the people lead, the leaders will follow. But the people refuse to lead. They're cowards. You're servants to money. The front line in this country has always been law enforcement. They've been chastised by the media, whereas a vast majority of them are honest and noble, hardworking warriors. And over the last year in San Francisco and the East Bay, I've addressed hundreds of sheriffs and law enforcement and police officers. And I said to them, isn't it true that the bankers and the lawyers that work with them are imposing all kinds of headaches upon you just like they are everyone else? And they said, that's absolutely true. And I said to them, well, what happens if all law enforcement got off the fence and ceased paying their mortgages and rents? What are they going to do, arrest you? And they started to laugh, and they saw where I was going. And beginning on January 1st of this year, I believe it's far more than rumor that thousands of law enforcement have ceased paying their mortgages and rents, and that the bankers are too fearful to do any foreclosures or any actions. and their banker-owned media is terrified to make a mention of this. The power is in the general strike to shut down this greed and corruption by the bankers once and for all. The mother of all boycotts be the call. I am Peter, and I say it be so. And from my heart, from on high, I command the lion to be so.
David Grable. David is followed by Reverend Chris Bell.
David Grable with the Housing Advocacy Group. Want to urge the council to adopt this moratorium. The Housing Advocacy Group works with many low-income tenants, provide various kinds of services. We're working with the 9 families that were living in rat-infested, mold, overridden apartments on Hone Avenue, and other families like that. Those Hone Avenue people had their rent increased, despite those conditions, by 50%, $1,000 a month to over $1,500 a month. And that is happening all over the city, here and there. And there are a lot of great landlords around. We're not banging landlords. We're saying we got to protect our tenants, people who rent, from exorbitant rent increases, while the council takes a measured, informed look at the whole panoply of issues that go into rent control. And yes, I think we do need rent control, but that's another discussion somewhere down the road. And to protect the families like those at Hone Avenue and elsewhere, most of whom are working people, low-income families, kids in schools, to give them some protection, we got to hold things kind of in place. That's what this moratorium is supposed to do. It's not going to run any landlords into bankruptcy, not going to slow them down if they're determined to bump their rents up, and it's not going to hurt. It's not going to keep any builders from building more apartments, which, yes, we all agree. We need more workforce housing and affordable housing, and we're working on ways to do that. That's going to happen, but it's not going to happen this year, next year, maybe not even the following year. It's going to take time to build up the supply of housing for people who work here. And maybe when we have housing for people who work here, one for one, maybe then we don't need rent control. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's get this moratorium in place, provide some protections, because otherwise there are going to be families displaced, more 50% rent increases while the council is talking about it. It's not fair to those families to expose them to that. Let's protect against those kind of unintended consequences. Pass this moratorium. We've given you some letters. Take a look at those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Reverend Chris Bell. All right, thank you. Deborah Mason. Deborah's followed by Adrienne Lobby.
Hi, thank you. I'm Deborah Mason. I'm with the Unitarian Universalist Congregation, so I have an idea of what Chris was going to say. I'm also with the North Bay Organizing Project, and I work on a project called Make Your Neighborhood Count, which is an integrated voter engagement program. And what we do is we go out and talk to people about the issues in the city and the county that are most important to them. We do that we've done it by knocking on doors. We've done it through house meetings. We're doing house meetings right now in Roseland, and I was at one. I'm speaking to the urgency. Many, many stories have been told in our house meetings, in our door knocking, and in our collective meetings that we've had by people who are being forced out of their places, out of their rentals. I was at a house meeting in Roseland last week. 2 young adult women Their landlord has done exactly what we've heard before, increased significantly, no notice, 30 days notice, actually, and they're being forced out, and they're having a hard time finding a place, and they may wind up being in their car until they find a place, and they're only looking for a studio that they both will share. And this is anecdotal. This is one story of many, many stories that we've heard. The Hohen apartment building was one that we came across in our work and found that not only was the rent being increased, but the landlord was completely negligent, and there were rats and mold and all kinds of stuff. So I guess my main point here is that there is an urgent need, and I am grateful, and I know that there are landlords in our community who are wonderful and who support their tenants. I have a feeling they won't be affected by a 45-day moratorium with this 3% increase. We really need to protect people, working people, young people, senior citizens from increases that are huge and will force them out of their house. And I think it's an urgent issue, and it is related to hopelessness. We have so many homeless, and we will only have more if this rent increase and eviction process continues. I really urge you to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Lobby. Adrian is followed by Thomas Ells.
Adrian Lobby with Homeless Action. The slogan you often hear is we're all one paycheck away from homelessness. And what that really comes down to a lot is ability to pay your mortgage, your rent, or your medical bills. So I just want to thank you, Councilmember Combs, for hearing what is going on and hearing people's anxieties and fears and the reality of these massive rent increases. We have people come to our meetings, some of our members, and, you know, we don't talk about being renters. We're talking about homelessness. But they share. I just got this thing tacked on my door. I just got this notice from my landlord. And it is endemic. I'm a lifelong renter, and I know what it's like when you're paying more than 50 or 60% of your income for your housing, and how tight it is. That a $25 increase can be a lot. But the kinds of increases we're hearing, $300, $500 a month, is ridiculous. It puts people out on the street. We have a 1.5% vacancy rate. Daniel said, well, that means that if your landlord gives you an increase, you have nowhere to go. You have nothing, you have no place else to look. I have lived in Cotati, so I can address the fact that Cotati has had all these legal expenses. Cotati stood up for rent control for the mobile home parks. They were sued to pieces, and it did cost them a lot of money, and I'm very proud that that is one reason we still have rent control for mobile home parks, because that is a place where poor people live. That is a place where elders live. And people who say rent control doesn't work, rent control keeps poor people being able to live in our towns, and I'm standing for that. I'm happy to have a longer conversation. I'm happy to try to support the good landlords. I have one myself, and I appreciate it. But that's my bottom line. Are there rent people? Are there poor people who are able to afford the rents in this town? I want to live in a town with other poor people.
Thanks, Ms. Lobby. Thomas Ells. Thomas is followed by Daryl Sismill.
Hi, I want to thank you for addressing, maybe I should stand back a little bit. I want to thank you for addressing this issue. It's huge, and we've had a conversation about some of these things before, and I'm glad this has come up. And it's a long day, and again, I want to thank you. But I wanted to mention that Kathleen Kane was here and spoke to you. She's head of CDC, and she gave information that she acquired and provided to the BIA's Tiny Homes Workshop. And that was that 80% of Sonoma County residents pay more than 50% for their rent and their transportation each month. 80% of Sonoma County We are the leading county in the nation. There is no other county that pays more than we pay for transportation and housing. As far as the percentage of people that pay more than 50% is 80%. I did studies that showed, and I presented to the county, which was the rents were, we assumed the rents were $1,340 a month. About a year ago, they went by November to $1,880 a month. Those are the available rents. You go to Craigslist, I downloaded all the available rents and looked at all of them. Marin versus here, not including Marin, $1,340 to $1,880 by November. That's $540, more than 40% in about 7-8 months, an 8-month period. So we could say, well, over the 3-year period it went so much, but I don't know what it was then. I know what it was a year ago. It was $1,340. It's $1,880 now. In 10 months, 40%. So they're really sudden increases. I was at the North Bay Organizing Committee meeting where the people were talking about their potential eviction. There were a bunch of Anglo people there, a whole bunch of Anglo people that I talked to who were renters of the same landlord. They were in the same landlord's complex around the corner, not on Holland, but around the corner, and they were evicted. Their rents doubled. They had rats, they had mold, they had the same things. Rents went up, there were no improvements. They went up again. They went up $400 the first time, and then they added on top of that the utilities, which had been included. Then they went up another $400. Everybody was paying the rents, and even still, they said, well, why don't you maybe think about making some improvements? They got an eviction notice, boom, just like that. I want to address the urgency and the timing. It's really important because spring rents are generally low and summers are really high. My niece had an unpermitted installation of a heater, and the heater caught the place on fire. It was unpermitted, they were not licensed contractors, and it caught the place on fire and burned her out. She had a lease in Venice Beach that's $200 or $2,000 a month. Their summer rents are $6,000 a month. So do you think they want to have her back in there? No, they're trying to put her out. I would point out Mr. Lowry's suggestions, and I would say that look at the state law, which says that
Mr. Rosa, I'm going to need you to wrap up.
Housing is critical. It's at a critical point, and it made affordable housing was exempt from CEQA. That's how critical it is. They exempted affordable housing from CEQA. It's a critical point. It's urgent, and the rents are really rising.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Darrell Stismo. Darrell's followed by Dorothy Beatty.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I was totally unaware of this going on, but I read in the newspaper yesterday that Julie has introduced this to the Council. I'm a perfect example of eviction. We have been in the same place for 5 years, paid my rent on time, always, take care of the property. And my landlord decided to turn this over to a property management company. I had a great relationship with my landlord, but now I am not allowed to even talk to them. I have to go through this property management. They raised my rent 10% in July, which is quite a bit because I pay quite a bit. They told me again in September I will charge another 10%. My rent will be very close to $2,000 a month. That's a $500 increase, and I can't handle it. So we obviously have to move. I hired a lawyer to take care of this. It's going to cost me as much for him as is the rent. I don't know what to do, and I just wanted to let you guys know.
Thank you. Dorothy Beatty. Dorothy is followed by Dennis Razzle or Raid.
Hello there, I'm Dorothy Beatty. I'm a landlord, and thank you for mentioning people who don't raise rent. I have had 3 or 4 buildings here in town, in the JC, Ridgeway District, and I've never raised rents. And I just was stunned when I got an email today saying that the city could possibly restrict my ability to raise rents if I need to go get a permit and fix my roof. It's really expensive. If I try to hire a plumber today, it's really hard because they're very expensive. It's hard to be a landlord today, but I'm very fair to my tenants. I think the thing that stuns me is earlier you said community participation in deciding if we have porta potties, but no community participation in taking my property? That seems wrong. The other part of this is, what about infrastructure? Let's say I didn't get that email today and tomorrow I raised rents 5%. Would I get sued? How would I know? How would I possibly know? And yet I would be potentially exposing myself to a lawsuit. I just don't think that's fair. Is there room for a good conversation? Yes. Is this the way to do it? I would much rather see us pass an urgency ordinance on porta potties. That would be great. Let's do that. The next part of this is, I have lived in New York City, I've lived in San Francisco, I've lived with rent control. And what I always found was new tenants paid for old tenants. You don't accomplish anything. What is the stock of pre-1995 rental property? If you do this only to pre-1995, you don't stop all the post-1995. Those people still get rent increases and they're still homeless. Do we know how many apartments are impacted, and are our big 50, 60, 70% rent increases due to that population or the new buildings? Is it fair to just put that on the old buildings and not the new buildings in some broader policy statement? It doesn't seem fair to me. I hear that there's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60% rent increases. The emergency ordinance says 3. That's a vast gap. I agree, 50% is outrageous. 3% is equally outrageous. Property taxes are going up, water bills going up, garbage is going up, the cost to get a permit to fix something is going up, the cost to get something fixed is going up. 3%, is it the right number? Are you going to lock that in for potentially 12 months? 45 plus 10 months plus whatever. It sounds to me like about 11 and a half months. Really? Can I sell my property during that time? Can I do anything? Does anybody know what to do? Or we sue each other? Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis? Followed by Carolyn Epple. Is Dennis here? There you are. Okay, yes, Dennis.
Hi, I'm Dennis Judd, and I've been having affordable housing units, low-income housing units in Santa Rosa for probably the last 25, 30 years. And I agree, I think the city of Santa Rosa needs to take an active role in helping with the affordable housing problems. But I don't agree that rent control is the way to do it, and I don't agree that having a meeting like this without even giving notice to people is the way to do it. I've been involved with, as an example, trying to create affordable housing, a fourplex of affordable housing for special needs. I've spent tons of money getting permits, moving it forward. It was in the unincorporated area, but it was under the sphere of influence of the city of Santa Rosa. The city of Santa Rosa basically stalled my project for 10 months. They would not let us move forward with creating affordable housing, which was approved by the county of Sonoma, but the city of Santa Rosa said, no, you can't do that. It doesn't comply with our general plan or with our approach to to our policy. That was the word, policy, to the policy. So we were held up for 10 months, which was enough time for us to lose the loan that we were approved by from the CDC. And basically 4 units of affordable housing for special needs just went down the toilet, basically because of positions that the city of Santa Rosa took, stalling and killing the project. And the concern I have is affordable housing is key and important, but there's a lot of different ways that the city council can take steps working with the city staff to make it more affordable for the affordable housing to be built. They can start to reduce the fees. They can start to make it easier and simpler for affordable housing to move forward. They cannot be stalling projects like they did with mine and killing it. There's a lot of steps that can be taken, and I would love to see that happen for the multitude of landowners that do care about their tenants, that do care about their properties, that do have pride. I don't believe that the majority of landlords have raised their rents 50%. I don't believe that they've raised them with rat-infested units. It doesn't work. It's a market-based economy. That's how it has to work. And right now, what's holding up this market for affordable housing is that it's too expensive to build a unit. It's too complicated to build a unit in the city of Santa Rosa and most of Sonoma County. That's something that you all can be involved with, creating something that's going to make it easier. When that happens and more units are built, you're going to see the price go down. It's happened in every recession or cycle that I can recall since I've been here for the last 30 years. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. And basically, we're in the situation now where no construction has happened for the last, 7, 8 years. And so there's a big demand. Ease the flow for contractors to build and for property owners to create more housing. That's what you can be doing now as an emergency situation. Ease the flow, make it more economically viable to pull the permits. And I'll stop now because I guess I have to, but that would be something that would be ideal for the city to look at, and that would really solve the problems, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Was there another Dennis that submitted a card earlier? Yeah, there is. Oh, okay, please, come up. I couldn't read your last name, I'm sorry.
Sloppy handwriting.
That's okay.
Well, thank you. It seems to me that part of the equation tonight before you folks is to try to somehow quantify the symptom and the cause. And this is an impassioned audience, and I get it. I mean, I totally understand where these folks are coming from. We do need housing now. My personal perspective, though, is this is probably not the right way to go about it. If you look at every major city that's passed rent control, it has some of the most expensive housing in the United States. But I think two quick things to consider. One, I'm a little bit concerned about a little bit of a tendency to vilify landlords. I know a lot of them. Most are really hardworking folks. Many are self-employed. It was their avenue to retirement. They're thoughtful. They've worked hard. Many of them still work into their 70s. This is one way for them to not become homeless themselves. The other thing I think really is, it was mentioned before earlier, supply and demand. I think if rent control passes, it will act to dissuade other developers, other independent parties to want to purchase properties and bring them onto the rental inventory. I must confess, I wouldn't. Because once a community begins to have this kind of a dialogue, the future is uncertain. And like anybody else, investors, developers have to make some kind of thoughtful decision about where do they want to invest their money to get a legitimate return. Not to rip people off, not to take advantage of people, but to make a thoughtful, prudent business decision. Where do they want to go? And I must tell you, it's my opinion that if Santa Rosa goes this path, it will be one of the few communities that gets checked off the box that investors would say, no, I'll go to Windsor, I'll go to Roanoke Park, I'll go to Petaluma, I'll go somewhere else because it's a little foggier in Santa Rosa. So I think you guys have a tough task, and I appreciate your thoughtful consideration to weigh all these things. But again, I totally get where these folks are coming from. We need affordable housing, but therein lies the rub, because I think if we do this, it's going to actually diminish our opportunity to add rental units by kind of freezing or capping the rent that we can get right now in terms of rentals. So thanks. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Carolyn Epple. Carolyn is followed by Beth Streets.
Great. Thank you. Greetings, council members, members of the community. I'm not here to debate who's a good landlord or who is not. I've had both. The poor landlords greatly outnumbered. What I am hearing, however, is that this is the classic dialogue between trickle-down economics, where if we build more housing, that therefore it will help reduce the cost, versus a more Keynesian model, which is saying, let's support the people, where they are at right now, and let's provide the kind of monetary support through rent control to allow them to be able to survive and remain in our community. There are many of us who do not have the luxury of owning homes, let alone multiple units, let alone being concerned about buying permits to build new ones. And what I can tell you from what I've seen in terms of encouraging developers to become more, to build more affordable units, where that has happened, and there have been considerable building code waiver projects that have gone on, is that, there's a few units that are built, the minimum amount usually as required, and then developers go on to continue to invest in more profitable sorts of enterprises. What happens then is that this glorious notion that if we just ignore rent control and help builders and help developers create more properties, I simply don't buy it, with all due respect to the last couple of speakers. I think our economy also demonstrates why that sort of approach doesn't really work. So that's really all I have to say. I thoroughly support this moratorium. And again, I really encourage the council to realize exactly what the moratorium says, is that this is a time for discussion. It's very, very little different than asking city staff to come back in 2 weeks or a month later with new recommendations. That's all we're asking for. It's 45 days, 2 weeks and 1 month. That's all we're asking for, is a chance to hammer this out and to see if we can come up with something reasonable that in fact would protect the so-called good landlords and that would allow people such as myself and many others to remain in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Streets, and Beth is followed by Anita Lofele.
I am a landlord here in Santa Rosa, and I'm a good landlord. And I think we're talking about a minority of people that are bad landlords. But your 45-day moratorium is really going to be 12 months. I can see the handwriting on the wall. You're going to get 45 days, and then you want 10 more months. Rent control is not your answer. The answer to the problem is we need to create jobs and development that support this city. We need good paying jobs, not Target. You want to build apartments? That's good paying jobs. That's construction. That's good money. We need good jobs. I'm not opposed to affordable housing. What I am opposed to is you're impeding on my right to free enterprise. I have the right to charge what the market will bear. It's what a car is, that's what a house price is, that's what a pair of Levi's are at the Gap. There's no difference. But it is not appropriate for you to say, I can only raise the rent 3%. 3% is not going to cover my cost of the water that's going to go up because we're in a drought. It's not going to cover the insurance increases, the property taxes. But the city of Santa Rosa does not appear to be business friendly. I spent 6 months running in circles with the building department here and the building department at the county over a pool that is governed by the county. But I paid the city $500 in permit fees because they wanted them. Okay, but you don't govern my pool. The county does. So I think it's more important that you look at the bigger picture of how do we get good jobs here? How do we become business friendly? How do we create jobs that people can afford to live here and create affordable housing for people who need it? Thank you.
Thank you. Anita? Is Anita here? Followed by Attila Nagy.
Hi, thank you for hearing me, and thank you for taking up this issue. I really really want to support a moratorium on rent increases. I personally, I will leave this as a personal issue. I rent a place in Petaluma, and what happened to me is really worrisome because I'm trying to find a bigger place because my grandson is 4 and he can't sleep with his mother anymore. But the landlord wanted to paint the house. So I thought, I knew it was lead paint. So I called the EPA and they said they got to get a signature from you and they got to do it this way because they got to collect all that lead. You know, they can't have it floating all over the area. And so I talked to the painter and he said, oh no, we don't do it that way. We just wash it down and it comes all off. And I go, okay, well, I don't think that's the way it's supposed to be done. And so that was the end of that. The next thing I know, my landlord turned the place over to a rental agency. So now I'm just waiting for an eviction because I know he wants to paint the place and I won't let him do it the cheap way. So if you know of a place, we were looking 2 months ago, it was $1,600 for a 3-bedroom now. I think it's up to over $2,000. And I don't know, we're going to be homeless soon, maybe, hopefully not. And then I also wanted to put in a plug here because I also think you ought to look at foreclosures and evictions. I think you ought to do some kind of a review of just exactly why someone would be evicted, and especially, I just heard of one the other day, because I work with Homeless Action, that was being evicted because they were ill. Mental illness is not recognized as an illness by a lot of people. They think, oh, they're just scurvy or something. And then I also wanted to say that the structure exists within the city for rent control because the city has rent control on mobile home parks. So this involves an existing rent board already, and the investigators are already there. So, and I think I've already talked to you about derivatives buying up homes. Yeah, that's what's happening in Santa Rosa. These people may be good intended landlords, but who else is buying all these homes up and wanting more than market rate for the rent? But thanks for staying late and hearing me.
Thank you. Attila Nagy?
Yes. So as you know, this is happening in the United States, in every city. It's happening all over the world. I sent all of you an article, actually it was from Democracy Now!, it was an interview with the mayor of Barcelona, and this relates because it's the same situations there, same situation. And the person who got elected mayor was a person who worked on the issues of housing and challenging the banks. And this is what's happening. I think your job is to help level the playing field because you represent everyone in this city. And, you know, it's the story of the haves and the have-nots, or those who have very little, and who need to be protected if we want a society that, you know, maybe the folks up in the hills don't want to be robbed, you know, by those who are desperate in need. You know, that's just a stupid example. But, you know, it's a reality that happens. So, and, you know, the developers are looking out for their profits. I would like to compare bank accounts between the developers and those who are looking for affordable rents. So I think this is an emergency. It's an emergency. You need to not deny that. So, you know, it's a little bit disheartening to see people making decisions who are living comfortably, making decisions for people who are, you know, just, you know, one step out the door to live on the street. And you might consider that what's happening, you know, when winter comes around again. So please, this is an emergency, and think about that, and put a moratorium on rent. It's happening, like I say, all over. And I do encourage you to listen to the interview with the mayor of Barcelona and how she became a mayor because there was a movement. And there's a movement sitting in here, and some people are protecting their interests, their wealth, but
there are other people here who are, like I said, a step away from being homeless.
Thank you. Reverend Bell. Didn't expect that, did you?
I appreciate the opportunity. Chris Bell, representing myself as the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation, as well as the North Bay Organizing Project, and its 19 member institutions. I'm sorry I missed a portion of the conversation. I had to take a phone call. I want to speak in support of the measure and thank Councilmember Combs for bringing it to our public discourse and remind that we don't have to settle the whole problem of rent stabilization or rent control today. That what I really think is most important is that this is demanding that we have that conversation, which is in many ways long overdue. And so with respect to concerns around process and so forth, I think we really are in pretty much an emergency state with people living very close to the edge. And I want to speak in wholehearted support of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the cards I have. So in that case, I'll bring the discussion back to the council. Council, any questions for Ms. Combs before we move forward? Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On section 4 with the exceptions and exemptions, do we have any idea the percent of supply that is covered under those exceptions and exemptions?
I did ask staff how many pre-1995 rental units we had and how many total rental units we have. And I'm hoping that our city manager can provide you with that information. He did email it to us. I don't have the email access from the dais, so I'm hoping he will give you that information. We do have it. Okay.
Okay. Any other?
If I may, while we wait for that, I would like to point out in your packets we have a petition with over 2,000 names on it and a number of comments. So I'm going to take the opportunity to read a couple of them. I live off Kiwanis. I pay my rent every month. They would not renew my lease because they wanted to charge more rent. I offered to pay $100 more, and they said no. They wanted $275 more rent. There's a bunch of these. We, like many, have taken second and third jobs to support our family and are now putting more than 3/4 of our monthly salary toward rent alone. So I think if you have the opportunity to browse through this document, you'll find some interesting testimony from about 2,000 folks. I would like to say a couple of other things, if I may.
Until
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, then I will. I'll hold it.
And again, this is not an exact answer because it is actually a multi-family dwelling unit answer. So according to the State Department of Finance, Santa Rosa had 14,640 multi-family dwelling units in 1995. Between 1995 and the end of 2014, the city issued permits for 4,570 additional multifamily units. Santa Rosa has a total of 19,210 multifamily dwelling units. That doesn't differentiate what's a rental. The supposition is that there are a large share of those would be rentals. But we do not have an exact number there.
Thank you. Final comments before we entertain a motion, Ms. Combs?
I want to emphasize that what I'm trying to do with this ordinance is to create a kind of cooling off period. When the stock market goes haywire, they create a cooling off period to let things sort of settle before they reopen the markets again. And I'm concerned that as we move forward talking about anything to do with rent stabilization, just cause eviction, as part of our whole package that we're going to have some folks hurt by having rents suddenly jacked up. The free market really isn't working here right now because we only have a 1.5%, maybe 2-3% vacancy rate. I heard 1.5% today. I fully agree that the entire community needs to be involved in the conversation. And I don't have a preset notion about what's at the other end of that conversation. What I am trying to do is to make it safe for renters between now and the end of the conversation, because we've already seen a few bad apples really jacking up rents. So we have the problem now, and that's the problem I'm seeking to solve. I'll repeat, we have the 5th highest rent increases, and I believe that our out-of-control rents actually negatively impact our economic climate. So I am asking that we move this ordinance for a moratorium for 45 days, limiting increases to units pre-1995 to 3%.
So why don't you go ahead? Would you like to state the motion? Okay.
I should also point out that in the packets I provided some legal opinion regarding the appropriateness of an urgency ordinance for this. An urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa imposing a temporary 45-day moratorium on certain residential rent increases in the City of Santa Rosa, and waive further reading of the text.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Further discussion, Council? Mr. Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Mayor. For me, my biggest concern with this is about the process. It seems to me like we're picking and choosing some issues. We had a very robust conversation earlier today on a variety of different topics related to this, any of which could have, been, I think, fallen under that public safety exception to make an emergency ordinance, but it was not. Finding out yesterday at 5 o'clock that we'd be having this discussion and the amount of material that we have now been inundated with, I don't think it's enough time to fully comprehend the consequences of any decision right now. Because my biggest fear is whatever decision we make now, there are going to be some unintended consequences. To the emergency nature of this decision, we wouldn't have enough time to fully vet and understand the implications of our decisions. So that's, for me, it's a process. I think this is a very important discussion to have with this community, so that all community members are very aware of this discussion that we're having it, because I'm venturing to guess there's many members of this community have no clue we're having this discussion right now. And I don't, especially with this council, as much importance if we put on transparency and open government. To me, this is a step backwards for that. And when we talk about trust in local government, this is not a step in the positive direction.
Thank you. Ms. Krostrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to comment on my second on this item. This is a very complex issue, as Councilmember Schwedhelm already alluded to. The conversation about rents and housing in Santa Rosa is one that all 7 of us have brought forward as an incredibly important issue. We've placed it very high on our list of priorities for our work plan for the next 2 years. I was also surprised to find this item on our agenda. However, having said that, we are here now. The item is before us. We have spent the better part of the last 2 hours discussing it. Some members of the community are here, and we've faced this situation not too long ago, where, in fact, Councilmember Schwedhelm brought forward an imitation firearm proposal that some members of the community thought was short-sighted, and yet it brought forward an extremely important issue, which at the time I looked at as gun control. In this case, we are talking about housing supply and the cost of living here in Sonoma County. So for the sake of continuing the conversation, I, for the time being, am comfortable overlooking the shortened notice because at the end of this, at a minimum, there will be another fully noticed, fully vetted, robust conversation on the entire spectrum of options available to us. And there's one paragraph in particular in this resolution that I found particularly compelling. And it's, I believe it's on page 5, and it states in short order, basically that we, the council, determine it is in the interest of immediately preserving the public health, safety, and welfare, blah, 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 to allow staff to proceed with a comprehensive study to consider regulations to protect affordable housing, including a variety of options. And I think that that's the place where I find my ground to stand on in support of this resolution tonight, because it is, at a minimum, moving the conversation forward. I am a renter myself. You know, and I wanted to, we've heard stories tonight from people who've experienced it, and it doesn't just happen to other people. You know, it happened to one of these 7, and I got my notice of renewal of my lease, and I was already paying $1,800, and they were, if I renewed for 13 months, it was only going to go up to $2,200. And I bring that up actually to highlight a conversation that I'd like to insert, and I don't yet know how we might do this. But I am very aware that that was my experience with an out-of-state owned, probably multinational corporation. And I believe firmly that a member of our community that owns a rental property here and rents to members of our community would never do that to a member of our community. I'm lucky now to live in a single-family home owned by someone local, and I myself treated very, very well. So I think that we have room to discuss the distinction there, because I think that if you asked any member of the, another member of the public, they would see that level of rent increase to be not a fair business practice. And it's not good for us to be turning a blind eye to that practice happening in our community. We certainly are talking about supply. We need to be loosening the spigot. But we also need to talk about reasonable rents. And that's where I find myself coming down on this, recognizing that, you know, nobody deserves to be gouged in this community. And if it's happening, I want to know about it, and I want to know what, if anything, we can do about it. So that's where I am on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'm going to start this off with a request, and that's that we stop using the families, the 9 families who lived on Hohen Avenue as the poster kids for this issue. Because this moratorium and rent control would not have helped those families. They did see their rent go up 45% in some cases. We heard what the lady said about that. But the reason they were put out of their homes was because those homes were not habitable, and the city made that decision. So it's a sad story, but let's keep our facts straight as we talk about this going forward. So there's no doubt that this is a serious issue, and it's certainly an urgent issue for those people who are rent increases, who can't afford to pay the kind of rent increases that we're seeing. But I'm really very concerned about the way that this has come to us. I wish it had been part of a deliberative process, part of the conversation that I still expect to be having about affordable housing sooner rather than later. I wish, frankly, that it had been done with more transparency. The 24-hour notice here left no time for me or for most of us to get up to speed about this issue, to do our due diligence about it. It left no time for our staff to do the same. And most importantly, it left no time for the public to become part of the conversation. We've had about 25 people speak here tonight. That's not the community.
We have a petition with 2,000 names on it. This petition is not about what's in front of us. It's a moratorium, it's about rent control. I feel very strongly about these issues too. I would like to have more time to talk about them. All that being said, rents have gone up 30% in the last 3 years. That's a serious issue. No matter how much money we put into affordable housing, we're losing affordable housing every day because of the increases in rents. Now, certainly there are landlords in this community who are good people who aren't raising rents, but somebody's raising them because it's a fact that they're up 30%. I want to again express my discomfort at being put in this situation tonight, but by talking about it tonight, we've made it an urgent issue. We've created that urgency, and for that reason, I'm willing to do a 45-day cooling off period, moratorium, however we're going to refer to it, moratorium. I want to see this as a study session as soon as possible in front of this council. And my support of this tonight is not an indication of where I'll be voting down the road.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Madam City Attorney, could you read for me again the findings for urgency?
Sure. The findings would be that there is a necessity to preserve the public peace, health, or safety.
Thank you. Well, it's clear that there is an urgent need in our community for affordable housing, and a number of individuals have articulated very well what those needs are and how great they are, and it's not something that we are going to change overnight. And lots of recommendations have been made, and many of those recommendations are actually being worked on as we speak. But I do agree with Vice Mayor Corsi and Councilmember Schweider, and probably everybody here, that this has been a very uncomfortable process this evening because of the lateness of the item hitting the public and the inability for lots of people to be able to address it this evening. But I am, as much as I am aware of the urgent need for affordable housing in Santa Rosa, I am very sensitive to the process, and I'm not convinced that this item reaches the level or that it satisfies the finding of urgency, and we'll be voting against it this evening. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no question that this county has become a county of have and have-nots. That is plain to see. This is a very uncomfortable moment for all of us up here, because I don't think anyone is comfortable sitting in this situation when you hear about people getting evicted, when you hear about people facing rent increases just because they can. It's also very uncomfortable for me for this process, how it's come forward with this 24 hours notice. I find a lot of these findings of urgency to be problems, but I don't see them as being urgent. I do see them as warranting further discussion. And I do feel there's a role for government. Even Adam Smith, who is the basis of a lot of free market economists, says that there's many chapters of the need for government regulation. I don't know whether this government regulation is going to solve the problem, though. One of the examples used up here, I believe, was a single-family dwelling that's exempted from this proposal. As you can see, the due diligence in 24 hours, it makes it very difficult to come down on one side. There's a lot of good people that are really good landlords. Of that, there can't be denying. There's also a lot of people that are just greedy. And our job is to try and find that balance. So the difficulty I'm having now is this 45 days could possibly stretch to 10 more months. And yes, if we're going to discuss this and we can have a resolution in 45 days, I can understand that, but I don't think we're going to be able to solve this in 45 days. I do want a community conversation, and we don't have that here. We have representatives of the community, but we don't have everybody here. This possibly could be my toughest decision in 7 years on the council as to where I'm at right now. I'm having a lot of difficulty because I feel a lot of pain for a lot of these renters. And I feel a lot of pain for a lot of the landlords that are good landlords, that are under market. So I'm going to come down that I'm going to vote for this for 45 days only. But that certainly doesn't correspond to support of this ordinance for a more permanent basis. Just because I don't want to see more people out on the street. I saw a lot of people, I heard our providers say that increased rents were one of the biggest causes of our increased homelessness. And for that reason alone, I'll give 45 days. I'm not going to say I'm going to give you another year, though.
Mr. Olivares.
Thank you, Mayor. We have to have a discussion about affordable housing. I think that is on our plan to do that. It is a very important issue, as are very many. And there are very many factors that contribute to some of these issues, but it doesn't focus on just one. I too am concerned about the process that we've gone to get to where we are tonight. It seems like we've created the perception of an urgency based on what we've done here. I mean, if I was going to apply the same measure of the immediate preservation of public health and safety, I would apply that to those families that are out there homeless right now. And are we not obligated to put them in shelter? Be mandatory, right, to make sure that they have a place to stay. But we have not. You know, some of the uncomfortableness for me on this is this 1995 issue where we're treating working people differently than the age of the building. So a person's rent is going to be decided based on the age of their building. You know, there are other things to consider in looking for solutions too, besides rent control. There's issues of utility reform that needs to be explored, eviction reform that could be explored. There are other options too, but I do agree that with our recent discussions over the past year related to transparency, this doesn't feel right. There's processes, and I don't believe that we've met the threshold of this being an urgent matter at this point. But I do know that it will be coming to us for discussion, and it should be coming for us to discussion because it's very important and we need to address it, but we need to explore all the different factors that contribute to the lack of affordable housing in our community. It's not just the case because of our landlords or other factors in place. So I am not going to be supporting this ordinance this evening.
Thank you. Any final words, Ms. Combs? Before we vote?
I can certainly count and we should make it clear that an urgency ordinance requires 5 of 7 and not 4 of 7 to pass. I would like to point out that the urgency isn't, while we may all agree that it is urgent that rents are going up, the urgency is that because we are going to be talking about rent control and similar issues, rents might jack up suddenly as a result of our decisions to take on the topic. And the urgency ordinance was brought forward because of that. And in full disclosure about it, I'm a very strong proponent of community processes. I'm a big open government advocate. It is possible to bring up an urgency ordinance without having the 24-hour notice. So we did the 24-hour notice because we didn't think people could jack up their rents in 24 hours. And we were trying to give people as much opportunity as we could. The other piece of that is that because of the Brown Act, I cannot talk with my fellow council members in advance. So many of them are surprised at this because I could only talk with two others, total of 3. So I just want to make it clear that in an attempt to be very cautious about taking care of the public, almost half of our public are renters. I thought that the balance between 45-day moratorium and people's rent being jacked up so that they had severe impact rose to an urgency ordinance, which is why I brought it forward. I appreciate, however, that we don't have the votes for that. Do you call for the vote now?
The motion has been, we've passed, unless you would withdraw your motion.
No, I intend to see the record of the vote.
Okay.
But my understanding is that may I, in a special meeting, then make another motion, or is this the only motion that can be made?
Well, we have to act on the first one.
I'm just asking legal.
This is the only one you could make in the special meeting. If under council member reports in our regular meeting, you wish to ask under our normal process to have an item placed on the agenda,
okay,
you could follow that process.
So I will wait for that. Thank you. So, and just so you know, I'll be bringing it forward during council reports.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. May I have your votes, please? And I have 4 ayes and 3 noes. The motion fails for lack of a supermajority. Thank you. Let's take a very short break and we'll move into our regular session. I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council for June 9th, 2015 to order. Let's see, let's go ahead, the roll. Yes, please call the roll.
Let the record reflect that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Carlstrom.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And may I have a report on we had no closed sessions on the study session, please, Mr. McGlynn.
We received direction from council, and we will be moving forward with that direction and bring back a contract and analyzing the issue that we were instructed to do around porta potty and restroom availability.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We have no proclamations or presentations. We have no staff briefings. We have no minutes to approve. Council members' reports. Statements of abstention, council. Any statements, anything you'd like to abstain from this evening? Seeing none, we'll move into our subcommittee reports. First of all, I'd like to thank our Vice Mayor Corsi for filling in for me last week. Did a great job, and now I know I can leave anytime I want. So that's just so you know, I'll take full advantage of your excellent ability to run the meeting. So that being said, any reports this evening, council? Mr. Wysocki.
I'm looking for it.
All right.
Sonoma Clean Power. Happy to report on our meeting Thursday, June 4th, Board of Directors. Our budget calls for gross revenues of $165 million, as we have added all the cities in Sonoma County with the exception of Healdsburg. Opt-out rate is well below the expected 15%. This is quite the success story. No raise in rates, and our power is even greener than we projected. So we continue to widen the difference between the PG&E rates and our power is definitely less greenhouse gas producing. I do want to respond to a couple comments I saw about people saying why they should opt out and go with PG&E, or why they did is because you can't trust Sonoma Clean Power to transmit the same kind of reliable power that PG&E is transmitting. PG&E is our transmitter. We pay them a fee, percentage fee, so that those quotes are misguided. And one of the future matters for the Power Authority is to reduce that amount that we pay to PG&E, because part of it is that we're a risky startup. And if you go back to the energy crisis of 2000, 2001, when Enron and all the other bad actors were manipulating the markets, PG&E went down in the toilet with just everybody else. So Marine Clean Energy wants to join us in a Utility Commission so we can reduce that rate we pay to PG&E and strengthen our balance sheet even more, which is quite impressive for 1 year. So that's my report from the subcommittee.
Great, thank you. Any other, Mr. Sweethelm?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to give our water supply update. We have some great news for this community. Santa Rosa reduced water use by 33% in May of 2015 when compared to May of 2013. That's 33%. And reduced overall water use by 21% since January of 2015 when compared to 2013 water use. Obviously, we're all really grateful for our community's response, and we're continuing to ask customers to keep up their water conserving habits throughout this year by using water bill and water meter to serve water, fixing leaks, and cashing in on water-saving retrofits. So again, it's great news, but I wouldn't want anyone to rest on their laurels. We need to continue down this path of conservation, but it's good news for this community.
Great, thank you very much. Any other reports this evening? Mr. Vice Mayor.
I thought Councilman Schwedhelm would mention this one, but I will. He did a great job swearing in our new police chief last week, Hank Schroeder. I was happy to attend that, and also not only to see the swearing in of a police chief, but 8 new officers. We're filling the ranks, which is a good thing. 2 of the young men who were sworn in, I watched grow up in this town, which is a little bit scary, but at the same time, it's really, it's nice to see people who grow up, live in Santa Rosa, becoming part of our police force. Also wanted to mention that last week there was a workshop put on by staff of Metropolitan Transportation Commission out at our utilities offices about their prosperity plan. What is it called? It's Regional Prosperity Plan. And these are grants that are federal grants that have to do with housing and good jobs and planning. Our economic development and housing staff and planning staff were part of this. Also, a lot of people from nonprofits around the community and around the North Bay, most involved with affordable housing. And this was an informative session, information session. No decisions or monies are available out of this thing, but it's the continuing effort on the part of our MTC Commissioner, Jake McKenzie, who's the Vice Chair of MTC now, to engage with Santa Rosa and other jurisdictions here in Sonoma County, and appreciated being a part of that. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you.
I do have an additional subcommittee. Downtown Subcommittee met this morning, and the council will be seeing some results after budget when we want to present potentials for Courthouse Square reunification and design. I'll just leave it at that. It was a very well-attended meeting, and hopefully that will continue to go forward. Also, I did attend the swearing-in of our new chief. Fantastic event. A lot of pride in that room. And then Sunday, 2 events, Railroad Square Music Festival, very well attended, and the West End Farmers Market. If you haven't been to the West End Farmers Market, it's a good community event by that neighborhood. Thanks.
I just want to follow up on Mr. Wysocki's report and ask if the Courthouse Square Subcommittee is officially dead, and if so, let's declare that.
Yeah, that falls in my on my desk. The blending of the two, or the elimination of one of them has to go, and I will be making a decision on that this week because I've delayed that. I completely forgot about it hadn't really happened yet, and now evidently it's formalized that there's now one committee, and it is the Downtown Committee, not the Courthouse Square Committee. Okay.
And thank you to Mr. Wysocki for chairing that committee in my absence this morning. I attended the Association of Bay Area Governments meeting by phone, so I missed the great slideshow they usually have. The main meat of that meeting was how exciting it is to be in Richmond, Berkeley, Oakland, and San Leandro. So it was not very relevant to us, but there was a little nugget. As you know, we have something called priority development areas, which assist us in planning and in receiving funds from MTC and the Association of Bay Area Governments as a mechanism. And they're discussing adding to the concept of priority development areas the priority industrial area, so that we assure that we have industrial and light industrial sites in our general plan. And so that conversation is moving forward. And the draft schedule would say that in December there will be some study findings. In the spring of next year, there will be more coordination with local jurisdictions, and by the fall of next year, there'll be a draft for us to review. So we can protect our industrial areas in assistance with ABAG, and maybe we can increase some of the grants we pull down when we do that. As a result of the previous vote, one of the next steps then to take is for me to request the future agendizing of 2 items. One is the moratorium on rent increases as an agenda, a noticed agenda item. And the other is that as staff is able, we bring forward the housing conversation in time. And so I am asking for a second for each of those 2 items to come forward on, to be discussed, to come forward on future agenda.
So let's ask, I'll have you make the motion on each of them separately.
Well, could I just ask a clarifying question? On the housing conversation, are you referring to rent control, or are you referring to the discussion about affordable housing options that perhaps includes that within it?
I think that we're talking about the larger item that includes the rent control item within it, along with the just cause eviction, and I think there was one other element. I think we have a list of stuff that we've been talking about associated with housing, including permitting and some other things about how we can facilitate housing.
So I'm now a little confused. So are we having is the motion to have a conversation about the moratorium and then a separate conversation about options around affordable housing, preservation of affordable housing and opportunities to accelerate affordable housing? Is that what I'm hearing the two?
Yes.
So there's a moratorium conversation and then an options conversation.
Well, my understanding is that we brought forward homelessness, and at some point we're going to be bringing forward housing items.
Yes.
And among the housing items, rent control would be one of the subsets.
Okay.
But there are a number of other items that staff has had conversations about.
What I'm concerned about is that if we have a meeting about rent control,
no,
you're not talking about...
I'm only talking about the first item is the moratorium item we just discussed.
So let's take care of that one.
And that we have that conversation.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I want to see these things come forward. But I'd hate to see us get into a conversation about having a moratorium for 45 days and then not be able to address the other issues until sometime outside of that 45 days. So I want the housing conversation to come forward as soon as possible. I don't want that to be delayed, but I don't want to do the moratorium too soon. So I'm trying to figure out a way to craft this so we can take care of both things within a time frame.
And if I may follow up, that is my intention as well. And my understanding of the process that we're doing now is that we are getting it so that it can get to an agendized item.
Yes.
We're several steps away from that.
Part of your process is now to bring forward and get a second to then bring back for full consideration, because that now gets posted that you're going to have a conversation about bringing forward that item as an agenda item. So right now is simply a conversation around what you want to have as a conversation about getting an agendized item.
Yeah, we're several steps away.
So that would just be a second, and then we would place it on our next agenda. And when you have the discussion and decide if there are 4 votes to move forward, you would address your concerns about timing to say that you would like one to be before the other or to be at the same time.
So let's entertain let's have the motion again. So, but let's separate them reasonably so that they can, unless you want to do them all together. And when they have the conversation, so separate
well, I think they're linked, so I'm having trouble completely separating them because they should move through the system linked.
Well, at this stage, I don't think it matters how linked they are, because we're going to have a conversation about what we would move forward with at the during the next conversation.
Okay, so I'm asking for this is the first step in a long process to get something agendized.
Yes.
And so the first item is to discuss the rent control moratorium again.
Okay, and there's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
And the second item is that we discuss options associated with housing, one of which would include rent control.
Affordable housing.
Yes.
I have a motion.
Second. And
a second. Thank you. And we will bring those back per the schedule.
And I apologize, Mayor, I have not been well all day, and I came because these were critical items to me, and I'm going to step away from the dais. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McGlynn, no further reports, I assume. I have no reports, so move to consent. I'm sorry.
Skipped over city manager.
You know,
and city
I
attorney.
do that every single week. It's not that I don't care.
I don't take it personally, Mr. Mayor.
Good thing.
And this week, I have no longer winded report to read.
And just briefly, as the council is aware, we have filed our petition with the California Public Utilities Commission. I did post that on the city attorney's webpage on our website. If anyone is interested, we have received an opposition filed by staff to our request. Our attorney has indicated that if you have others, we've been receiving a significant number of support letters, which has been great, so keep those coming. And if you have other elected representatives who wish to lend their support, that would be appreciated and would be timely.
Excellent. Mr. Whitlock.
Which elected leaders have so far lent their support to us?
I don't know that we've received any from our state legislators. We did receive a letter from SMART. We've received letters from a number of other organizations, Friends of SMART, from some of the neighborhood organizations.
We're going to start organizing ourselves around that exact question, so we'll be able to report out in the future. But this was just a general call for additional letters of support.
Understood.
We'll get you some information about who.
When do you expect the matter to be heard?
So the process now is, as I mentioned before, the period for which oppositions can be filed is through June 17th. Once that closes, we have 10 days to file our response to the staff opposition that's been filed and any others that might be filed. The case is then assigned to an administrative law judge who will set a pre-hearing conference and at that time decide when the hearing would take place.
So the letters of support would not be letters of opposition. Would they be part of our staff presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great.
So letters of support don't need to be in by the 17th?
They don't need to be in by the 17th. Keep them coming.
Are the letters that we've received, are those also posted on the webpage?
We could certainly post them on there if you would like.
I think it would help just to give people an idea, you know, if they don't know what to say or where to send it, that gives them a template.
I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, good idea. Consent, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 11.1, resolution, approval of master agreements to provide professional services. Item 11.2, ordinance adoption, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, 20-70.020 definitions and land use, tables 2-2, section 20-22.030, 2-6, section 20-23.030, 2-10, section 20-24.030, 2-12, section 2-26.030, and section 2-2 and 2-2, section 20-28.070 to change the sections relating to the extended hours of operation land use, file number REZ14-007.
I have no cards on these items. Council, any questions before we move forward? Seeing none, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Move 11.1 and 11.2 and wait for the reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. And your votes, please. And I have 5 votes, 5 yeses, with Council members Carlstrom and Combs having left the dais.
So before we move to our report items, I don't know if anybody's here for public comment, but we are well past 5:30, so you might want to take public comment.
We can go for our first public comment period. Anyone wishing to approach the council at this time on public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to report items. 13.1, Mr. McGlynn.
Report, Sonoma County Waste Management Agency Extension Discussion. Carolyn Fowler, City Attorney, presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We are here tonight to discuss the extension of the Sonoma County Waste Management Agency. Just to give you a brief bit of history, the City of Santa Rosa entered into a joint powers agreement with the County of Sonoma and the other cities in the county in 1992 to form a joint powers authority to deal with wood waste, yard waste, household hazardous waste, AB 939 reporting, which has to do with diversion rates, and for educational purposes. This is the agency that's become known as the Sonoma County Waste Management Agency, or SCWMA. The original agreement provided for a 25-year term, which will expire in 2017. The agency has been having discussions for some time about extending the JPA. There have been a variety of opinions expressed by members of the board, by the member jurisdictions, and also by some of the city attorneys who were involved in some attempts to draft some proposed extensions. As you know, recently, a significant development has been that as part of resolution of a litigation against the agency, the county, and Sonoma Compost over runoff from the current compost facility, the current compost facility is going to close, and yard and green waste will now be outhauled until a permanent composting site is available. In addition to extending the term of the agreement, the agency has also expressed a desire to amend key components of the agreement. In order to move this process forward, the agency has requested that its members seek input from their governing boards to inform this discussion and to assist in drafting a proposed amendment or restated agreement that would come back to you for approval if that is your desire. The agency has provided a matrix of issues, which are the issues that they're asking for your input on, which has been included in your staff report. I have put in an abbreviated form. It had places for all of the counties so that you'd be able to read it, because the print was so tiny that it was extremely challenging to read. But you'll note on the far left-hand side of that where it says board consensus as of June 2014, this is indicating for you what the respective board members at that time felt about these issues that were being discussed as part of their board strategy meetings. Some of those members have changed. Our representatives have changed since that time. As I think you're aware, our current representatives are Mayor Sawyer and Council Member Wysocki. But this gives you some indication as to what at least the board members were thinking about with respect to the specific issues. The current Joint Powers Authority provides that the county would provide the site for the compost facility at no charge to the agency. If the agreement is to be extended beyond 2017 and the compost site relocated on landfill property, the county has indicated that it would charge a fee of $1.50 per ton of green waste, and with that rate to be increased every 5 years by 25 cents. And again, this is the proposal. This is not something that's been agreed to, but this is a letter that the county provided in response to an inquiry from the agency as to what the potential charge would be if a facility was sited at the landfill site. The agency has been having discussions and is going through the process of an environmental review to determine a substitute site for the compost. One of those sites is on the current landfill. For the household hazardous waste site, which is also located at the landfill, the county would charge 50 cents per square foot based on a 40,000 square foot site. The initial rent would be $20,000 per year, payable in equal monthly installments with a rent increase of 3% annually on the anniversary date. Again, this is the proposal that was submitted in response to an inquiry from the agency. The county has also said that in light of recent litigation and issues that have arisen with respect to the current compost facility, that they would require additional indemnity and permit requirements if that were to go forward. At this point, the agency has not prepared or presented to of its members a strategic or business plan for the future compost site or its operation. The City of Petaluma has also looked at this issue and other possible options for services. Included in your staff report is a report that they had prepared by the R3 consulting group. Some of you who have been here sometime may remember that that is a consulting group that the city has previously used in connection with our refuse discussions with North Bay and when we put that out to bid. Initially, there was a report prepared at the request of the Waste Management Agency by R3, and the City of Petaluma asked them to do a further dive into that, and those reports have been provided to you. If you so direct, city staff would be prepared to look at other possible service options if that's the desire of the city council. So it is recommended that the council discuss the issues that are raised in the matrix and provide direction so that your representatives to the JPA, as well as staff and the city attorney, would have those responses in order to have an informed discussion about extension of the JPA. If the council has additional concerns or questions or additional information that you would like to have in order to make these decisions, we would also urge that you provide staff with that direction. You have been given the matrix, and our suggestion would be that you work through those with some assistance from the mayor and Councilmember Wysocki, who are your representatives and may be able to provide more information on the specific subject matters. And I'm, of course, happy to answer any questions. I'd also like to acknowledge that Henry Micas, the Executive Director of the Waste Management Agency, is here, and I'm sure would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Micas. Thank you for dealing with a rather long agenda today. Appreciate your presence. Mr. Wysocki, do you have anything to add at this point before we start discussing this rather long matrix? It's a long
matrix, and it's excuse me. It's been quite an issue for the county for quite some time, and I think it actually predates. Well, I know it predates my tenure on the council, and probably even predates your tenure on the council. Mm-hmm. One thing that I'm really not happy with is this whole issue with the agency doesn't address the city of Petaluma's leaving the counties, leaving the county to deposit their waste in Marin and getting a better deal for their ratepayers, while there's been no addressing of the post-closure estimate liabilities at Central. That's still getting kicked down the can's still getting kicked down the road. I'm not real happy about that. I think that this should be a comprehensive discussion. I know it's outside the agency's purview. I see Henry shaking his head. But to me, trash is trash, and waste is waste. And while this is an essential part of it, I'd like to have a more comprehensive discussion and that be part of it. Now, perhaps that's not part of it tonight. So I'll fast forward to 2009, when in my first year on the council, there was a privatization plan put forward by the county that was a put and pay proposal based upon numbers of some $70 million for post-closure and closure costs at the landfill. And those numbers keep changing. They're down to the 33 now, 32, because no one really knows. And so and the reason I bring that up, we were sold, or there was a consensus, not we were sold, there was a consensus upon members of the SWAG, the Solid Waste Advisory Group, that was formed upon the failure of that privatization to try and find a solution countywide. And there were some principles that came out of that. One being that we wanted to divert as much as possible, state-of-the-art facility, while trying to keep ratepayers' costs down as much as possible. Also, which grew out of that is the county's proposal to give the operation of the landfill over to a corporation, to a third party, to decrease liability to the government entities. Yet since then, we have now settled a lawsuit, which gives, and that's the one against the composting facility, which still gives them the right to sue us. Should we decide, we being the county as a whole, decide to locate the composting facility at Central, they still reserve their right to contest that. We've just paid their legal fees. I'm not real happy, and I'm just trying to give you background as to, from my perspective of that. Let me see if I'm missing anything. And the last, as an overview, the thing that I'm concerned with not, and I'm going to jump ahead for a 30,000-foot view, should we not extend the agency, I'm concerned that maybe the only game in town for a state-of-the-art composting faculty may be with Republic at Central, and we may have less oversight at Central because of an agency there. Maybe these concerns are unfounded, but I haven't seen those addressed. Because if we don't have another set of eyes there, it's basically the county and Republic. If there isn't a agency with a long enough time to get financing, it will be just Republic that has the ability to raise the money to do that state-of-the-art composting faculty, and that's not a competitive bid. So those those are my overview points. If I'm incorrect on any of those, please correct me. I just, that's my perspective.
Yeah, so with respect to the issue about the settlement of the landfill liabilities, the compost site was always excluded from that discussion because it was being operated by the agency and by Sonoma Compost. So there was never any agreement that those liabilities were part of the settlement that was released. At the time, of course, we did not expect that there would be litigation over the compost facility, but as you're aware, a neighbor group sued over runoff from the compost facility, and there's been a number of challenges which ultimately has led to the temporary cessation of the composting facility at its current location.
Thank you for that correction. If I might also add on that lawsuit, the Regional Water Quality Control Board said that the discharge that happened in December, they were fine with it because of the dilution, because of that major storm event. And my impression was that they were cooperative with the agency's plan. They were okay with the plan.
There was a temporary plan that was going forward. Unfortunately, they learned additional information, and they were planning to build a pond that would take runoff if there was runoff. But because of further environmental problems, including the potential for tiger salamanders on the case, the interim fix of the current facility was not feasible, and that's why the current operations are being shut down, because they weren't able to meet the regulatory requirements required by the Regional Water Quality Control Board within the time frame.
Yeah, so each time a solution was offered up, and in fact, we began the process of dealing with those solutions, the solutions became unavailable to us. So it was a very frustrating experience.
I don't doubt it's been frustrating. I just, again, I've been the alternate. I've been on the outside for the last couple of years. It's extremely frustrating. This is a lot. This is a big responsibility for government, is to take care of the trash.
Yes.
It's right up there with keeping the sewer flowing.
Yep. No, it is, and we need to keep it in our county. And now we're out hauling compost, and hopefully that will be rectified well as soon as possible. But the issue before us this evening is to be able to offer some recommendations to the board concerning the extension of the JPA. And the matrix before you shows, basically speaks to some issues that were brought forward because it was hard to know exactly how to address each of the city's concerns, their both negative and positive issues around the extension of the JPA. Basically, what is the purpose of the JPA, and what are the alternatives to the provision of service that the JPA, or what the JPA provides? Do we have an alternative? Should that be discussed? What are our alternatives to a JPA if we don't have that body? And that's part of what we're trying to come together as a group, as a board, and decide what is the best way to move forward with at Central, especially if we move forward with a composting facility and a state-of-the-art composting facility. Do we need the JPA to help us with that, with the operation? Do we need the protection that the JPA offers, which is, if you could, Madam City Attorney, indicate in general terms the purpose of a JPA in this case?
One of the reasons that a government entity enters into a joint powers agreement is that it does provide, depending on the terms of the joint powers agreement, a certain amount of protection or shield for the public agency that's a member. So unless you agree as part of the joint powers agency to take on certain responsibilities, you're not liable for the obligations of the Joint Powers Authority.
And those protections are rarely, if ever, pierced? The veil of protection?
Well, they're established in the law. I wouldn't say never. People sue many times when they don't have the authority to be sued. But for example, in the recent composting litigation, the city of Santa Rosa, even though it's a member of the JPA, was not sued. The agency was sued and the county was sued, not because they were a member, but because they were the owner of the property.
Right. So it's hard to know how to break into the matrix and start to gather some recommendations. But might as well start from the top. You'll notice in question number 1, do you want to continue a regional approach for dealing with the following programs? 4 programs. The composting is going to end at Central in the middle of October. So I don't think we need to discuss the future of composting. That the future of that is, at least for the short term, has been determined, and it will be outhauled as of 10/15. The city of Santa Rosa is actually affected by that because we use compost in our processes at our waste treatment plant and our composting facility. So it's and then we will be hearing more about the impacts to Santa Rosa in the future, the costs involved, et cetera, of how we will make up for that. Mr. Wysocki?
Mayor, if I just had a thought. In our last extension with North Bay, we had a clause inserted where, should we so desire, for lack of a better term, a restaurant run, they would be required to make such a run. And I was thinking more in terms of the biodigesters out there, but I'm just thinking out loud, perhaps this is a solution for our composting not being there, if we even have the room there. And I'm looking at David up there, it might be a possible avenue. Maybe it's outside the scope here, but while we need the compost and we have no source, maybe there's a source there.
Yeah, it is outside the scope of this particular conversation, but perhaps, Mr. Guin, if you could quickly what you see as the future of our needs.
Sure, very quickly. The amendment that we use from Sonoma Compost is a cleaned and broken down yard waste that we mix into our compost. So it's different than the food waste that you're referring to. Food waste is a whole other animal. That's not what we're taking to the digesters. What we're taking is a third stream, which is a liquid, high-strength waste that is a pumpable material that's not food waste or yard waste. So there's really 3 different types of waste, and we've worked through that and put that in the contract with, as you mentioned, with North Bay, to make sure that we have access to that high-strength waste piece of it. So we're looking at all the options just like you're thinking, trying to be creative with the various sources out there and how we can potentially utilize those in various aspects of our operation.
Fine, I appreciate that. It's just, the thought just occurred to me, that was a clause that was put in after we agreed upon price. You always ask for more goodies after the price, and that was one of the goodies we were successful in getting.
We'll be hearing more about how we'll be dealing with this loss of Sonoma Compost in the future. I don't know that Mr. Guin will be reporting back to us. It may even be an item on the agenda specifically. Sure, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I don't know if this suggestion makes any sense or not, but in the interest of efficiency, I wonder if we should just go down this list and you and Mr. Wysocki could let us know what your hopefully consensus is on some of these items, and we can go through it like that. You both
Sure.
have a lot more knowledge about this process than I do anyway. I'm not sure about our other colleagues, but that might be a way of dealing with this.
I think that'll work fine. In that first box, you'll see under question number 1, I'll just mention what my feeling is. That I definitely would love to have the household hazardous waste, the education, and the planning and reporting to be a regional approach and handled, by hopefully at Central. So that's that's number 1. I think that Mr. Wysocki would probably
I would agree with that. I would say I'd want composting, when we were able to do that, also to be a regional approach as well. It doesn't make sense to separate that.
And that is processes in the works. So as soon as we find out where that's going to end up, and everyone that I talk to is looking for a regional approach to that as well. The next piece is the preference of who performs these services: the agency, the county, or a mix of both, or Republic, or the part of the frustration in entering this process late in the game is not having gone through a process that Mr. Mikas and the board went through a number of months ago, and they basically had the JPA I guess studied, if you will. And Mr. Mikas, could you use the microphone and let us know what you went through as an agency to determine how you were functioning and how your efficacy during that process?
If I just add while he comes to the mic, although one of the options mentioned is the county has not indicated that they are willing to take this on as the operator of those programs, but there have been some suggestion by some of the members.
And one of the first things that happened was staff prepared an exhaustive report that laid out all the different agency functions, how they were done, how they were financed, gave some comparisons to how those things were done elsewhere. And as a result of that, our board decided they wanted an independent verification or something that similar done, but done by non-staff people. So a company called R3 Consulting that Caroline mentioned to you was hired. And they were asked to look at the agency functions. And I have to back up and say that what you see listed here, the A, B, and C, and D, are the 4 core programs that the agency does. They're certainly not the only things we do. But R3 evaluated them, first of all, for whether they were required by regulations, whether they were necessary for health and safety, or required by law. And then they looked at how the services were delivered and whether they were efficient or not. The choices they looked at were our members, like Santa Rosa, doing it by themselves, doing the different core programs by themselves, or the agency continuing in some manner similar to how it exists now, or if the work could be done by independent contractors. The study did not look at the county as an option, and that was for 2 reasons. First of all, back then, which is a little over a year ago, the county was asked, and at that time they had no interest. And the other was that there was a sentiment on our board that they just didn't want to get some of this stuff involved with the county, and that goes back to some history. But R3 went and did their thing, and they came back and suggested that the regional model to these functions was appropriate and the most cost-effective that could be achieved. They thought the agency model also was cost-effective compared to some other jurisdictions they looked at in California. There were some surprises, and CalRecycle's determination a year ago was that if the agency ceased to exist, the member jurisdictions that did this on their own would have to be a do-over, and that would involve significant funds. And the estimate from R3 was for the member cities, it'd be anywhere from $20,000 to $100,000 a year. Initially, pardon me, not a year, initially to do the baseline study and start doing planning and reporting on their own. Since then, we've had a number of discussions with CalRecycle, and it looks like that consequence will only accrue to somebody that goes out on their own. CalRecycle has told us that if we were to stay as an agency of 8 or 7 or 9, with our data, we could redo the baseline without a whole lot of expense. So that's been a little bit of a good news. But, you know, I wanted to point out specifically that that item that's probably the smallest piece of our man hours and money has some of the bigger consequences if it's redone, and depending on how it's redone. So pretty much R3, as you see, I've looked at your package, you've seen the report, is pretty positive about the agency's role so far and its continuance. And I believe, if I can characterize it accurately, the Petaluma's work for them actually just confirmed that. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Sawyer.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Mikas. And the reason I'm bringing it up is I think an evaluative process about how things happened at the JPA, I think, is important. What gives me a little bit of discomfort in moving forward with a definitive answer as to whether we want to move forward with the JPA is that we have not heard other proposals from, well, let's just use the obvious one, for instance, Republic. They have, as far as I know, no one has approached them to say, if the JPA was not to be extended, would you be interested in handling the responsibilities that are currently handled by the JPA? Or would you prefer that, you know, they may take on, for instance, the household hazardous waste, but education and planning and reporting can be handled by a JPA. The JPA can handle, as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Council or Madam City Attorney, any piece or all of the processes that they currently have, or none of them, the JPA could carry on with. Isn't that depending on how the agreements are written.
If there was an amendment to the JPA or a restated JPA, you could have it perform all or some of them. If for some reason you felt it was more cost-effective to have some other entity perform the composting, you could still continue the JPA to do the other aspects. With respect to Republic, you may recall there was a provision in the Master Operations Agreement that the county entered into that said if the county requested it, they would make a proposal. I believe that the county has requested, because a number of the cities had asked for it, a proposal, but I don't believe Republic has prepared one, and I think it's challenging for them in terms of putting something together in terms of knowing the magnitude and the scope given where we are, but that request was made, right? I'm looking at Cheryl Bratton, who's the county council, who's also here. Yeah, so that request has been made, but there has not been a response yet from Republic.
Do we have a sense of when that might be forthcoming, Ms. Bratton? And thank you for being here, by the way. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Cheryl Bratton, Assistant County Counsel, Sonoma County. We actually, Susan Clausen and I just met with some Republic folks yesterday to start the conversation. We sent a letter to them, I believe in April, asking for prices both on composting and HHW. For household hazardous waste, it's a lot more straightforward for them to give us pricing because most likely they would just enter into a contract with a subcontractor and then charge maybe some sort of administration cost to manage that contract, but they know what they're getting into. For compost, it's a lot more involved because the site hasn't been picked and there's no permit yet, so it's hard for them to give pricing, but we've started talking to them about coming up with a path on how to get to pricing and looking at those options. So we're hoping that we will get something from Republic on household hazardous waste. I would hope in the next 30 days. On composting, maybe we get a path forward from them in the next, in a similar time frame, but we won't have pricing from them on that.
We would not have pricing because of the difficulty in coming up with figures for a $40 or $50 million facility, and the magnitude of having to come up with giving us what they think it would cost the cities to produce this facility.
Well, to give you to talk about how we did it with the landfill expansion. When we asked Republic to give us pricing on expanding the landfill and entering into an operations agreement, the county actually paid Republic to prepare the final drawings and get the permits. So we had to pay them to do the work so that they knew what they were dealing with in terms of proposing a price to expand the landfill. And I think that would be their same requirement in this situation with a significant facility. I think we're talking 45 million is the last number I heard. They're going to want to see final drawings and a permit in order to give us firm pricing. So,
sure. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yep. And this is probably, there are some, we'll move down the list, but this is what gives me a little bit of angst in making it, in being able to support a decision to move forward with the 25-year extension of the JPA. Is I would feel more comfortable if I had the JPA telling us what they were going to provide, what we want, what they're going to provide, how much it's going to cost, and having a second proposal in front of us so that I could evaluate both and then make a recommendation and then consider those costs in total. And because it's not always, cheaper is not always better. And being able to control, like we did with the garbage group, which the letters are escaping me, the SWAG, Solid Waste Advisory Group. It was a long process, but I think it turned out very, very well. And it was we all learned a lot, and I think we came up with some really good proposals and strategies and waste diversion goals that are very important to our county. So I would feel more comfortable at the end of the day. We can move, and we will move through the rest of these pieces. But as far as the who performs the services, lacking a strategic plan or a business plan from the JPA to compare to what hopefully will be coming from Republic or any other entity that would choose to make a proposal, I would have a hard time recommending to this body that we would vote tomorrow to extend the JPA for 25 years, because it's not a short term, it's a long time.
Well, I understand your concern on that, because there's a lot of unknowns there, but what I want to point out is that the agency is currently funded by tipping fee charge. It's already in the rate, and it's another level of oversight out there at a huge county facility that I'm not so quick to walk away from. And that's, to me, one of the biggest benefits of having it there. And the people I've met at Republic, they're fine individuals, but if it's just Republic out there and nobody else, or an occasional county employee, Republic employees will be responsible to Republic first.
Yep, I agree. And what I want to be able to do, because understanding that we could, with a contract with Republic, hopefully satisfy some of our concerns about about the diversion and how they operate as a corporation. Contracts can handle a lot can put to rest a lot of concerns, but being void of that second proposal is what I want to be able to prove to people that we're making the right decision. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be cheaper, because I like the oversight as well, and I think it's important, and there's a lot of respect for the JPA and what they've been able to accomplish. But right now, I would, at least for this larger question and moving forward with the extension of the JPA, I would like to have these, as much as possible, more numbers coming back from Republic, so I can say to the ratepayers, as you can see, extending the JPA for a period of time is a valuable and a prudent decision.
If I can, I understand where you're coming from. If we don't extend the JPA, does that mean the tipping rate decreases?
Yes. Well, it depends on whether somebody else operates it, and if that was the mechanism you would need to pay. You might recall part of the challenge we discussed about with SWAG is financing through tipping fees is a diminishing source of income, because hopefully we divert and the tonnage goes down. So that's one of the concerns that I've mentioned in terms of there not being a business plan or a strategic plan, is how is the money and the cost going to be raised for the $55 million to build a facility and sustain it. The agency would not obviously be operating it itself. It would be contracting presumably with some third party to operate the facility. We also don't know who that would be at this point in time. So there's ambiguity, I think, on all sides about what the cost would be and who would be operating it and how it would be operated.
So there could be a third party, unnamed at this time, to operate the composting facility as well.
I would think that could be possible either with Republic or with the Waste Management Agency. Currently, the current compost facility is operated under a contract by Sonoma Compost that the Waste Management Agency oversees, so they're not actually performing the work, they're contracting with a third party.
Understood.
I presume if there's a new facility that they would either have an agreement with Sonoma Compost or some other third party and not be performing, but that may be part of their business plan. Maybe they are planning to hire staff and do the work themselves. We just don't know at this point.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
If I understand correctly, we don't have a proposal from Republic. We don't have information about a strategic plan from the agency. We don't have information on either side of this. Is the agency unwilling or unable to put together a strategic plan? Do they need more time? Can we, is it possible to extend this for less than 25 years?
And I was going to say, I'll ask Mr. Mikas to respond to your question.
Those are my questions.
Okay, and they're good questions. Please.
I hope this is a help, but I think a big piece of the information you're seeking vis-a-vis a strategic plan and numbers is already in place. The agency has had preliminary engineering designs done to a pretty finite level of detail and some pretty accurate or hard-nosed cost estimates done to provide a framework to look ahead. And they have provided our board with annual operating costs that we're able to translate into approximate numbers for what that might do to the tip fee. That's where this $45 million figure that Ms. Bratton mentioned came from. That was from the last cost estimate done by our engineering consultant. But there is a design done, and the plan has been, given that under the current JPA rules, we can't take on indebtedness, that once the site is selected, we would start doing the permitting work, and then we'd go through a competitive procurement process to find somebody that was going to be a design, build, operate contractor. There's been some discussion on our board about maybe financing it ourselves if we get extended and the new agreement comes in place, that there be some language included if the members agree to allow the agency to take on some indebtedness. That would provide an alternate to where we could finance it ourselves. But right now, the only path that we have is design, build, operate, and that's where we're headed. Based on that preliminary design and the estimate that was done, it is right now on our agenda that at the June meeting, which is June 24th, we will be certifying the EIR and making a site selection for a new site. And another item that's going to be on the agenda is to select an engineering firm to start the permitting work, because we know that's going to be one of the longest timelines. So there is a plan afoot. And the numbers from the agency side of the house, I think, are available.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yes,
What's
sir.
the time pressure for extending the life of the agency? And is it possible to do that for less than 25 years?
Well, the 25 years number came from our math when we looked at the cost of building a site and how to amortize it so that it's affordable. And 25 years turned out to be a pretty magic number. I mean, it could be as little as 20, it could be more, but we played with interest rates and time frames all over the place, and that looked like it would work with a reasonable impact to the ratepayer. So that's where the 25 years come from. Because as we get into 2016, if we want to build a new site, we're going to have the ability to contract with somebody, and that can only happen if the agency continues, if the agency is the one that's going to do this. So that's the time sense we're under.
And the agency expires early 17, is that right?
February 2017.
Okay.
So, Madam City Attorney, if you could offer, when in dealing with the other attorneys and having conversations as we've gone through this process, what cautions you might offer to the council regarding the extension of the JPA, absent at least for the time being, absent a second proposal or a third proposal?
Well, I think part of the challenge, and I think this is the challenge the agency has had, is kind of, the cart before the horse, and how do you do that? I mean, especially for attorneys, and I would hope for you, the devil is in the details. I mean, I think certainly everybody supports the Waste Management Agency, but it depends on what the terms of those extensions would be, what the costs would be. There were some very concerning provisions in the third amendment that was circulated. Those are all things that can be resolved, I think, depending on the direction from the City Council. But in terms of giving you advice, it is going to depend on what the proposal is and how much weigh-in you have, what the vote requirements are. There were some concerns about changing the voting such that Santa Rosa would be in a position that the other members could vote in a way that would be detrimental to the city. Obviously, that would be a concern to us. So at this point, there's just not enough information from a legal standpoint for me to give you an informed decision about that. But
so perhaps I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And maybe what we can do is go ahead and move down the matrix, and some of the concerns that the city attorney raised just now will become evident. So moving beyond the who is going to be doing this work, and moving into some of the recommended changes or some of the changes that have been floated out there regarding the agreement. it has to do with the term, 25 years or no fixed term. In no fixed term, does that mean with no limit at all at the end time, or could it no fixed term?
That's correct. Those, it would be unless somebody withdrew, and that would, and again, be another concern in terms of if a member agency has the ability to withdraw. For example, as Mr. Wysocki has pointed out, that Petaluma has withdrawn from some of those, there would be provisions in an agreement that perhaps would impose penalties. We wouldn't know what that would be, but the proposal for no fixed terms means that it would be indefinite. The other proposal was 25 years. Certainly there could be discussion about other term lengths. I think, as Mr. Mikas has said, the suggestion for 25 years comes from the thought that that's a period of time that would be necessary for it to be viable for a private third party if they were going to do a design build to, make it cost effective, or for financing if it were going to be financed by the agency.
So no fixed term gives me concern. I mean, I would not want it to be just to go on for forever without having another opportunity to have this kind of conversation. That's why we're here tonight. We are nearing the end of the first 25 years.
No fixed term would be concerning unless you had the option to withdraw without penalties, or what those penalties would be. So otherwise, you're locking yourself in an indefinite period of time.
Right. So perhaps I can get some council nodding of heads or questions about that piece of this matrix. Does that sound like this? Well,
yes, Mayor. It's somewhat of a challenging conversation, and I think the city attorney framed it well. We're all these what ifs, and I'm struggling to find some concrete data to make a recommendation to you go in this direction. So I'm not sure what I would base my nodding head on. It makes complete sense. I get it. Before anyone's going to a major investment, they're going to want to make sure it's going to be around for a while. So I totally get that, but I don't have that counter argument. There's not a counter proposal like you were asking. How do we compare the two to each other? So I'm just struggling to give you concrete data to say, here's why I'm going in the direction I'm going.
If I can, I hear your concern. I think it's fair to say that if the agency goes away, we're losing a potential solution to the compost. I mean, that to me jumps right out at me. There's a potential solution on design build or a third party there. If it goes, whether that's cost effective or not, we won't know because they won't have the ability to solicit that bid.
Right. So for the mayor, so where I'm kind of at is like with your first question, yeah, I'm very supportive of the JPA continuing on. The devil's in the details. I like the concept of it. We have a relationship, and I totally get the 25-year. There's some pros and cons to that, but I'm generally supportive of continuing the agency. And I would rely on your subject matter expertise and Councilmember Wysocki's, who've been involved in this a heck of a lot longer than maybe some of the other council members up here have.
Perhaps if we jump to, and I appreciate this, to numbers 5, 6, and 7, because that'll give you an idea, because it'll also address some of the city attorney's concerns as to what are we putting ourselves on the hook for.
Right. I think that's an excellent idea, and actually we could probably start with number 4, because it does, actually we just had an experience with that of late with the plastic bag ban. Do you wish to have a mechanism for members to opt out of some agency programs? And we decided to do our own ordinance, and I don't believe we've had any difficulty with that, and our concern was control over the ordinance, and we opted to do our own, and that actually has worked fine. And I think that personally I would like to have that option in the future, is that opt-out clause.
How does that affect the bottom line of the agency, though? If we decide, if it's not us, but someone else leaving us or leaving it?
Well, this concerns a
Members.
program, just a program. So individual programs that they might choose to offer up, that we would have either an option to be a part of or to say, no, we would prefer to either not have that program at all or to do our own program, as opposed to being required.
There was some discussion about distinguishing between core programs and additional programs. For example, the core for which this JPA was set up was composting, wood waste, the reporting, and the household hazardous waste. And there was some discussion about saying those are the core programs that you have to commit yourself to. And then if the agency decides, as it talks about in its white paper, for example, maybe they want to do a styrofoam ban or the plastic bag ban, that other jurisdictions could opt opt to not be part of that optional program. And then if there were a number of people who weren't going to opt into it, the agency may decide that it's not financially feasible.
So and I failed to mention that what I was talking about were additional programs as opposed to core. The core programs that would be acceptable, but having the option to opt out of secondary programs, if you will, like we did with the plastic bag ban. Having that, keeping that option alive for Santa Rosa was important to me.
Does adding additional core programs require a unanimous vote?
That's one of the other issues on the matrix.
Yes, one of the.
It does it currently.
Right now, any change to the JPA requires a majority vote, and any expenditure over $50,000 would require a unanimous vote.
Okay, which is rather low. Just to be able to move on, we could come back to number 4. Let's just jump to number 5. It does have to do with unanimous votes on some of the following: the budget approval, capital expenditures greater than $50,000. And I'm okay with a non-unanimous vote for budget approval, and capital expenditures greater than $50,000. I mean, we would have to, of course, we would know what those expenditures were for. But if there was a major program expansion, I would want that to be unanimous. I wouldn't necessarily want Santa Rosa to be at the short end of a stick on a major program expansion. If 7 cities said yes and Santa Rosa said no, I would be uncomfortable with that.
I would follow with, I think that also ties in with 6B. Any major program expansion is going to have a debt that's going to have to come along with it, I would assume.
Correct.
And that would be my biggest concern, is if we don't have veto power, because that's what unanimous really is veto power.
Yes.
Over debt. That could expose us. Everything else here, I'm okay with a supermajority. Ideally, I'd like a little weight because of our size, but in terms of incurring debt on behalf of the city, I'd like to be able to say not so fast.
Right.
But everything else, I'm open to.
Purchase of real property, I would think it would be a pretty large decision, and that I would prefer to have as a unanimous, personally, as a unanimous as well, because of the potential cost of such a move.
I can't see how how the agency wouldn't do that without debt.
So they're kind of combined. It is an expenditure. They couldn't. So, and some of these, they're in a sense kind of some duplications in the matrix.
Sure. Well, or they're tied together.
Yes.
6F, amendments of the new JPA agreement, they couldn't, I mean, if there's a unanimous, and this is the Madam City Attorney, if there's a unanimous requirement for debt, a amendment to that clause would have to be unanimous as well.
With respect to debt, but for example, if you had an amendment that suggested that fees be charged based on population as opposed to based on membership, that could be something that could be detrimental to the city if you were changing a fee structure. So that wouldn't technically be a debt, or if there was an amendment to add programs. So again, I think that's why they're broken out by subject matter. For example, you may not care if they buy a $300,000 piece of equipment. You would care if they bought real estate or if they expanded a program that could have further financial implications to the city. So I think that's why there's some greater specificity, even though some of these obviously overlay each other, because you're not likely to buy property for less than $250,000.
True. So the concern is an ongoing obligation that could be to the detriment of Santa Rosa.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, the expenditures of funds greater than, well, it depends on the purpose. Amendments to the new JPA agreement, because of the concern about some of the amendments being potentially detrimental to Santa Rosa, I would want that to be a unanimous vote. We would need veto. I feel we would need veto power for 6F. And I'll just go down. Since we're in 6, 6A, D, and F, I would prefer having the veto power.
What happened to B?
B, it is combined, and I know it would kind of, actually, wait a minute, no, I didn't mark it as unanimous, but 250 would probably be about the limit. Madam City Attorney, the 50,000 is so low, but is 250 over 250, would that be a cause for concern for the city of Santa Rosa? Sure.
Well, I think, again, it depends on what
how high
the 250 is being used for. So if you had a general provision that with a majority vote you could expend $250,000 so long as you're not buying real property and you're not expanding programs, then I think you're protected. If you are concerned about they're going to spend $500,000 on a super duper tractor or whatever else they might need out there, then you'd want some control over that. But I don't think that's our concern, really. It's more the greater implications.
So it depends. There's so many of these, so many of these we could say it depends.
I think it depends that you can provide enough protection that would protect the concerns we have, but still allow them the flexibility to continue the operations at the agency with less than a unanimous vote. I mean, right now, 50,000 is very low, and it's been a challenge, I think, Mr. Mikas would tell you operationally.
Can I propose that unanimous be for 6A, B, F, and perhaps E, and everything else can be a supermajority?
Because I would agree, because I have here depending on the purpose with E, so because it depends, it would be smart, be prudent to keep that in with unanimous.
A, B, did I not say D?
And D.
Yeah, D,
and
E,
F.
and F.
Okay.
E and F.
And I'm fine with the supermajority being 7A for.
You're okay with 7? I was going for 8-10.
Well, we've already got unanimous on what I think are the major.
It's just, yeah, I just highlighted 8-10 as my preference. You okay with 8-10?
I'd prefer 7-10 because we have unanimous on the major items. I would like to make it easier to operate.
Well, that's a good point, actually. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, given the strength of the rest of the agreements. Ms. Valerie, any cautions you would have with the 7-10?
Not with the other protections that we've suggested.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Let's move to 8. Preferring a governance model that allows for a mixture of jurisdiction staff and elected officials. This has come up a number of times, and I'm sure it did while you were there as well, Mr. Wysocki. My feeling is that I feel that it should be at the discretion of the member city or town as to who they want on representing them on their board or around that table. What's your feeling?
Probably it's. I think it ties in with 9 if you get into a technical area.
And actually,
similar to what we have with water right now. That's what jumps out at me is water seems to work well. Why not just use that model?
You mean go ahead.
Part of the challenge with that, and one of the issues that came up with the drafting, is that there wasn't a lot of detail about how the technical advisory committee would be appointed, and it indicated that each member would provide someone. Unlike water, we don't have an expert on staff currently to deal with those issues, which is why I'm here presenting this.
That's a good point. I wonder if the city of Cotati is going to have, and not just pick on them, the ability to provide a staff member.
Exactly.
We could certainly hire someone, but it's a staffing cost and it's an issue. So and that would be the only caution I would add with that. Whereas with water, we have obviously a large expertise in-house with respect to that issue.
So that would make me concerned about having a tiered structure. I don't have a problem with the structure as it is, but I feel that the discretion. I think the city should have the right to choose whom they want.
How about a technical advisory committee that would have someone from the city of Santa Rosa and the county of Sonoma, since we're the 2 largest players in the game?
Well, policymaking board and a technical advisory committee. Well, except if they're dealing with an issue that where we don't have the technical expertise, we could be placed in the position of having to hire for that. the city of Santa Rosa. Is that not the case, Ms. Fowler?
Well, if the requirement was that the member provide that, or they could have technical expertise, you know, they obviously have some at the Waste Management Agency now, and so the Waste Management Agency, I think, provides some technical staff. But I think that was sort of a compromise so that cities would feel they have a say, so if they really wanted their public works director to be there, that they could be on a technical advisory committee. But it does create issues about who should pay for that. And
well, they could also have their public works director on the actual board.
Yeah. And I'm not even sure where this recommendation, what the genesis of this was. Mr. Mikas, could you kind of let us know where this came from? We haven't discussed this at the board.
Yeah, I hope maybe this will make it a little less complex for you. There's been a debate raging for about a year and a half among our board members about the composition of our board membership. Right now it is, as Mayor Saris says he'd prefer, and that is each jurisdiction can choose who they wish to send to our board. The only limitations are they either have to be an elected official or an employee of the member. So it can't be just Joe Citizen off the street. So all along, our board has been a mix of staff members and electeds. When I started 5 years ago, it was 1 elected and 9 staff members. A year and a half ago, got to be 7 electeds and 3 staff members, and now it's 6 and 4. So it's been, you know, it's been a bit of an up and down. What has happened is that, by and large, and I know I'm categorizing here, but there have been some decisions that have been asked of our board where I think elected officials have been a little more comfortable making some of those decisions and acting on behalf of the group that they belong to, whereas staff members have not been that comfortable because they recognize they work for their member jurisdiction. It's a different relationship. And there's been some frustration among some of our board members on both sides of that divide over their respective points of view. So there was conversation at our strategy sessions about there were some people that felt that the board ought to be all electeds. We went and visited many of our member jurisdictions and asked about their feelings on that subject. And what we found out was that a number of our cities wish to keep it either or. And the reason is because they have trouble getting elected officials to make the commitment to our board because, frankly, all of them have day jobs, have other responsibilities. It's really hard. Whereas a staff member, they can just say, it's your duty, go. So this idea of a tiered structure was something that was come up with to find a middle path so that maybe there could be a policy board of all electeds and then an advisory committee of technical people, staff to advise the board. It wasn't any more complicated than that to try and solve a dilemma and find a pathway to this debate.
I think, to echo Mr. Mikas, I think sometimes what becomes challenging is each jurisdiction wants to approach the challenge in their own particular way. My advice to council is always going to be if there are elected officials on the body, I'm going to recommend that you send an elected official as your designee. If we need to provide support to the elected official, we will do so. I think it's a challenging conversation to put in a decision-making capacity elected officials and staff members. It is not anything I would be recommending. I would be urging you to urge your peers to commit to the process, which means to live up to their obligation as elected officials and participate in the JPA. I'm not sure all my peers would agree with me, but I will say that I would find it really challenging to manage that conversation. I think it's from my perspective, it's either you agree that this is going to be a staff-driven decision-making process, or you make it an elected decision-making process. But I think probably Mr. Mikas' diagnosis is spot on. But I also think you've sort of, I'm proud to say that I see that this council takes that obligation seriously and fulfills that obligation. And then the ancillary impact could be, you know, you're stuck with, not that it couldn't help the conversation, but if you get into an obligation on a technical advisory committee, who's responsible for staffing that? If you don't necessarily have the resource, are you now mandated to hire in that composition, which could be okay, but I need to advise you there. I need to kind of know what that expectation of that advisory committee is going to be. do we have it within our staff resources or our own long-term planning to fill that type of position on a regular basis? May very well be so, but I'd need to know what that technical advisor committee is going to do and what the obligation would be, and then I could make a recommendation to you whether that would be a good option or not.
Sure. Mr. Michaels, could you respond to that?
I appreciate his sentiments. I think he's right on. Maybe this will help too. I'd say as time has gone on, we've been to 6 jurisdictions so far, so you're the 7th. The sentiment has been a mixed board of elected and staff as each jurisdiction feels they want to send who they want to send. Mm-hmm. It's it's backed off from this electeds versus staff thing a little bit. I think as people have sat back and thought about it. I think another factor, Mr. Sawyer, is as we learned this late fall with this lawsuit, one of the things the agency did was change some of our rules of government so we could include closed session information for the cities. That really works when you have, and here I'm going to contradict your city manager, and when you have a staff member as your alternate, that you pick your city manager or assistant city manager that lets you manage that process. And I think people learned from that. They saw how that really helped in the fall once we did that. Make information available to all our member jurisdictions, elected bodies.
You mentioned in one of our board meetings recently how the board has changed in the last year or two.
This is a little embarrassing.
And I think it's important to mention, though, because it speaks to the challenge of representation.
So the first 3 years I worked here, for 10 members, we had, across 3 years of meetings, we had 27 different people sit on our board. And you might think, boy, that's awful. Well, the sad truth is the last 15 months, we have not had the same lineup repeat itself on our dais 2 meetings in a row. And matter of fact, it hasn't repeated itself in 14 months. We've had 27 different people in the last year and a half. And
so you can see the problem with continuity and keeping people up to speed. And so I'm really not sure what the solution is. Well, I mean, if we had electeds, that could change potentially every 4 years. But there's that high level of, well, at least in Santa Rosa, a high level of commitment by the electeds to make sure that they're there.
I think what's happened is that, and it's been one of the heartening things to me personally from some of these discussions I've had with the other member jurisdictions, is this same conversation has taken place, and people have looked at each other and said, yes, we do have to commit to this. We need to realize that we're going to do this. We need to take part in it. So I'm thinking that's going to improve with time.
Well, that sounds good.
One of the challenges, and this sort of came out of the SWAG, and I think where the real push for elected representatives came was really the question about whether the Waste Management Agency is really making policy or being an operational organization to carry out the direction. I think some of that can be addressed in terms of the voting that we've talked about. For example, if there had to be a unanimous vote to add programs and do those things, those are the kind of policy decisions. I think that particularly the members of the SWAG were very interested in being involved in those policy level discussions about diversion and about how we get there. And so that was a concern that they really felt, at least what I heard at those meetings, that's why they wanted to be on the Waste Management Agency board, whereas they really didn't have a problem with staff making the day-to-day operational type issues, but there was really a strong desire from the electeds to be involved in the policy discussions. And perhaps you would address that by the provisions in the JPA that would require members to go back to their governing bodies to get the input from you regarding these large items that would have the major policy considerations.
And that's been a challenge as well. I know, getting the feedback back from the jurisdictions. So it sounds like, Mr. Mikas, that the direction of most of the bodies has been that they want to send who they want to send.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In 9, although we just dealt with that, number 9A, well, we're kind of C number 8, C number 9, it's still I think it still goes back to the discretion. I mean, that would be my recommendation, is that we maintain the discretion, unless you have a recommendation, Mr. McGlenn.
No, I mean, the only thing I would repeat is I would need to know better what the technical committee is, the technical advisory committee was supposed to do, because you could make an argument that that's what the staff of the JPA is supposed to do, is technically advise the members of the board. So I need to know what that particular, why that item was necessary, and I don't know.
Okay, so before we could weigh in on 9A and B, we would need more information. What is the need? What are they asking for? Okay. Number 10. Let me just read what my recommendation here is. Does the city and county attorney have issues with specific language included in the current JPA and amendments, and et cetera, et cetera? Well, I know that our city attorney has been very highly involved in some of the conversations of the future of the JPA, and also during the discussions around the lawsuit that was happening, and that you're always available for anytime we have questions like tonight. You're always available and have been highly involved with the other jurisdictions and their city attorneys as well. As that is the case.
We've been having a number of meetings, and the agency recently hired a new attorney who has been much more collaborative, working with the other cities than the prior attorney that was representing the Waste Management Agency. But again, it's kind of the cart and horse. It's difficult for us to draft and to raise the concerns without hearing from the council and from the other city attorneys who are in similar positions about what your desires are and what your concerns are. We're trying to draft something that provides protection so that, for example, the concern I mentioned before, that there couldn't be a vote that would jeopardize Santa Rosa's position or make you, one of the provisions, for example, that was of concern was a majority vote of the board could allocate penalties to one of the member jurisdictions. So in the recent situation with the compost facility, had that amendment been in place, the board could have voted that we think it's Santa Rosa's fault, they should pay the penalties to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and you would then be stuck with that without any kind of due process, and your only option would be to withdraw at that point. So obviously that was a major concern with the way it was drafted. I think there's been some understanding that for obvious reasons that's a concern, and those things I think we can work through as a group once we have the guiding direction from the member agencies. Thank you.
So as you can see, Council, the matrix the purpose of this matrix is to try to inform the future of the agreements that the JPA would come forward with for the member cities, and Windsor being a town. It's the first step in going forward with the conversations around the future of the JPA, and this took a lot of effort, as complicated as it may seem, and it's kind of getting it kind of boiled down, if you will, into a number of questions to try to offer allow the cities to respond in some way to the various issues facing the JPA and the future of that body. This was the effort to do that, and I appreciate the frustration in not really having a lot of the history, not knowing, kind of in a sense, not really knowing why some of these questions were even asked. And it's all trying to figure out the future and making sure that our compost is handled hopefully locally, and that in the very near future, and that our diversion numbers stay very, very high, and that our household hazardous waste is handled in a responsible manner, because that is one of the major responsibilities of the JPA currently. And this matrix, when we go back to the board, will help move those conversations along. As crazy as it may seem, this was actually having your questions, and especially Councilmember Wysocki's history was very helpful in moving forward. And I'm hopeful that we'll get a little further down the path when we deal with these issues with the board.
So unfortunately, we don't have two council members present, but for the other three of you, are you sharing concerns or have any different opinions that we should consider as we're moving forward with this? I mean, obviously, all this would come back at some point, but the other question is there some additional research or information you would like staff to provide you as this discussion proceeds in order to make a decision once something a little more concrete comes back to you for your approval?
And it depends is a reasonable response.
I mean, Mayor, for me, it's just obviously I want what's in the best interest of the city of Santa Rosa. And I expect those, as you're evaluating each of those, you come with that recommendation. So I don't have enough experience and history on this specific issue to do it, but hearing a recommendation, that gives me something to evaluate. So I'm comfortable, you know, getting some of the feedback that you've gotten today, even as vague as it is, but knowing what's in the best interest of Santa Rosa, that's what I'm looking out for.
Well, I appreciate that. And part of what we're trying to do here, especially as operating as a board on the JPA, is not only are we concerned with what's the best interest in Santa Rosa, and that of course is my first focus, but working as a team with the other cities in the county, all with basically the same goal in mind. That's the way I approach this, is that we're all looking to make sure that we do a really good job with with the processing of our composting and our diversion rates, and keep them up, and to keep the rates reasonable. It ultimately goes back to the ratepayers, and we have to be responsible to them as well. And that goes back, of course, to this evaluative process that I continue to be a little concerned about, is being able to compare apples and apples and say which is the best path to take. And make sure that Santa Rosa, that we make the right decision when it comes to that final decision as to who's going to operate this, who's going to take on the responsibilities that the JPA currently has, either them continuing them or someone else doing it. And that's, a bit of an unknown at this point. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I just want to echo Councilman Wysocki's concerns about the potential for a private monopoly on all of our trash. If that's where this has to go, I might understand that, but I'd like to explore the other options, and I hope that will continue, and then I'll look forward to something concrete coming back to us.
Excellent. And it has always been my attitude that it's not necessarily the who, but the what. But if it came down to it, and it was a local, like the JPA, for instance, it's not always about the money, but what services are they going to provide? And the ratepayers are always in my mind, and providing them with the best service, and that's not always the cheapest. So this conversation will continue, and I will keep you abreast of and fully informed as we go down this road of talking about the future of the JPA and what services they will provide and who will provide them. So I think I have about as much as I can get this evening. I don't think we can go any further than we have right now, and I'll report back as far as what the board has, I'll give you an update after our next board meeting. And I believe that we have no public hearings, written communications. Mr. McGlynn?
Item 15.1, Marin, Sonoma, Mosquito, and Vector Control District Manager's Report for May 2015, provided for information.
Thank you. And I also want to thank, before we adjourn, which is very soon here, Ms. Bratton and Mr. Mikas, thank you very much. You're dedicated public servants. I appreciate it. Public comment on non-agenda matters. I don't have any cards. Anyone in the public wishing to address the council at this late hour? Seeing none, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
hospital. Guess she was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have four walls or a desk.